them speak on record, but they tell me they were also trying to place calls to ensure that they also were able to cast their ballots. But so far, the two persons, as I indicated, have not been able to cast their ballot. But Dr. Osei Duchu has been allowed to cast his ballot. So far, that's what has been happening here at the Bosomtwe constituency for the NPP's delegates.
Well, away from that, Emmanuel, just tell us generally how the exercise has gone so far.
All right, so Mama, I can tell you that the exercise has been peaceful over here. And even before coming on TV, I saw some people jubilating. Well, I don't know the camp they are coming from, but they were jubilating, singing songs, some local songs and exciting moments over here. But I can tell you that so far, they've served a majority of the delegates over here. At the center, we are having some 1,006 delegates who will be casting their ballots or who are already cast their ballots. And a majority of these numbers have been able to cast their ballots. But so far, I can only see just a few numbers. In the morning, there was a huge line over here, but the EC officials have been able to serve all of them. When I earlier engaged with the DCE for the area, he told me actually that he was hoping the exercise would be expedited. And I think that has been done. Everybody has been able to cast their ballots. And then in just some hour, some 2 hours, as you indicated, the voting should be closed. So just a few people are just on. I think only one person is there casting. But I can show you what is happening over there. Only a few people have been casting their ballot so far. So Mama B, generally, this is what has been happening here at so as you can see in your screen, it's just some EC officials there, and then we have some security men around ensuring that everything is peaceful. So these are some of the EC officials in the inner perimeter, and we have some of the EC officials also over there ensuring that everybody here is served, and then they will cast their ballots. So Mama, this is what is actually happening here at the Bosomtwe constituency.
So, Emmanuel, it means that apart from the missing names, there hasn't really been any issue.
Well, not any really that I have heard of, but out of the record, I heard some of them say they have been paid some monies from some of the members or the aspirants for the flag bearership. I heard some of them saying that they have been paid some amount of money from some of the camps. But that's generally the issue here at the Bosomtwe constituency. All
right, we'll leave it here. Emmanuel Bright-Kweko, we will return to you when voting comes to an end. But let's cross over now to the Okaikwe Central, where my colleague Papani Ashali is joining us. Papani actually stumbled upon the coordinator for Ken Ejapong, Kenneth Ansah, who was sharing yogurt for all delegates. Papani, tell us more. You've been speaking to Kenneth Ansah. What was his reason for sharing yogurt? Hello, Papani, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Right, so tell us more. You've been engaging Kenneth Ansah, the coordinator for Ken Ejapong's campaign, who you actually caught sharing some yogurt to delegates. What was his reason?
Great, Mama V. So, welcome to Okaikwe Central constituency. Specifically, this is the school, Haron International School, where the constituency is holding their elections here. The gentleman you're asking of is somewhere in the queue there, waiting his turn to exercise his franchise. But some of the people have been benefiting from your yogurt. You see some of the wrappers left down there. But the queue is moving forward. Let me talk to some of the people that are here, how they have benefited from that. Prior to that, everybody was just sitting, just water that was coming from the constituency office itself. But many people have been beneficiaries of some refreshments. There's a lady that still holds her, so let me ask her how she managed to go that. Good afternoon. What's your name?
I'm Priscilla.
Priscilla, I see that you have yogurt here. Where did you get that from?
A man was sharing it and I took it from him.
Well, but why did you take it? Did you want refreshment?
Yeah, it's energizing, so I wanted to take it something so that I'll get energy.
I see. So it's energizing you for what, really?
I've been here for a while, so taking it in will give me the energy I need to cast my votes.
Great. So you are here. Did you have who you are going to vote for in mind?
Yes, absolutely.
Have you been energized to vote for that person?
I've been I know who I'm going to vote for. It's not the energy I'm taking from the person which is going to influence me to vote for a particular person. So I've been energized to vote.
Great. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best here. Not far from here, some people are exercising their franchise, and the gentleman that told me on record that he's the one sponsoring this for a particular candidate is right here, the gentleman in green. Let me see if I can get a few words from him. Mr. Ansa, can you join me small, just for a minute? If you can come here, please come, I beg you. So, Mr. Ansa, thank you very much for doing this with me. I just spoke to somebody. She's happy about what you decided to sponsor earlier, the yogurt here. I mean, do you know how many packs you gave out eventually?
Oh, actually, it was 5 packs. 5 packs, yeah.
So you are talking about almost 100 people benefiting?
Sure, more than 100. More than 100. Because the first one was about 57, and the second one too was 50, yes, 53. So more than 100 pieces.
If we do the math, that one costs about 3, how much? How much was one? 3 cedis. They are buying more than 100. We're talking about more than 300 Ghana cedis just for something for their lips.
The first one was even 560 cedis old, and the second one too, I spent almost 500 cedis, so close to 1,000.
Wow. And this is different from their supposed TNT.
Sure. We've already given them, breakfast and lunch already. But this one, it just touched my heart that I should give them something to cool down their hearts.
Earlier, I heard you say that this is supposed to be a showdown refreshment.
I swear, it's going to be a showdown this afternoon.
Okay, great. But I also know that you also represent Kennedy, right? What are your prospects in the constituency? Do you think that you are taking it? In the constituency, do you think that your candidate is taking it?
We are, winning hands down in this constituency. Per the work that we've done here, we know for sure we are going to win. Yeah, we feel it. We are going to win.
Thank you very much. So that's Kenneth Ansa. He's one of the many people here who represents the #1 person on the ballot paper here. So quite a number of people he's already confirmed that you have benefited from the refreshments. Also here, there have been lots of hushed conversations on TNT and in quote, where many people say, well, they have been reimbursed for traveling from their homes to this venue to exercise their franchise, that they have been sort of compensated for traveling to come all the way here. So you see, many people in their number, you're expecting more than 700 people to be here to exercise their franchise. There are 3 levels to the categorization of people here. There's an outer perimeter where you come, the police scans you, make sure there's nothing on you. Then you manage to go through the queue and then come to this place where you see right now you're short, the middle perimeter. That is heavily guarded, also very much well arranged. People are in order here with security men standing here 24/7 trying to guide the people as to how to go. And then there's a final section here where before you enter into the middle perimeter, and the middle perimeter is what you see right now, where you eventually get your name checked and then you can go ahead and vote. But the shot right now you have is where the security men make sure that you leave behind your phones especially, and then sometimes your bag when you have one. So you have to leave it here, a number is given to you, and then you go. I'm sure this is really guided. I'm told that because of previous events where people have been forced to take photos of their ballot paper as proof of who they voted for. This is to make sure that that does not continue. So right behind this perimeter.
And that's Papania Shali reporting live there from the Okaikwe Central. Well, let's quickly take you through the numbers in terms of the numbers that are voting today in all the 275 constituencies. Of course, the Sunyani East, where voting is not happening. We'll interrogate that matter in a bit because of some legal issues we understand there. But a total number of 204,144. That's the total number of delegates voting in today's exercise. You see the Greater Accra region with the greatest number of almost 40,000. That's 39,134, followed by the Ashanti region with 35,690. We have the Eastern region following closely there with some 21,233, followed by the Central region with 18,127. The Western region with 13,717. The Volta region following there with 11,995 delegates. The Northern region, 11,805. And the Upper East region with 8,118. Also the Bono East region, 7,570 delegates taking part in today's exercise. Bono region, 6,663. Upper West, 6,640. Western North, 6,122. Northeast, 5,210. The Oti region with 5,210 also. And Ahafo, 4,202. Savannah, 3,963. And the headquarters of the NPP, some 463 delegates, including the president who participated in the exercise today. Let's quickly now go to Dom Kwabinya, where my colleague Maxwell Agbagba is standing by now. Maxwell, what can you report? I understand that you have Mike Okwe Jr. also with you for a conversation. What's been happening?
Yeah. Yes, Mama V. So we're here in the biggest constituency in the Greater Accra region. Here in the Dome Kwabinya constituency, 1,803 delegates are expected to cast their ballot. That is according to the district electoral officer. This makes this particular constituency the biggest in terms of this election. As at 12 o'clock p.m., we've had a little over 700 people casting their ballot. So out of the 1,803 expected to vote, a little over 700 had cast their ballot as around 12 o'clock p.m. We'll be interacting with the district electoral officer shortly. But as you rightly mentioned, I have with me here Ambassador Mike Okwe Jr., former High Commission to Ghana's High Commissioner to India, and then currently the Chief Executive Officer of the Free Zones Authority. Let's speak to him and find out from him what the process has been like for him so far. You're welcome to JoyNews.
Thank you very much, and a good day to all your listeners and viewers as well.
Great. Well, what has the process been like for you? You've been around for some time. What has it been for you?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been a joyous relaxation period, going around, fraternizing with the various delegates, chatting, we're getting to know each other even more. So there's no rush. I've actually lost my voice from all the kukrudu that we've been doing all this week, campaigning for our various candidates. And so I must say, you can see the peaceful atmosphere. Everybody is just going to show who they want to be their flag bearer. And so there isn't any issue at all. All the noise and all the things that were happening before shows you that it is not the case in the party. So everything is well.
Everything is well. But I want to find out from you, at the end of the day, the NPP definitely wants someone who can lead the party into victory in 2024. And I'm sure that's what you are also, looking forward to. Who do you think has those qualities? What qualities are you personally looking out for, the winner, the potential, winner at the end of this voting?
Well, I think the candidate who I would say or choose is from my thumb. Okay. And honestly, until 2 o'clock, I'm not allowed to say publicly, especially on a day like this where there's no campaigning, who I'm going to vote for.
Yeah, exactly. So we're just asking the qualities you're looking for.
But if I say the qualities, you will know the person.
Oh, really?
Yes, you will know the person. So I'll give you that analysis.
A better manager of the economy?
Today at 4 p.m. We don't have anybody who's a better manager of the economy. We don't.
We don't have any?
None of the other three has been in that situation even to talk about it, right?
But as one of them who's the chairman of the Economic Management Committee.
Yes, but you and I know, and this is something very important. When you have a bus, a bus driver and a mate, who is in control?
Okay.
That's it. So we should not make the mistake of saying that because he was head of a certain committee, he's in charge of all the finance in this country. He's not. But those arguments are going to come later.
So this is the Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, we are talking about.
I want to make clear, especially to my brothers in NDC, is that they told us that we would not vote for Bawumia. So NPP will decide whether they'll vote for Bawumia, they'll vote for Ken, whoever. But most importantly, as for John Mahama, he has been president before. He has been the bus driver before. He told us in 2012 that he's the mate. He wants to become the bus driver. But Bawumia is not the mate. So let's not talk about economy. What we want to tell NDC is that as for John Mahama, he has been president before. And we saw how incompetent. But the four, none of them has been president before. One came as far as being mate. So all four can change the economy and can do other things. Just like our president said, the way things are at the moment, the way Corona has hit, which has never happened before, the way Ukraine war has never happened before, all the various things that are happening in this world, the recessions in Europe, what we are looking at is a situation of who can get us out of this world mess. We'll talk about that at that time.
I mean, it's still based on the mate driver analogy that you're using, but one would say...
No, I just use that in terms of economy, but I don't want you to focus the interview on one person.
Okay.
Today, the interview is about all four. And me as a delegate, I voted for one. All these people here, they are delegates. Some are going to vote and some have voted. So today and this hour is not the time to talk about one candidate. But trust me, at 4 o'clock, all of NPP, we want to show a certain plus 70%. Then we'll speak as one voice. And that is why it has been made that you cannot contest and go and resign and go and be independent. We are going to come together as one party to fight the general election.
But finally, before you go, we know in the primaries, you've been eyeing the Domi Kwabena seat for some time now. We know in the primaries where Adwasafo defeated you, one of the candidates, Kennedy Japan, actively campaigned for, Adwasafo when she defeated you. What do you say that based on what happened in the past, what do you say that based on what happened in times past, then obviously means your allegiance wouldn't be, for him?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. But if you are saying obviously, you have made up your mind. So I will not answer that. But all I'll just tell you is that he has seen me personally. He met me at Controllers General. He apologized.
He apologized.
Yes, he apologized. And
for campaigning against?
No, for the things he said.
Okay.
Because he said, among other things, that my father had asked him to campaign for me, which wasn't true. I want to set that record straight. So he apologized to me. I called my father also on the phone. He apologized to him and gave us reasons why he said that. So that is under the water. We have moved forward.
Okay. So at the end of the day, you want someone who can lead the party into victory.
My brother, is very important because you see, when we were in school, right, we are all in the same class, right? But we know those whose behavior, whose neatness, who's following the rules are the class prefect or the school prefect. We are voting for a school prefect for NPP. So all the four candidates, we are voting to see who will be the best person to lead us into 2024 election.
Okay. We're still talking about elections, so it wouldn't be far-fetched for me to ask you what you also in 2024 your parliamentary aspirations.
As for that, it's obvious that I will step in the ring when the time comes.
But you step in the ring?
Of course.
What makes you so confident? Is it because of the long absence of...
Stepping in the ring is not confidence. Saying you will win is confidence.
But no, stepping in the ring means you're going to...
No, stepping in the ring means I'm going to take part. Do you understand?
But it means you're ready to fight.
No. The fact that you're ready to fight doesn't mean you're confident. Okay. Because somebody might be ready to fight, but he's just blowing cold air. Yeah. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So that is it.
Do you think the long absence of the incumbent MP, Adwoa Asokwa, from Parliament brightens your chances of winning the primaries?
I'm sure you have noticed that all the goings in Domi Kwabena, I've not made one comment. I did not make one comment yesterday. I will not make one comment today. I avoid it because, just as the General Secretary said, Domi Kwabena is at the crossroads and he will leave it to the delegates to decide our future. Once that future is decided, we all move in that direction. I've lost elections before. I've contested in 2011. I've contested in 2020. The elephant is the winning symbol. So anybody who wins or loses an election, you must still follow the elephant because you registered under the elephant and you are going to work with the elephant. So we are not worried. At the right time, the delegates will decide.
Okay. Honorable, we've ended the conversation, but just a bit of clarification. What you mentioned earlier, that Kenny Japan called you and your father to apologize. I just want some clarity on that.
Oh, it's as simple as that.
What exactly was the issue about?
Oh, but I told you specifically what he had said, my father had said, which was not true.
He said your father asked him to campaign against you.
Against Adwoa.
Okay.
For me. And that he will not do that because it's his baby mother. And that went into a lot of people's heads to think, why would a Speaker of Parliament call an MP to campaign against his own wife? But that wasn't true.
Yeah.
So we are setting the record straight. I said it before the election.
And
I was just telling you that now he has apologized to me.
That's
he
recently?
apologized to my father. Oh, no. This is about a year or a year and a half ago.
Okay.
So there's no problem.
Okay.
I'm somebody who have stayed in Kennedy's house 3 times.
Okay.
I'm very close with his family. So we are all NPP.
Okay.
Let us go and vote. And then 70% plus NPP will show that the leader that we have chosen is the one we want, and the one to take us forward, and the one to defeat NDC in 2024. That is our purpose today.
Thanks so much for talking to us. So you just heard there from Ambassador Mike Okwe Jr.
And that's Mike Okwe Jr. speaking there to Maxwell Agbagba, one of the hottest constituencies, obviously, with some sort of controversies usually coming out of Dom Kwabena. Maxwell Agbagba there on the ground for us. In studio right now, I've been joined by a former chairman of the New Patriotic Party, a former campaign manager, Peter McMeno, is my guest between now and 2 p.m. A very good afternoon to you, sir. Thank you very much for your time here on your election headquarters.
Good afternoon, madam, and let me take this opportunity to congratulate you.
Thank
being
you.
Called to the bar.
Thank you. Thank you. But you voted at the...
Quite impressive.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. You voted at the party's headquarters today. How would you describe the exercise that you just went through?
Oh, it was a peaceful exercise. There were a few number of people ahead of me in the queue. It got to my turn, they checked my identity, and having satisfied themselves, the EC officials then walked me to where I should take my ballot paper, and then went into the box, which is secret. So I cast my vote in a secret manner, and then came out and put it in the ballot box.
I see how you protect the secret, because you are one of the few persons who still haven't disclosed who you are rooting for.
No, you know, international best practices is that voting must be made secret. And this has gone on since, I think, 1870 something, when the British enacted the Secret Voting Act. And it has guided democratic practices globally up till now.
But there are many people who don't stick to that.
Oh,
even from within your own party, there are lots of people today who have voted,
and there are sanctions. There are
sanctions for that. Even after today's exercise? You mean all the people who
today is in,
set to us on the record that they voted for either the vice president
is in the code
will be
of ethics.
sanctioned?
Is if you are found, the vote will either be annulled, like it happened in the superdelegates. You realize in, I think, Kumasi, the Ashanti Regional Youth Organizer made an attempt to showcase his ballot, and that ballot was nullified.
Give us a bit of clarification. Are you saying that if a person voted and explained to media persons that I voted for candidate A or B, they will be sanctioned?
That is post-voting. It's different from voting intent.
Oh, so you sure can tell us who you voted for then?
Oh, I'm not ready for that. I voted for the New Patriotic Party. Because whoever wins the election, the New Patriotic Party and its symbol will follow that person.
We will be going through some of the issues that have come up with today's exercise. No elections in Sunyani East. And then there are elections going on in, interestingly, Central Kofi, Akpafu, Likpe, and Lolobi. We popularly refer to that area as SAL. They have no legislative representative, by the way. The process is still ongoing in Parliament, but they are voting in today's exercise. Let me just remind you that the election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol, always a delightful experience. Fearsome 3, HEPA Plus, Pavi, and Plasmox, power to the people. Also, the new force, a new nation. Now, every drop matters, yes, just as every penny counts. Do you know good quality fuel enhances your vehicle performance and reduces maintenance cost? Well, take no risk. In times like this, all you need is value for your money. So look no further, drive to the next Petrosol fuel station, your go-to station for accurate quantity of high quality fuel, and that's Petrosol. So be a happy customer, fill with smiles, drive more miles, and save some money. Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol, always a delightful experience. Now, HEPA Plus, Pavi, and Plasmox together helps your general well-being to improve your natural health. Enjoy quality products from Ebenage Herbal after 6 years of research at the KNUST. You can use mixtures or capsules for convenience and good health. Enjoy natural benefits of general well-being when you drink coconut water right after using HEPA Plus, Pavi, and Plasmox mixtures or capsules, and give thanks to nature. Fearsome 3, that's HEPA Plus, Pavi, and Plasmos, can be delivered abroad, and they're available nationwide in pharmacies, OTC, and herbal shops. Fearsome 3, that's HEPA Plus, Pavi, and Plasmos, power to the people. Please call 0542 778572 or 0542 807 907. You could also call 059 1367 898. And this broadcast is also brought to you by The New Force, a new nation. We're live on Joy 99.7 FM, myjoyonline.com, and the Joy News channel on television. My name is Mama Vio Swabwaji. Our guest, even as we go around, linking up with our reporters on the ground to bring you what's happening on the ground. In studio is Peter McMenu. He's a former national chairman of the NPP, also former campaign manager of the NPP. All right, let's go straight into some of the issues that have come up, but let's start with Sunyani East. Why are they not voting today? And the delegates there?
There are. I mean, Sunyani is a huge constituency, and it's been a safe seat for the New Patriotic Party over the years. But we had problems with the internal constituency executive elections in 2021, where some polling station executives appealed that the conduct of the elections were irregular. So a committee was set up to look into the details. They went through it, and when they gave their recommendations, which was adopted and approved by National Executive Committee, they still refused to abide by that directives and went to court. So the matter, as we speak now, is in court. And for that reason, until the legal issues, and maybe let me add, and the political issues are resolved, they could not take part.
We'll continue with that. Just to say that former Chief of Staff Kojo Mpiani has just arrived, is casting his ballot, he's speaking to the media. We'll catch up on that.
So, I know there's problem in the party. The leaders should try to bring everybody together. It's the work of the leaders of the party to make sure that they bring the party together. I believe that there is a problem within our party. That's my belief. After talking to people, after watching what's going on, my hope, my prayer is that the leadership will open their eyes, their ears, listen, see, and try to bring people
Which means
together.
that after the exercise, unity should be topmost. Where should the party start from in terms of talking to some people who've left, or where should we start from?
It should start from within even the leadership first.
Okay.
You know, we should, as I was saying, we should be open, talk to ourselves, accept what is wrong with us, and then try to correct from within. Those who have left, if you can bring them in, fine. But I think protect what you have now, because it may not be easy to bring them in. If you don't take care to protect what you have, you may lose more people. So protect what you have now. Talk among ourselves. Let's try to be ostriches. As some people believe that there's nothing wrong with the party. I think there's something very seriously wrong with the party. And the party should look inside to see what it can do to change the situation.
Grateful for your time. And that's the former Chief of Staff speaking to us there. But let's quickly get a word from Dr. Sribo Kweku, who's Director of Electoral Services at the Electoral Commission. Doc, it's such a pleasure to be talking to you at this time. Your impression and assessment of the exercise so far?
Thank you very much, and God bless you. We only have some challenges with respect to the album, which I came to sort out with them. You know, with the exception of that, I think everything's okay.
We know that we're just a few hours from the exercise. What do you have to say about general security arrangements and also the process so far?
So I think I would say that with the exception of the complaints about some people not finding their names on the register, everything is okay.
And in terms of the procedure from now, in terms of declaring the outcome, what are we expecting after the collation? How are you going about the validation?
The various polling stations will do the counting after 2 o'clock. They will announce the results per the polling stations. They will send the results to the regional offices for the regions to do regional collation. Then when the regional collations are done, that is 16 regions, they will send the results to headquarters for us to do the collation with the 16 results that will come from the regions.
Your expectation, we still know that 2 hours is a long time for a political process. Are you hopeful that this will be peaceful and transparent?
I hope so. And so far, I don't think I have any reason to doubt that it will not be peaceful.
Have you spoken to, all the candidates going into the elections? Because some of them might want to do coalition and possibly start to announce their outcomes even before the EC does that. Have you spoken to them that, you're in charge of the exercise?
The party, under the platform of the election committee, we have had a lot of engagement with the candidates and their reps. Yes, so, but a lot of engagement, that's why they came by the guidelines, and the guidelines are the one that we are using. So it was supposed to be done by the party, but they wanted to get our input. They invited us with the candidates, and we all agreed on the guidelines. So I don't think, if anybody declares any result or announces any result, it's not binding. The commission result, that binds.
And very finally, what was the EC, learning from this democratic exercise? Because this is a dress rehearsal to the main, exercise that will take place next year in terms of the general elections. Are you readying yourself enough?
I don't think we have been overstretched. Everything that is happening here is within our ability to handle them. So far, we don't have any challenges that are beyond us. So issue of going forward, every election has its own dynamics. And this, like I said, this one they are conducting and we are supervising. So it's like when you ask me about the register, I will only refer you to your party because they compile the register. If you talk about the ballot paper, which I have not heard anything, we refer you to because they compile the names of the candidates. So far, I don't think any commission has any issue which is beyond us.
And it's good that you're talking about the electoral roll because somewhere in the Ashanti region, some delegates were raising concerns. Have you taken notice of that as the EC?
Whenever there's any issue about the electoral roll, we refer them to their party.
So you did not compile.
Don't address issues pertaining to the album because we didn't compile them, so we cannot speak to it. So anything that pertains to the album, we refer you to the election committee.
Any final message for the people of Ghana who are also looking forward to the EC's, delivery of a smooth process?
My philosophy is that election is about showing your idea. We may not have to agree, but if I have any principle, mine is to use my thumbprint to decide. So use your thumbprint and allow others to also use their thumbprint. Don't impose your decision on others. And at the end of the majority's decision through the ballot will determine the response to the question that I raised.
Dr. Sribo Kweku, thank you. We're grateful that you're spending some time with us. And that's the Director of Electoral Services at the Electoral Commission, just providing some clarity on the concerns that have emerged so far as a result of the NPP's presidential primaries. This is your election headquarters and continuous coverage of the special internal elections that the NPP is holding now amongst 4 individuals, including the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who's coming up against 3 individuals as well for the slot that is vacant for the NPP now. That's the presidential seat of the governing party. Anyone who emerges as the victor for today's exercise will then be the new leader, moving the party into a keenly contested, that's what experts say, contest that will be happening in 2024. But for now, it's been a smooth exercise with Director of Electoral Services at the EC, Dr. Sribo Kweku, pointing out, first of all, that all the issues and concerns surrounding the voter album has nothing to do with the Electoral Commission, simply because if you're coming right here to participate in the voting, just as it is happening across the country, what will happen is the party is in charge of the validation and, of course, presentation of the names of persons who are qualified to participate in the exercise. And so, from his perspective, if you have any challenge at all with the electoral roll, then it means that should be coming from the party, and that you would have to reconcile whatever differences there may be from the perspective of the party, and that they are here simply to do the coalition and the announcement of the results, which will be happening in just a few moments from now. We're past midday. The scheduled time for the Electoral Commission's end of the exercise is 2 p.m. So which means that we're just about an hour and a half away from knowing who will become the next leader of the governing New Patriotic Party. Earlier in the day, we've been speaking to a lot of leading figures from the party, including the former Chief of Staff who you've just heard from, Mr. Kojo Mpinim, who's pointing out what the party needs to do right after today's exercise. Well, he's not the only one who's been appearing here. Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has also cast his ballot, I should say, and we know also that other leading figures of the party have done same, including the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We've been speaking to some other presidential staffers, MPs as well, and other leading figures of the party who've been speaking to us about the process, what the next phase of the party is, and what the party intends to do right after today's exercise. We'll bring that to you shortly, but I also need to point out that what you're seeing here today is just a precursor to the main jubilation that will be happening in a few hours from now when the main victor is announced. The party intends to do an official handing over ceremony that will be happening at the Ohinijan Sports Stadium in just about 3 or 4 hours from now. So we're here giving you a 360 view of some of the leading figures, members of the diaspora and other members of the party who are showing up here to make their decision and also to cast their ballots for the presidential primaries of the New Patriotic Party. So we can listen to some of the people that we've been speaking to so far, including also the candidate. Adainimo just left here a couple of minutes ago. We've also been interacting with some more executives of the party as well, who are providing bits and pieces of information that will be helpful to delegates across the country. So stay with us here on the JoyNews channel. But first, though, we'll listen to some of the interactions that we've been doing here at the party headquarters ever since the arrival of some of the candidates, including Adainimo himself, who was here earlier today, and other leading members of the NPP.
And we will be listening to those people that Blessed Suga mentioned in a bit in our coverage of this exercise today. But you heard the Kojumpiani, a former chief of staff, who says that there are issues in the NPP. We'll interrogate that further. You also heard Dr. Sribo Kweku of the Electoral Commission. In studio with me is Peter McMahon, former chairman of the New Patriotic Party. Mr. Manu, you were just explaining the Sunyani East legal issues.
Yeah, the long and short of Sunyani East is that they have a pending matter on the election of polling station executives and electoral area coordinators in Sunyani High Court. So it is an order from the court not to get anybody to represent the constituency until the matter is amicably resolved. So
what happens to their vote then, because they're entitled to vote?
No, they're not. Yeah, you can't be entitled to vote when a court has given an order.
Yeah, but after that is resolved, what happens? It means that they've missed an opportunity.
We move on. Yeah, they miss
to elect. It means that their voices would not have been heard on this matter.
But mind you, this is supposed to be an extraordinary delegates Congress. And under the Constitution, if a quorum, which is normally, I think, 1/3 or so, is formed, you can go ahead. So one constituency out of 276 is not a big deal at all.
Well, interestingly, Sal is voting.
Yes, Sal is voting.
Even though they don't have legislative representation.
Yes, but political organization, party management, is a process. So you don't wait for Parliament to finish the process of giving the go-ahead through the CI, the constitutional instrument, or the legislative instrument, before you start preparing. You must start, put your people in place so that ultimately, when they get the constituency, you have the manpower, the human resource to organize the party in the constituency. So it's a good thing that we have gotten the idea to look for manpower, human resource for the organization of the party in that incoming constituency.
Right. We've also had issues with names not appearing on the voters' roll. And I'm wondering how that gets resolved, because my colleague Emmanuel Bright Kweku talked about the MP and Education Minister, MP for Bosomtrin, whose name did not appear, but that was subsequently resolved through a phone call. But there are others in that particular constituency who have not been able to vote because their names are not on the register. How does it get resolved?
It has happened because of technical issues, I guess, because when the whole electioneering process started, the register, or what people normally refer to as album, was dispatched to all the regions for them to validate, together with officers from national, to validate the people with their pictures. So having gone through the validation exercise, one would think that all is well and good. But like any human endeavor, technically, I think the computers eliminated 1 or 2 people. So it's a quick phone call to the IT department for them to rectify and get the Electoral Commission headquarters involved so that they can also transmit the message to their constituency officers, the EC, the Electoral Commission officers in the districts, for the correction to be effected.
I want us to take a listen to Dr. Efriye Akoto, who spoke to us after he also voted today. And then we'll come back and talk about what is wrong in the NPP, because Kojun PNU says there is certainly something wrong with the New Patriotic Party. They have to accept what is wrong and begin to fix it. But first, take a listen and watch Dr. Efriye Akoto.
What's the margin you're giving to yourself in terms of the percentage of your win?
You can't say that at the moment.
You can't say that. But what are you happy about the progress so far, progress of the election? And what do you have to tell to delegates listening to us now so far as the election is concerned?
Well, we are very confident that the promises they gave us, where is the car? That the promises they made to us to vote for us is coming to reality. That's the central theme of the reports we are getting around the country. And we are very happy about that.
Are you still committed to the undertaking that you signed?
Of course. You cannot sign something and say you are not committed. That's not even a question you should ask. You understand? It's not a question that you should even ask.
So in unfortunate situation you don't win, are you going to support the eventual winner? Wait for the countdown.
You have. All right, you just saw there in your shots, if you're watching television, a Dynamo who would also be speaking very shortly, but he's also voted. You heard Dr. Owusu Efriye Akoto. Let's listen to a Dynamo now.
Behavior, except one constituency, Menchia South, that I got the information there was a delay in the commencement of the voting process. Instead of 7 a.m., Menchia South had delayed up to 10 a.m. And when I got that information, I brought it to the attention of the Presidential Elections Committee. But I haven't done any follow-up yet, but I hope the voting is in progress in Menchia South.
Will it be your hope that the voting time will be extended for such constituencies?
No, because the guidelines are very clear. Voting commences at 7 a.m. and closes at 2 p.m. However, if there is a queue after 2 p.m., all those in the queue are required to vote. So if they decide to start late, which I don't know what is the basis of that, because the EC, the Electoral Commission, which is managing and administering the process, has been told clearly to be there and start the process at 7 a.m. And nobody could instruct the EC not to be there to commence the process.
Is your team doing any exit poll assessment, and where does that put you?
Well, if there's an exit poll, how will I disclose that information to you? I will not. So we'll just wait for the official declaration.
But are you winning?
Of course, I'm in the race for victory. I'm not in the race to showcase myself. And that is why I've stayed on course. I've persevered up to this date, no matter the challenges, even if the playing field appears to be odd, we stayed on course.
All the surveys have put you at the bottom, indicating that you are not winning, you have no chance of this election.
Well, whoever does the survey, that is up to the person's own.
You don't believe those surveys?
Well, even in the super delegates elections, I was told that Dynamo will not be part. But here we are. So how do they explain that? So you can do a theoretical survey, but in practice, there will be a huge variance or deviation.
Okay. We have received concerns about missing pulling names from the army. Has it been for your supporters as well? Because we understand the Ken supporters, some of them cannot find their names in the army.
Well, so far, no information regarding missing delegates' names has been communicated to me or to my secretariat. I'm here to verify that if there's any information to that extent from my secretariat, then we can convey that to the elections committee.
You earlier indicated that the playing grounds are not level. Do you still see that?
Well, I mean, what do you want me to say again? I mean, if it is clear that it is an odd playing field, it is an odd playing field. And so that is where we are.
And the situation is the same? That's the question you asked.
The situation in terms of what?
The odd playing field is the same or something has changed?
But if there is an inherent odd playing field, it is there. It cannot be taken away. It is there. It is an inherent odd playing field.
Honorable, reports coming from Brekum indicates that your delegates or the delegates there are paid 1,000 cedis to vote for you. Has it come to your attention?
To vote for me?
Yes.
Hey.
That is the current report from Brekum.
Me? Then I'm sure that is untrue. It's false. I have never given any money. Silver and gold have I none. But what I have is to give peace, unity, and prosperity.
And will you play an integral role towards the 2024 election in the event you are kicked out of this election?
But that is premature.
No, but that's the question. I mean,
that is premature. We have not come to the conclusion yet. So let us come to the conclusions of the elections. Okay, we need justice, we need fairness, we need free, transparent election. Let us get to the end of the process and let us have the official declaration. Thereafter, we'll pick up the consequential issues.
Suggesting that if it is odd, you will not play an integral role in this election.
But everybody
wants
justice.
Right.
So if there's no justice, how do you ensure unity? How do you ensure peace? It's a requirement.
But you signed the bond.
But the bond also requires that there should be...
Of the contenders since today's exercise, Adai Nimo there, he says he has no silver nor gold, but what he brings is peace, unity, and prosperity. He was speaking to the media after he voted a bit earlier today at the party's headquarters. This is your election headquarters. Mr. Peter Macmenu is our guest in studio as we still make quick trips around the country to gauge how the exercise is ongoing. Let's go to the Ashanti region now because names of over 40 polling station executives of the NPP in the Asokwa constituency are missing from the voter album being used for today's exercise. At least 200 persons have their names also wrongly labeled. Efforts to get the issue rectified by the party officials have not been positive so far. Nanaya Ojima is on the grounds and joins us with more. Nanaya, what's the challenge with this particular issue? Hear me?
Constituency and voting is ongoing. Things here are very calm. Not long ago, the member of parliament for Asokwa constituency, Patricia PJ, was here to cast her ballot. The vehicle you see moving out of the premises is that of Madam Patricia Apieje. She was here. She's gone through the process and cast her ballot. As you can see, there are a number of people in the queue waiting to get to their turn, cast their ballots, and peacefully they move out of the premises. Presently, the area is very, very calm as anticipated by many. But one thing that has come up strongly here at the Asokwa constituency is the voter register. People are contesting the register. Some of the delegates, unfortunately, are unable to find their names in the register. This issue started yesterday. What I know is that yesterday the Asokwa constituency executives were at the EC's office in the Ashanti region to try get the EC to rectify what they describe as an anomaly. Unfortunately, according to the EC, they have to go through the party itself, the election committee of the party, get it rectified there. And if that is done, they can send a signal to the EC, and the EC would ensure that these people, they believe that their names are missing from the register, get the opportunity to cast their ballots. I have with me one of the people who are affected to speak to on the issue. Madam, about JoyNews. So, and none yet say movie dear film. Cheche Musenicity.
The other time we did the Patricia Henkra. Men are better about electoral coordinator. Now, the woman in Anna said about 2 weeks ago, and a buy say any penny de ebinim. Number 1 is 17. 17 nebia kwasha, a big crowd in a diama, or more ye be brave frame. Inti Chama catcher say, young wordman, ye fresh from outside your data. Edema IT, so on young wordman. It's a meeting, and a chama catcher say. I tell me and your bus or more petition called national mayen too. But you buy a national easy for say national for and fight letter be a man to muntimema or montu. It's a no near why yes, say, and can all that bonnet the two in a common fan to say, and one of the ye constituency executive, the antenna. Say abana say or more try intime montu. It be the message and come more to because so be dear dance say in the past may see a polling station here. Or what's some more money to coordinate some baba can buy so or more money to one more who do. Mianka said the medium coordinators need to be adding by A14 or be adding by polling station for no and a nipa base 200 across Asokwa and a nipa base 200 diama but maybe tabat nipa 17 dinama.
And say a rest party bit me rectify so I deal with no sweating me out too.
Aha, and no kababo party say nipa 200 and so munent me and I say obidi shana so just say a mubes a bear 14 or mudina makra. It's the best 200 will be a bidia quaquasha or be a yibu be a free quaquasha. No, or mudum bet me out but bear 14 dear. Minesho say a year and free topper ma or muntiminto.
Thank you very much, Madam Patricia. So essentially what she is saying is that about 40 names are completely missing from the register. 2 weeks ago they received the album and going through it they notified the anomaly. The party told them to put the data together and send to the IT officer so that the IT officer get to work on it so that before the day of the election it is rectified. But unfortunately the final register came and these issues were not rectified. What they are expecting is that the party use the internal mechanism to work on these issues and get these 40 names to cast their ballots today. What she added is that about 200 names, even though 200 people, they find all their names in there. They are not put in the various polling stations or their names are not well located in the register. So these are all issues that have come up, but these other people will get the opportunity to vote. If you find your name in the register, but even if it's not put in where it's supposed to be, if it's found, you get to vote. But those whose names are not found at all don't get the opportunity to vote. So about 40 people are affected. Thank you very much, Madam Patricia. I have with me one of these affected people. Sir, Musudini.
Yeah, Medinim. Your friend Honorable J, me was Asokwa Municipal Assembly. Honorable J,
ansana edaibedu unya antie say udinim normal opportunity say also the data beba no musa dia shimana.
Yeah, me nyantie say medinim. Ema me coordinator ka kire me say me send my ID card man on be omo rectify. But me ba no pay me ba beto eduru me so say medinim. Ohema junction me chama dinim. Me youth organizer dinim. Me youth me women's organizer dinim. Organizer no kwa netimi eteki election.
Ojo wa say ade we deliberate say be mu bi din afima na
matene say me hu say enya deliberate but ya IT officer na me say we lazy because me kwa de me ka say empanifo hwe say obe free baby e we nya say bia obi betima de ne bone because me ye hu say mistake no na kre amana ba enti me de enfum so ma obi a enye ye IT officer na me di blame ne ma no
hwe asa de obenya nsusanso e wa abato
so because one vote count. Because I did 50+1. Now a police station nipa 4 now to. A bit change election.
Thank you very much. So what this gentleman is saying is that he's one of the affected people, and he believes the IT officer in the constituency didn't do a good job when it comes to rectifying their anomalies. So what he is saying essentially is that whatever has happened here today will have a negative effect on the election itself, because every vote or every ballot counts when it comes to elections like this. So far, so good. The Asokwa constituency, despite the issues with the voter register, have been very, very calm. And it's expected that the calmness that we've seen here so far follows through the day. Let me also talk about the security within this area. Security have been very, very tight. Count a number of policemen stationed outside the premises, and some of them also within the premises. Vantage points. I understand that there are some plainclothes security personnel, policemen, also stationed or mingling themselves with the delegates here at the Asokwa constituency. So far, things are very, very calm within Asokwa constituency. Over to you, Evans.
Anaya Ojima reporting for us a bit earlier there from the Asokwa constituencies. Very familiar issues with names missing in the album for today's exercise. In studio to help us analyze some of the issues coming up, former chairman of the NPP, Peter McMeno. Election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol, always a delightful experience. And Fearsome 3, HEPA Plus, Pavi, and Plasmos. Power to the people. Of course, we also have supporting our coverage, many more others, and we will be bringing that to you here on your election headquarters. So let's come to the issue of envelopes. Did the party, and when I talk about envelopes, I'm sure that you understand that is it somebody's responsibility to be given delegates monies? Let's clarify that issue.
Well, certainly the party has representation, or for that matter, officers in all the 276 voting constituencies. And logistics are passed through the constituency executives, through the regional executives. Certainly, the election is being conducted at the constituency headquarters or any designated place. But if you take a look at a specific constituency, the polling stations are dotted all over. So people travel distances to where the voting is actually done. And it entails transportation, and depending on how long they may come over, food as well, transportation and food. So the party will have to find that money and send it through the region and the constituency executive to disperse to the delegates as they come.
Okay, so how much is that? How much is the party giving delegates for transportation, for breakfast, for lunch, some snacks perhaps?
I don't think it will go beyond 100 Ghana cedis.
For each delegate?
Yeah.
Okay, because
But again, in some constituencies, for example, if you take a constituency like Aorin in Western North, the distances from some of the polling stations, travel time is over 2-3 hours journey. So you can imagine that such people should be given more than even 200. So it should not be a flat amount. Even in Accra here, if you take Domi Kwabenya, Kwabenya has a lot of polling stations outside the Domi we know. They go away to Abokobi, etc. So for them to travel that distance and go back, it will be more than 100 cities.
Right. Is it the party's expectation that the candidates would also be given transportation, breakfast, lunch, supper, perhaps, to delegates?
That may be the candidates' own arrangement, so the party is not privy to that.
Would they be going against any guideline?
Oh, of course. They'll be going, the guidelines stipulate that there shouldn't be any treating of any kind.
Explain that, sir.
Oh, treating is the act of giving food, money, etc., to influence a voter. And it is in the representation of people's law, PNDC law 284. That is bribery and treating during elections. So people are not supposed to do that.
But we've seen that, we've heard that. In fact, people saying that one candidate has given money and someone is sitting on it and not sharing it.
Mind you, earlier on I explained to you about long distance travels and transportation. If the monies are meant for transportation, fine. But if it's to feed them, then it goes into a different category.
But your explanation had to do with the party. But now I'm referring to
candidates. I'm also referring to candidates. Candidates may decide to give delegates TNT.
And that's allowed?
Very well so.
But that's not defined to mean that they want to influence them to vote for them?
Well, according to the law, the PNDC law 284, it states categorically that if you give money for food, to influence his decision to vote, then it's treated as a bribery.
What does your guideline say?
Our guidelines?
Yes, sir.
That's what I have said. The guidelines does not allow people to give food and pocket and give money to influence voters.
But it's okay for them to give them money for transportation?
Of course, because I've told you that even in Dome Kwabenya here, if you are coming from Abokubi to Dome, or even in Accra here, which constituency, even if you take Kokomeme here, which is what's the name of the constituency? Kole-Klote. People will come from, let's say, Osu area to the voting center, which is quite a distance. And if they take trotro or taxi, they have to pay for it. So if the contestant decide to foot that bill, it shouldn't be any qualms about that. But it should not be interpreted. And the law, PNDC law 284, categorically states what treating and bribery in elections are.
Is there an amount of money that the party expects that candidates would give to delegates?
Oh, no. The party does not expect that.
So if I think that 1,000 Ghana cedis will be enough to cater for your transportation, it's just up to me?
It's just up to you, but the delegates know how much it costs them to ferry themselves from their polling stations to the voting center. Mind you, every constituency has one voting center. So if you live in Asemkro, which is very close to Elubo, Asemkro is very close to Elubo, but they vote in Inche, our wing. And it takes about 2-3 hours journey. Even these days, I don't know, because they complain about the road network. It might cost a lot.
Let's look at what the former Chief of Staff, Kojum Piening, said to us a bit earlier when he was speaking to Blessed Soga. He says that there is something wrong with the NPP. You have to accept what is wrong. Do you accept that there's something wrong with the party?
I wish the Chief of Staff would have mentioned specifically what is wrong with the NPP. The NPP is an institution. And I don't think in this world we live in, there's any institution that does not have any problem with it. But that's why on annual basis or quarterly basis, there are attempts to look holistically at our various institutions, especially annual general meetings, to review what has been going on over the past year and to make amends, even, or reforms. So he should not be so open without specifics. I would have wished that he would have made it the specific, then we can go into it, reform or make recommendations to patch up whatever.
So you disagree that
unless
all is not well with the NPP?
Unless he gives the specifics. What I know is that people are clamoring for unity after, but they are clamoring for unity post-elections.
So you're united right now? You are united now as a party? If you are, then why did Alan leave?
You see, we are in a competitive mood. And in any internal democracy, unless you haven't studied what pertains in internal democracy in political parties worldwide, the moment 2, 3, 4 people begin to contest, the party will divide along those lines. It's part of democracy, internal democracy. But what is important, and I think I must stress this, is when all the processes have ended and Mr. A has won the elections, we all must come together, in spite of our differences during the elections, to support that person. So we look up to the next few hours, and then going forward, how, as a people, as a party, we will support overwhelmingly the person who wins the election.
So for you, that internal division has not even happened yet? It would only be after this election?
Because we are competing, there's bound to be internal divisions. Well, it's not an unopposed candidate. Do you remember in 2004, when President Kufuor went unopposed, his second term? Do you remember in 2020, when President Kufuor went unopposed during his second term? Did you see any acrimonies like people jostling the way we are doing now? No, because it was a single candidate.
How would you categorize Alan Kyerematen's exit?
It's very unfortunate, I would say. I would have wished that he stayed in. But that's his personal decision. And we will still have to engage. That's all I would say.
Kojo Pieni says, protect what you have and bring others in. Can you bring Alan in? He says that could be
there is nothing,
a bit difficult, but that's something that you could attempt.
Well, it's worth attempting. There's nothing impossible in this world. And if you don't make attempts, then you wouldn't know. So,
have you attempted as a party?
Oh, the national chairman came on radio to speak about attempts he had made to reach out to Alan. He came up to speak about that. I think it should be a continuous process.
So you still insist that the divisions for you haven't really started?
Until after today. Because if you call it divisions, then there shouldn't be a contest. There shouldn't be an internal democracy. And once different people are contesting, they have different ideas, there's bound to be differences. But that's why I asked, when in 2004, President Kufuor was the sole candidate, when in 2020, President Kufuor was the sole candidate, did you witness any internal divisions? Because they were sole candidates. But if you have 2 or more candidates, they will have support base from various angles of the party. So until the election is over and we all come together to support whoever wins, there's bound to be that differences in internal democracy. And that's global.
Peter McMahon is a former chairman of the New Patriotic Party, also a former campaign manager for the New Patriotic Party. He's on your election headquarters. Now your election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol, always a delightful experience. Fearsome 3, that's HEPA Plus, PAVI, and Plasmox. Power to the people. And the new force, a new nation. We're live on radio, live on television, live on myjoyonline.com. Just to recap in terms of the numbers voting today in this exercise that's currently going on in all 275 constituencies in the Greater Accra region, and that's the largest actually in terms of the number of delegates voting. In Greater Accra, we have close to 40,000 delegates voting in the Volta region, a little over 11,000, that's 11,995. OT has 5,210 delegates, and the party headquarters, 463 delegates. the president, the vice president. Some of the candidates in today's exercise also voting at the party's headquarters. A good breakdown of the growing NPP delegates population. In 1992, we had about 1,998 delegates. That went down, actually, 1,996 in 1996, 1,993 in 1998. In 2007, we saw some 2,293 in 2010, 106,590. 2014 saw some 115,000, and here we are in 2023 with over 200,000 delegates, obviously the highest. Well, with less than an hour to the close of polls, massive vote buying rocks the NPP's flag bearer race in the Ablekuma Central Constituency of the Greater Accra region, as delegates confirmed to JoyNews that they have received varying cash amount from some of the aspirants. The polls there have turned into a competition of who can pay more, as JoyNews sources confirmed that delegates are being paid between 200 and 400 Ghana cedis per head. Carlos Kaloni reports from the ground as the names of Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and Kennedy Japan surface in the alleged vote buying business.
A constituency where the NPP's presidential flag bearership race is taking place, and there are two centers here. Center A and B. The total number of delegates expected to cast their ballot here, according to the Electoral Commission officer Joseph Boate, they are expecting about 1,568 delegates to cast their ballot at the two centers. So there in your shot, that is where the action is actually happening, where delegates have queued up and they are being released in batches of 5 to each of the centers, and then they cast their vote. As at 11:30 a.m. here, about 701 of such delegates have already cast their ballot. There is a trend that is emerging here. Now, we have realized that after the delegate cast their ballot, they move to my right side, where there is a tree, and our sources there have been telling us that there is some kind of transaction going on there, where some sources have confirmed to us actually that all the candidates are actually, some kind of vote buying exercise going on there, where we've seen a lot of these delegates emerge from that place with envelopes upon envelopes. And one delegate who actually wants to remain anonymous confirmed to us that he has received 3 envelopes from about 3 of the aspirants.
Okay, I received 7.5.
From which of the aspirants?
The aspirants, Canada Japan, he pay 3 million, and then Baumia pay 4 million, and executives then pay 50 cedis. So we complete 7.5.
Are you happy with what you received so far?
Oh, I'm not happy, but still now it will be the one when it's in pocket, you just give us. You understand? Hey.
Which of the constituencies do you belong? Are you a delegate yourself?
Yes, I'm a delegate. I'm voting for Ken.
Which of the constituencies do you belong to in Ablekuma here?
Me, I did for Abosokan electoral area.
Okay. Yeah. You are a card-bearing NPP member?
Yeah, I'll be NPP member, serious.
So have you voted?
Yeah, I voted.
You voted for who?
Ken.
You voted for Ken?
Yeah.
So he appeared to have given you the highest amount?
No, even amount where he give me, I'm happy, because Ken used to give us something very well, because I'm happy. As you come the race, I see say the ground self, you win the grounds. You understand? Because the party executives and regional executives, all things read and do it. You know, even favor the grounds. You understand? And this is the time, and Kennedy can help the police station executives. That's why I vote for Ken.
Okay, so you have voted for him and you are confirming that you've received some amount from Baumia as well as Ken, and the third person, who?
The
party?
The third person is executives when they bring the 50 cedis.
All right, thank you. So that Eric also confirming to us that he has also benefited from some of this money here.
My name is Entry Urudu Francis from Abrekuma Central.
So how much have you been able to also receive from the aspirants so far?
Oh, I received 300 cedis from Kennedy Japan's camp and 400 cedis from Honorable Baumia, Dr. Baumia camp, and the national 50 cedis. Yeah.
Are you okay with the amount?
Oh, I'm not okay, but I'll take it so.
So where did you vote?
Oh, I vote for Ken. I'm a Ken fan, so I vote for Ken, Kennedy Japan.
How come you seem to have received a higher amount from Baumia, but then you went for Ken?
Oh, already I'm a Kennedy Japan fan. So if Baumia give me 1,000 Ghana cedis, 2,000 Ghana cedis, I will correct it, but I will vote for Kennedy Japan because I'm a Kennedy Japan fan.
Yes, this camp is calling someone. He's also an aspirant for PC in Abrekuma Central Constituency. He gave us, he added some money to our money that we got from the presidential. Yes, and that one we had 750 cedis from national. That's making 750. Yes.
And he's adding how much?
20 cedis, making 770.
So the 700 is from who?
The 700 is from Baumia and Kennedy. Kennedy Japan gave us 300 and Baumia gave us 400 cedis. Yes, and 50 cedis from national TNT. Yes.
And what is this money supposed to do?
It's not easy, but we are delegates, so we deserve it. For me, that's what we deserve it. We even deserve more than that because I heard other constituencies are having more than 1,000 plus, but we had 700, and that's okay.
So that is to say that Abrekuma Central here, the aspirant, mainly the Baumia and as well as Kennedy, they are giving you money
to
vote for them, to influence.
Yes, to vote for them. But the other aspirants, we've not had anything from them.
Why?
I don't know.
So where did your vote go to?
My votes went to Baumia. Yes.
Is it because he paid you bigger?
No. I just love the man.
So indeed, from our sources, we can confirm that some sort of vote buying is actually going on here at the Abrekuma Central constituency, where we've seen, agents of some of the aspirants moving with envelopes and sharing to delegates here at Abrekuma Central constituency. On the floor, you see a lot of envelopes on the floor, as well as many of the delegates discussing the kind of amount they have received from the aspirants here. So that's the situation from Abrekuma Central constituency here in Accra. My name is Carlos Caloni for JoyNews.
Well, from the Abrekuma Central constituency, let's take you to Abuako North because there was confusion in that constituency over the omission of some 9 names in the voter album. But for the timely intervention of the regional patrol team, the situation would have gotten out of hand. Member of Parliament for the Bantama constituency and Minister in charge of Housing, Francis Asenso-Boakye, has been touting the achievement of Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Baumia, describing him as the best candidate to defend the record of the NPP. Well, Maxwell Kudako is joining us on that Abuako North issue. Maxwell, what more can you share with us? Maxwell, you have to unmute. We cannot hear you.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Very well. So 9 members of the New Patriotic Party in the Abuako North constituency this morning staged a protest that nearly marred the process. But for the timely intervention of the police patrol team at the police station at the Tafo Creek, the story would have been different. Their problem is that during the polling station election, they contested and won various positions at one of the electoral area, Abdel Salem, in the Abuako North constituency. But the album that was presented today for the election excluded them. They claim that some 9 people have been included in the voter list who are not supposed to be in the list. So they insisted they were not going to allow them to vote or participate in the process. The process had to hold for some time till the police came in to ensure that there is peace. Apparently, managers of the election process maintain that it is for only those whose names are captured in the voter list who are permitted to vote. So these 9 people were asked to leave the scene and then come as restored to the place. So the process is ongoing. I had a conversation with the second vice chairman of the New Patriotic Party in the Eastern region, Mr. Frank Appiah, who says that this is one out of many incidents and it is expected. He says that it is not deliberate that somebody would take another person's name from the register. I've been to other constituencies, including the New Durban North constituency. Presently, I'm at the New Durban South constituency, where the process is happening at the Kofodia Senior High Technical School here. At the New Durban South constituency, we have a delegate list of 1,023, comprising of constituency officers and then also regional executive officers. They have 2 polling centers here. And then as of now, majority of the people here have gone through the process. If you see my background, the place is calm. Initially, we had a lot of people in the queue, but there has been relatively peace here. A couple of high-profile personalities have been here. The Eastern Regional Minister, Mr. Seth Kwam Boateng, has been here not too long ago. He came to exercise his franchise. I've seen Mr. Gabi Asarotri that also came here to monitor the process, and a couple of party officials who are also parties to the election. The member of parliament for the New Durban South constituency, who happens to be the deputy minister for trade, Honorable Michael Ochebefi, has also been here. You see him as a very tired man, although let's see if we can have a bite with him briefly. Minister, welcome and good afternoon. This is JoyNews. You have been here for some time. I've seen you working since last dawn up to. How would you say the process has been so far?
I mean, it has been so smooth. You can testify to that. We started this early in the morning, and the process has been very, 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 very smooth, and we have not encountered any problem as of now. So far, about 970 delegates have voted, and we are sure that at the end of the voting process, we are going to have a very successful election.
You appear to be one of the leading campaigners of the vice president. It appears that the Kent team is giving you a tough time here. Is that the case?
I don't believe so at all. You know, we have done a yeoman's job. I'm talking about the campaign team. We have done our best, and the kind of engagement we have had with the delegates, we are so confident that they are going to support us. They're going to vote for us. And so at the end of the ballot or the elections, we are sure when the votes are counted, we're going to get majority of the votes.
So you're looking at how many percent?
I mean, minimum 70%. We are so sure about that because, I mean, the people that came to vote are people that are very discerning, and they have been with the party for a very long time. They know what is going on in the party. They know the contributions of the vice president. They know that the vice president has written his name in gold in the annals of NPP politics, and therefore they have rewarded him. And that's how come we believe that when the ballot is counted, we are going to win the elections and win very well.
Well, so Mamabi, you heard from the member of parliament from the New Durban South constituency, so the deputy minister for trade here in the New Durban South constituency. So just as I indicated, the process has been very peaceful. I don't see anybody in the queue now. I'm told that the Eastern Regional Chairman of the NPP, Mr. Jeff Konedu, is also expected to be here. He's the only person among the regional executive who has not been here. We were told that he went to the front place for special duties. And then if he's able to get here before 2 p.m., he will be allowed to go. Other than that, if he comes out after 2 p.m., he may forfeit his right to exercise his franchise in this exercise. So in the Eastern region, it has been very peaceful. We are told that about 21,233 delegates totally are expected to participate in this exercise. And the expectation is that about more than 95% turnout is supposed to achieve in this exercise. So the Eastern region has very peaceful, if you ask.
Maxwell, have you also witnessed the issue of money going round, envelopes being shared?
Well, since last night, we had calls and several allegations of team members meeting party delegates and then also having conversation with them and then parting away with money. As of last night, we heard that the Mr. Canadian Japan's team were meeting delegates and giving them 300 Ghana cedis per head. And then also the other team from the vice presidents were also told that they were giving delegates 400 Ghana cedis across board. It appears that the expectation of most of the delegates were high, that this is their time to cash in. And then a couple of the delegates who we had the opportunity to talk to behind the scene expressed disappointment that they were expecting to receive higher TNT and then chop money. But it appears that this is what was brought on the table. So the allegation of money changing hands has been a cross allegation. It depends on the constituency. In some constituencies, for instance, I'm told that beyond the TNT that was brought by the vice president, that's the 400 Ghana cedis, some city members of parliament and constituency chairman also topped out. So, for example, we're told that in the New Jubilation constituency, even though the vice president gave some of the delegates 400 Ghana cedis as their TNT and chop money across board, the former chairman of the constituency, I'm told, Mr. Kujo Ajiman, I'm told that some of the delegates confided in me that he also topped out with the amount of 200 cedis to all the delegates. And also the member of parliament, Mr. Nana Ej Boatin, also did a top up of 100 Ghana cedis in the name of the vice president. So as for the issues of who is giving money and all that, I mean, it has come across from last night. But what we can say and report on is that we are confidently informed that the Mr. Kennedy Japan gave all the delegates per head 300 cedis for their TNT and their chop money, and then also the vice president gave 400 Ghana cedis as you have heard.
That's my colleague Maxwell Kudeko reporting there live from the Abuakwa North constituency. And it appears the figure 300 Ghana cedis is very popular in today's exercise because a delegate in the Adenta constituency also alleges that 300 Ghana cedis was given to him from Kennedy Japan's camp, and that was to be shared to each delegate. But someone has squandered that figure. He also says the delegate also says that Dr. Baumia paid 400 cedis per delegate, and that money has actually been received, but that of Kennedy Japan has not. Let's take a listen.
Oh yeah, delegate to be a hunter. Yeah, we were new Adenta, honorable Ken Sikano. Nipa miensa, akuche sikani na. Nipa 17 or album. Nipa miensa. One police station chairman. A friend of Fiabwa. Ono, I provided a 6,000 aba. You call you on Pokon Topano for the 6,000 aba. But I the poor, or now the same police station. And also the 7,000 smooth yaman the aba. Then one your former deputy coordinator. And also a Bia Codino, and also the aba. I can't Rollins, yes, about the Rollins. Or not the lakeside, or also this kind of journey. Until Nipa 17, Nipa 3, or much is getting in I am 1 city up till now. I have about 2 o'clock. Now, can see Kanye and Sankai.
I said delegates via nothing.
I said delegate via 300 Ghana cities. And then Nipa 4, Kofi Yabua, Rollins, Paul, and a lady back who come home. Almost 4 no, almost for scanning. I am 1 city till now.
Other candidates for the name, we are Saka.
Other candidates no, so far in Saka. So far, Baumia, 400 Ghana cities.
We are Saka. If we are to be a we are Saka.
If we are to be we are Saka. So far, Baumia, and Kwan in Saka. 400 Ghana cities. Your new Adenta electoral area. Anna, how much them say a coordinator no? On honorable Ken, or so supported by Baumia. And unti Sikano, or man fan shanning them, the Cosini Professor, and also any cruise, on your 4, or much is scanning.
It is in what banana mountain.
To cry back to honorable Ken. Because say, oh, my yim sad, you wouldn't say the part for no one better banana. Until my because the sea and I could room yen, or provide EB, by Baku 8,000 can or no dear Johnny. I am going to trap. I told you need me the Yabua Charles, me a police station chairman, or Bible. Oh, and you see a person on my stand, a TNT, because maybe I'm free by Manyaka, and I'm a year Jumanso, and I'm a Jama Jumahon and let him in my baby. And then started the year Jumancasa, and I'm a Java behind here, so to my TNT. TNT near the bribe on the edge.
And this is here, so about New Adenta polling station executive for consent. They say New Adenta electoral area. New Adenta electoral area for delegates of consent. They say Omusika, Omunya, be cry. 300 cities. I say if you can about Saka, about 400 on Saka, but oh, sure, we have a boot. We have a boot. We have a frame crumbs up. So I'm one city. About you, my iska. One of my coaches Canadian. We have a boot. Yes, I don't know how Miska. We have a Miska, but Miska. What do you mean? My coaches Canadian. No crown or can't be the Domachini. We have more support.
So things are obviously getting a bit heated up in Adenta. Fortunately for us, Kweku Asante, our man on the ground, joins us. Kweku, very interesting revelations there. So this man, Charles Yeboah, who is a polling station executive, is making some allegations. Please explain what he's been telling you.
Well, yes, Kofi Yeboah says 300 CDs for each of the delegates that were voting in Adenta has not gotten to them, and that a few coordinators for Kennedy Japan have sat on that money, quote unquote, and that 300 CDs that was supposed to be shared to each and every one of them has not reached them, and they are threatening that they are either not going to vote, or if they vote, they are going to vote against Kennedy Japan. What is an open secret here, and what everybody is talking about, is that the money has come in. Their delegates are expecting that 300 Ghana cedis each will be given to them from Kennedy Japan's campaign, and then 400 cedis from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. They confirmed that the 400 cedi that is expected to come from the Vice President's office has reached all of them. They've taken that money, 400 Ghana cedis each. Well, of course, some of them say that is not enough, but at least they've gotten that. But the 300 Ghana cedis that is supposed to be from Honorable Kennedy Japan, there are few coordinators who they claim have squandered this money. The money has not reached them, and they are threatening that they are going to vote. In just about 8 minutes, proposed to close here, and if you are not in the queue by 2 o'clock, then you cannot join and then vote. And so that is that. But at the tail end of that, we had one of the coordinators come around to come and say that that is not true and that the money has been shared. And that is when he threatened to invoke cases on this electoral coordinator because the money has not gotten to him. He said, Sababa, if he stayed at his shop, he would have made more than that. And so if Kennedy Japan has sent 300 CDs to each and every one of them, they expect that it will come to them, and that a few persons doing that harms the campaign of Kennedy Japan, and this is one of the areas they believe Kennedy Japan would have made a lot of impact. But if his electoral coordinators are sitting on this amount of money, then that means that they are not going to vote for him. But 400 Ghana cedis each from the office of the Vice President has gotten to all of them. And so if you come here, the money sharing is ongoing, but a few times you will not be allowed to film it because of how terrible the situation is. But you can see all of our electoral coordinators who have been in charge of sharing this amount of money, sharing amount of money to delegates. You just have to show up, identify yourself as a constituency chairman where you are a delegate from, and then your 400 Ghana cedis from the office of the Vice President will be given to you. Some of the electoral coordinators have gotten their 300 Ghana cedis from Kennedy Japan. Dynamo and Honorable Dr. Fiakoto haven't sent their money. They say they've not gotten any amount of money from those people. In the last few minutes, we've been getting response from the coordinators of Honorable Kennedy Japan. They admit that they are paying every delegate 300 Ghana cedis. What they say that they do not, disagree that the money is expected to get to the delegates, but there are a few challenges, and they are trying to get the money to the delegates so they should calm down, and that the allegations that they are sitting on the money to sabotage the campaign of Kennedy Japan is not true. So what is widespread here? In fact, early on when I went to Medina, where I've also been covering, the situation was that some delegates threatened that they were not going to vote until the 400 Ghana cedis from the Vice President office comes to them, and that 300 Ghana cedis from Kennedy Japan comes to them. So for almost an hour, there was a standstill at the polling station until some announcement came in through the PA system that all delegates should go behind the polling station where the coordinators were. They just came back beaming with smiles because they are taking 700 Ghana cedis, each 400 from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's campaign, 300 from Kennedy Japan's campaign, 700 Ghana cedis, and they started forming their queue, ready to go and vote. That is the situation here.
Kweku, how many delegates are we talking about here?
At Adenta, there are about 1,520 delegates. 1,520 delegates, and all of them are expecting that they're going to receive 400 Ghana cedis from the office of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and 300 Ghana cedis from Kennedy Japan. There is no discrimination in sharing the money. It is not about whether you support them or not. There's an amount of money. They say it's TNT, not necessarily bribe to influence their votes. But of course, some of them say they are not going to vote if that has not come. So it begs the question, if this is not supposed to influence your vote, where is the threat coming from that you're not going to vote if that money does not come to you?
Kweku, we'll leave it here and just return to you shortly after the polls close. But I want us to take a quick listen to the reaction from that coordinator who the Charles Yeboah we heard from earlier making the allegation. Apparently, this has been denied. Let's take a listen.
Question. The money friend said, yes, I'm a drunten, and I'll pay any of the backgrounds. And I had the reps because constituency executives. I'm only now supporting a deputy organizer, penny supporting. And I will back coordinators in this one. Yes, any coordinator. Yeah, I'm saying. Yes, any coordinators. I almost supporting you. And see, your reps, I was 16 electoral areas in Nina. And see, I'm not busy can bar, and I'll pay the call round some. Yeah, the free reps and this can as a short just because say, ye need and penny form with tie you upon Swansea. Rep Nibbe Jessica and Prana, not penny no done. So change. So, Mimi send me office, but complaints never. I have to leave the office and come. And see, let's try where you complain. The coordinator you push young, or so non catcher in purpose, or when you have to almost no Betty can know what charm will be. That is what I think.
It is because so be at
and you're no credit. She can be answered by Canada.
What happened is that electoral taxi, that is the new Adenta East. New Adenta West. Sorry. Per my investigation over there, the people who harassed that guy. What is the name? Kofi. Of course, he was the one that they gave the money to. Senka Ontis Kanama police system. No, and I'm going to say before baby harassing. What is happening? I've been the coordinator. Some people can be said, I don't want to say no. I want to find scanning again. Emma, I don't know putting some matters. I know what I'm saying, but they are moving. I'm so coaching. And to me, pushing some coaching, in fact, for this kind of buy. And I'm from a coordinator, and I'm this kind of a say coordinator. But unfortunately, they say, no, so you can't be a movie that. But they can't then, I'm so notwithstanding that, what I heard was that the constituency organizer, his name is Danny. They planted that issue so that to put pressure, more pressure.
All right, so the earlier allegation was that one of the coordinators for Kennedy Japan at the Adenta constituency had been given money to be shared to delegates as transportation, and that person had refused to distribute those monies. But as we heard that, the response from that allegation that the monies only arrived this morning and that it has been shared. Was this the intention of the NPP when they said that candidates could also give transportation to delegates? We will get into that matter shortly, but let's quickly go to the OT region, where Herbert Krapper, that's the Deputy Minister for Energy, has been speaking to us on his expectations and on today's process, also dismissing some allegations made by some NDC members.
I'm looking for victory here in the Akan constituency for His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who, as you know, is a strong contender for today's ballot, and I'm his coordinator here in the Akan constituency to ensure that everything goes according to plan, to make sure that the work that we have done over time here in Oti constituency and across the country, that the goodwill that he's enjoying, that the message of hope that he has shared will reflect in the ballot today. And when the votes are declared, that His Excellency Dr. Bawumia will come out victorious, and we're expectant. Everything has gone very smoothly. The people have bought into our message. They've told us unequivocally that they believe that he's the man who represents that hope to wrestle power for us in 2024. It's not an easy election. election, the reason we can't ballot with it, the reason we can't gamble, it's an election in which we will be hoping to break the 8. And if you can't do that, if we can do that as a party, the new patriotic party would have to put our best foot forward. And for us and for the Ghanaian people and the NPP delegates, majority of them have given us that feedback that they believe he is the man who can do that, who can take the fight to John Mahama and win power for the NPP for a third successive term, something that has not happened before in the Fourth Republic.
I was speaking to the NDC earlier. They wished you well, but they said they were rather waiting for Kennedy Japan to win, and that if Dr. Bawumia comes, it's going to be crucial for them, but they wanted someone more competitive.
What do you think about that? That you're going into a contest with someone and they're deciding, they themselves have in the comfort of their rooms choosing who they think they want to come and play contest with them. I think it exposes a deep-seated, deep-rooted fear that the NDC have for Dr. Bawumia, and you can understand why. The man has excelled as a vice president. He's been outstanding as a supporting, a partner of Nana Akufo-Addo all these years. He has toiled for the party. He's worked for the party. The party people see him and they know that in him there's a certain confidence and hope that they can rally behind him to bring out the numbers. We've seen his travels around the country. We've seen the momentum that he's galvanizing in Ashanti region, in northern Ghana. The NDC have 3 main strongholds: the Volta region, the Zongo communities, and northern Ghana. As you know, northern Ghana, Dr. Bawumia is displacing them so fast. The results show. Zongo communities, if Dr. Bawumia is our candidate, Zongo communities across the country, the NDC message collapses. And therefore, collectively, their numbers are bound to dwindle if Dr. Bawumia is elected as our candidate. And so I can appreciate why the NDC is panicking, and they are packaging that panic in a form of trying to choose a candidate for us. I think there's only a couple of hours and the polls will end. And the people, party people, will send a strong message to the NDC people that they've heard them, but they know what is good for us as a party. We will put our best foot forward, and Dr. Bawumia will be the person that will elect to lead us in this election. Thank you. Thank you.
And that's Herbert Scrapper there, a Deputy Energy Minister from the Akan constituency in the Oti region. Well, if you look at the time now, it's some 2 minutes after 2, maybe 2 o'clock, depending on your clock, which means officially polls have closed. Only delegates who are in the queue before 2 p.m. can continue to vote. So let's go around and check how the exercise is still ongoing or whether they have come to an end in certain constituencies. Let's speak to Peter Senu. Peter Senu from the Akan constituency joins us now for a quick update. Peter, what can you report?
Well, voting has ended per our time now. But if you can, let me just show you something quickly. What is happening here now is that delegates are going after 3 coordinators of Alan Tremante who have allegedly refused to share whatever amount of money that was supposed to be given to them. And so earlier, if you saw the videos earlier, that is what is happening. A vehicle was brought in to whisk the individuals away, but not. I think the police car is getting whether to take the individuals to safety. I can't tell for now, but that is what is currently happening in the video you can see on the background. 3 individuals have almost been attacked by delegates for not sharing or for keeping money that was meant for them. For their transportation whatsoever. One of the
Peter, if you can hear me before you go on, you mentioned 3 coordinators of Alan. Is it Alan?
Yes.
Because he's not in this race.
Sorry. I am talking about Kennedy Japan. My apologies.
Right.
I'm talking about Kennedy Japan.
Right.
Whose coordinators are alleged to have, kept some money that were meant for delegates. And so we have one of the agents here, Jambibi. He wants to explain a few more things to exactly what is going on. What can you say? You are an agent for Kennedy Japan.
Yeah. Good afternoon
shares this. Yes, it's quite unfortunate that this issue is happening. This afternoon, a lot of delegates came approached me, being an agent for Ken, that they've not received their transportation from the coordinator. And I asked them that they should wait, maybe their coordinators are going to give those money. But as of now, it looks like most of the money has not gotten the coordinator to distribute their various polling station executives. So that's what I can say for now.
But
most of them have received their money. Others who have not yet received their money. That's what is happening.
But how much are we talking about in terms of the quantity of the money? How much are we talking about?
Unfortunately, I think we've lost connection. Peter Senu will join us again for that clarification. This is a matter that's going around now. Some of Ken's coordinators, we have been told, others making allegations that they are holding on to monies that were supposed to be distributed to delegates. Let's quickly go to the party headquarters, where we also understand that polling has ended, counting is underway. Voting has ended at the party's headquarters and counting is just getting started. We'll catch up on the process when the electoral officer in charge begins the process. Ballot box is just being opened right now. And the counting will soon begin. What it means is that if you were meant to vote at the party's headquarters, you cannot if you didn't vote, because voting has ended. The ballot paper has been poured out so that counting can begin. Sorting first of all, and then counting will begin. We'll be going around to the constituencies and be bringing you updates on those constituencies where voting has ended and counting is underway, except if you're in the queue before 2 p.m., you would not be allowed to cast your ballot in today's primaries. One of the centers, the party's headquarters in Accra, where the president voted, where the vice president voted, and two other candidates. We saw Dr. Uswe Friye Akoto and also Adai Nimo voted. That center has closed now, and the ballot papers are being sorted for counting. If you're watching television, then that's the video, that's the picture that you see on your screen there now. Sorting of papers with people looking on, EC officials doing the sorting, and I guess representatives of the various candidates also watching on and monitoring. We will be returning to the headquarters in a bit to bring you the counting of that ballot. Today's exercise is extremely crucial because it will end with the person that will lead the NPP into the 2024 elections to, as they say, break the 8. Blessed Soga is at the party's headquarters now. Blessed, I'm going to hand it over to you. Explain to us what's happening.
No, it means sound just I don't just beat the cup. If your mic, the sound from the mic. He mic, if you have
That's very shortly, but still showing on television and on my joyonline.com. If you're watching, is the sorting of the ballot papers ongoing now at the party's headquarters. Voting has just ended. Peter Makmenu, former chairman of the party, you voted, so your ballot paper is being sorted right now.
Very well.
But in terms of the giving of monies to delegate, is that what the party intended, that on voting day, we will have coordinators sharing envelopes from candidates in the name of not vote buying, as they put it, but to give them transportation and for food?
on these money aspects were speaking, I believe that as a country, we need to interrogate this matter further.
Is it a country issue or this is your political party's issue?
Oh.
You brought this upon yourself.
Political parties are an important aspect of our democratic dispensation.
But today's exercise is your exercise.
And
this is an NPP issue today.
Yes, and I'm saying that it's a political party issue. We saw it in other political parties. Don't let us brush over it. It's a serious matter. So we have to take it in a holistic manner. I'm saying this because in Nigeria, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, which they call EFCC, arrested some people who were paying bribes to influence voters in February 2023.
But your guideline doesn't say that you cannot give delegates
our
money,
guidelines,
except if you said you were influencing them with what you're giving
our
them.
guidelines will be subjected to the national laws. So if we take it as a national issue, then certainly everybody will come under it.
I'm saying, Mr. McMahon, that you allowed candidates to give what you say TNT
very well
to delegates.
Yeah.
So you have caused this?
No. No. We did not say take money if you don't give me money. You saw one of them say on the video that if he didn't get the money, he's not going to vote. That's a crime. That is a crime. And EFCC has arrested people in Nigeria. So the Office of the Special Prosecutor in Ghana must act in the same way.
So you're saying that our security agencies should go after all the persons we've seen and heard?
Those who are saying, if they don't bring the money, I won't vote. It's a crime. Or let me put it, alleged crime, so it must be investigated. And if found guilty, then there are penalties under the OSP laws.
You made the parties, the candidates sign an undertaking. Surely you could have added this to it, and we wouldn't have seen them sharing monies today.
You don't get everything right at the same time. But what I'm saying is that this is a national issue, and it comes under the responsibilities of the Office of the Special Prosecutor. I remember there was this DCE elections in Jabin, Ashanti. And the candidate whom President Akufo-Addo nominated paid bribes to some of the assembly members who were supposed to approve his nomination. And they went against that. They took the money but voted against him. The matter ended up in the Office of the Special Prosecutor, if you recall. So it's within the responsibilities of the Office of the Special Prosecutor to investigate and arrest some of these people. You cannot go into as a delegate and claim that if they don't give you the money, you are not going to vote. How?
Would we see the party make some sort of corrections or introduce new guidelines following what we've heard and seen today? Because this is widespread. Now we know the vice president's camp has been given 400 Ghana cedis. Kennedy Japan's camp has been given 300 Ghana cedis to all delegates.
Whatever the party would do, if we get a national consensus on this matter, and we don't even need a national consensus because it's already in the Special Prosecutors Act, OSP Act, and that if Nigeria EFCC, Economic Financial Crimes Commission of Nigeria, have arrested vote-buying people in February, in Lagos, in Kaduna, in all other places. So nobody can be bold and give out monies the way people were crying about monies on this video in Nigeria. You can't do that. You'll be arrested. You will be arrested. So let the Office of the Special Prosecutor go after these people and let's see its effect on the national agenda of vote buying.
But this is also, within your control. So as a political party, what do you intend doing about this?
I am saying that this is within our control, fine. Whatever we do cannot go beyond what the law states. And the law is in the hands of the Special Office of the Special Prosecutor. Let me put it this way. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission of Abuja, their equivalent in Ghana, is the EOCO, Economic and Organized Crime Office. So if they are arresting people for paying bribes to influence voters, how come our EOCO must be sleeping? They must arrest them. They must arrest them. And the Office of the Special Prosecutor, as I said earlier, had arrested the would-be MC for jabbing, for paying bribes.
Well, also joining us is Dr. Isaac Owusu-Mensah, Director of Research of the Office of the President, but counting is underway at the NPP's headquarters. So we want to listen in on that. As we know, officially voting in today's exercise, the NPP Presidential Primary.
7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 133. Candidate number 1. We are counting for candidate number 2.
133.
133. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84.
All right, counting underway, as you've been hearing there from the NPP headquarters, counting ongoing also in the Okaikwe Central Constituency. Counting has ended in Bolga East, for instance, a few other constituencies. Albert Sorry is our man on the ground. Albert is joining us. Albert, what's the verdict? Albert, sorry if you can hear me. Kindly unmute and give us the results.
All right, Mama Beef. So I am currently in Bolga Central. We don't have results for Bolga Central at the moment because they just finished, they just ended the voting. The ballot box has not yet even been taken to the table where the Electoral Commission officials are. So sorting is yet to begin here in Bolga Central, where 808 delegates have cast their votes in the primary today.
All right, okay. All right, so Albert, sorry, we will return to you because we understand Bolga East has closed and the results are out. We have a few of the numbers here that we will be sharing with you. Counting underway at the NPP headquarters in Accra. But let's go to Wa because Rafiq Salam is joining us. Rafiq, what do you have?
I can report to you that voting has ended in the Ewa Central Constituency of the Upper West region. And here we are talking about 1,089 voters And then also they have split it into 2, polling station A and polling station B. Right now they are doing counting for polling station A, and then the first name that came from the house has to be Kennedy Wena Japan, and he polled 83 votes out of the 567 votes that are in this polling station. And so counting for now is ongoing at the place, and then you can see what is really happening. Now they are now counting the ballots of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So now let's listen to them.
33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73.
All right, as you can tell, the counting is ongoing at the Wa Central Constituency. Rafiq Salam is there for us, and we will get the declared results shortly. Voting has also ended. Counting ended at Northeast Region and Bolga East. We'll be getting the results shortly. But in studio, Dr. Isaac Owusu-Mensah, Director of Research, Office of the President, Peter Makumenu, former Chairman of the NPP. Dr. Isaac Owusu-Mensah, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to your election headquarters.
Thank you very much. It's always good to be here.
Right.
To continue to serve the people of Ghana.
Great. So it's counting has ended in some parts of the country. Just give us a quick overview in terms of the report that you've received.
So far, I think the democracy within the NPP, we call internal democracy, is on course. Given what happened at the super delegates, it's expected that it will escalate in this particular one. But fortunately, we've had some very few incidents that we think that it is normal within electoral process. It's unfortunate that some of the people went to the polling stations and their names were not there and all that. I think that is something that the party needs to look at into the future elections, especially the parliamentary primaries. Because this one, given the fact that the numbers are so huge, 10 votes lost, 15 votes lost, or voters not able to vote, does not matter. But in a single constituency where there are 257 delegates, if 10 people do not vote, it means a lot. So we look at the fact that when they are going for the parliamentary primaries, these problems will be corrected.
And the votes buying?
The vote buying is a very complicated issue. One, those who are claiming that they've been giving money is an inducement, and I support what my big brother said, that the OSP should look at this particular system. It is very important, it's in the right direction, because it's against the law. Why should you ask to be induced before you go and vote? It is against the law.
Why are you offloading your burden onto the OSP?
No, it's not a burden. You see, it's not a burden that we are offloading onto the special prosecutor. If you are a Ghanaian and we are going to conduct activity that is it's a private activity within a public space, it ceases to be a private activity. For instance, if there's a church that is organizing its own program and they start beating their members, you cannot say that it's your church problem.
But you could have put in some controls.
Oh,
you allow the candidate to give out monies in the name of we're giving them lunch and transportation, by the way, which the party is already doing.
It's not official position of the party that the candidates should give monies to people as their transportation. No, it's not.
But you've been okay with it.
Okay, what did mean was?
You haven't said anything about it in terms of they cannot. That's why they are openly giving out monies saying that this is transportation.
Two things. Instructing somebody to do something is different from keeping quiet and the fellow doing it. I hope you understand.
So are you saying that it was just in this ongoing exercise that you realized that candidates were given transportation to delegates?
No, in the previous elections at the constituency level and also at the regional level, some people may have given something to some people that, oh, I'm happy you have traveled all the way from where you have come from. I'm happy you stopped everything that you are doing today and you have come to vote for me. So this is a show of support for you. We know it's been going on. We know that. But not in instances whereby people demand that you give me money before I go and vote, or I've been induced to go and vote.
Or what you gave me is too small.
Or what you gave me is too small. So that is not accepted. And the party condemns that behavior.
Beyond the condemnation, and I've asked this question.
We don't have the power to prosecute.
Yeah, but what do you intend to do to prevent this from happening again?
This decision has to be taken by the National Council. This is a decision that I also mentioned, not even the former chairman can say that this is the decision. No, the National Council have to take a decision on this and probably approve at the conference as well, so that it put in the constitution so that it can be enforced.
Would we see that happen?
Sure. We're a democratic party and we continue to grow. One election after another election, we continue to grow. Don't forget that before 2008, we had a very small delegates. And there were some issues with that. In view of that, we expanded it. So we continue to grow as a party. And I promise you that in future, some of these things will not be a point of discussion as we have in here.
Mr. Makmeno, by expanding the Electoral College, you've also sort of introduced further the issue of vote buying. Because what it means is that if you have over 200,000 delegates, then as a candidate, you have a responsibility to give each of these delegates transportation. See what you have caused with the expansion.
Human nature and politicking and political party organization and management is not static. It always evolves on reforms, amendments, etc., because human behavior is dynamic. So as we move from one era to the other, and you look at, in a holistic manner, the setbacks, you reform to make gains with it. Some people are now advocating that we should let every card-bearing member vote. We have to look at that, if the infrastructure is okay to undertake that exercise. We have to look at that.
After what you've observed today, would you still...
Oh, no, it's been in the pipeline.
Argue for that?
It's been in the pipeline because it will, if every NPP party member is allowed to vote, that's a huge one. That would be a huge one. And I don't think anybody will be prepared to pay any money.
All right.
Secondly, as Dr. rightly said, giving out monies to influence voters and voters accepting them, it's a crime. So it's not for NPP. A crime is prosecuted by the state or state organs. And we have an organ in this country responsible for that, which is the Office of the Special Prosecutor, OSP. I'm not ready.
But surely you can also lodge a complaint.
We can lodge a complaint,
yes.
Fine. But they have that responsibility, even when no complaint is lodged.
All right. And on that note, we quickly cross over to the NPP's headquarters for the declaration.
Headquarters. Accra. Constituency headquarters.
Main chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam.
This is the results of the elections from the NPP headquarters. Asylum down, Accra. The total number of ballots issued to this center was 500. 100. And the total number of voters on the register, 476. The total number of proxy voters was 19. The total number of ballots issued to this center to voters is 393. Ballots issued to voters, 393. Spoiled ballots, 0. Rejected ballots, 0. At the end of the voting, Ken Ohini Ejapon had 133 votes. 133 votes. Mahmoud Bawumia had 254. Mahmoud Bawumia, 254. Owusu Friye Akoto, 2. Francis Adainimo, 4. Total valid votes, 393. Rejected votes, 0. Total votes in our box, 393. Thank you very much. We are done.
We are really
God bless you all. Agents. When I give you that, you sign.
All right, that's the results coming in from the party's headquarters after counting of those ballots. Kennedy Japan secured 133, representing some 33.84% of the votes cast. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, 254, representing 64.63%. Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto, workaholic Akoto, with 2 of the votes, representing 0.51%. And the fresh face, Francis Adainimo, with 4 of the votes, representing 1.02% of the votes today. That's the results from the party's headquarters, the NPP headquarters, recording these figures. And so Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia winning there with some 254 of the votes, 64.63% of the votes cast. Let me just quickly ask you, gentlemen in the studio, are you surprised by these figures?
Surprised at all. But let me say that one thing that is very important is that there was 0 spoiled ballots. That is very important. So when you talk about spoiled ballot, people always think that those who are voting, they don't know whom they are. They are not educated enough. It's very wrong. Sometimes some people have difficulty in deciding whom they should vote for, and they don't want to vote for you. They don't want to vote for Honorable McMahon. They decided just to spoil their ballots. In this particular case, everybody knew whom they were voting for, and they voted for that person.
Right.
And I'm very happy. One of the biggest fear I have in this election is the number of spoiled ballots.
Right. All right, let's bring you some provisional results from other constituencies. From the Bolgatanga East constituency, we have these as provisional results. Ken Ohini Japan, 8 of the votes. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia secured 242 of the votes. Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto, 0. And Mr. Adainimo, 1 vote. The provisional result from Bolgatanga East constituency, Kennedy Japan, 8. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, 242. Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto, 0. And Francis Adainimo, 1. Total 251 with 0 rejected ballots. And you'll be particularly excited about that. Let's go to the Pusika constituency and hear the provisional results from what we have. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, 294 of the votes. Kennedy Japan, 164. Dr. Akoto Afriye, 20. Francis Adainimo, 14, with 4 rejected ballots. Pusiga constituency results, the provisional results that we can share with you. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia securing some 294 of the votes. Kennedy Japan, 164. Akoto Afriye, Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto, 20. Francis Adainimo, 14, and 4 rejected ballots. Those are the provisional results that we can share with you. And we will be touching base with our correspondents who will be sharing more with us. We have Okaikwe Central Constituency here, the provisional results from the Okaikwe Central Constituency as well, Kennedy Japan. 332 of the votes. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, 334 of the votes cast. Dr. Owusu Efriye, 0. And Francis Adainimo, 2. Rejected ballots, 0. Okay, so let's go through some of the results again, some of the provisional results. So very close context there from the Okaikwe Central Constituency, where Kennedy Japan secured 332 as against Dr. Bawumia's 334. Efijase Asokwa provisional results. We have Kennedy Japan 31, Dr. Bawumia 449, Dr. Friyakoto 0, and Francis Adainimo 1. Let's quickly cross over to the NPP party's headquarters, where we have Blessed Soga on standby. Blessed, what can you report?
Well, Mama V, if you can hear me, the results are out for the headquarters of the New Patriotic Party. As I was indicating earlier, this is a special polling center that was created by the New Patriotic Party to serve a very unique purpose. It's created to serve the interest of the party's diaspora wing and also former appointees, as well as some of the leading figures of the party. This is where we had the likes of the president and also other leading figures of the party voting, and the results are just stunning for many who've been onlookers, saying that, well, it's going to be a walk in the park for the vice president. But that's not entirely the picture here. Looking at the outcome of the results, 4 individuals going into the race, including the vice president, coming up against the like of Kennedy Ohene Japan, Adainimo, and Dr. Akoto Efriye. What we've had in terms of the result is that out of over 400 delegates who cast their ballots here, you have Dr. Akoto Efriye coming through with just 2 of the delegates supporting him, 4 going out to Adainimo, who's also contesting the race, and then you have Kennedy Ohene Japan coming through with over 100 of the votes. In fact, he got 133 of the votes cast with the vice president, just gaining quite a considerable margin of 254. That is won the election with here at the headquarters of the NPP. Now, why is that significant? It's significant because you have people who are supposed to be representing the core and the creme de la creme of the governing party, and many were least expecting that such a significant number would have been going out to other candidates. But surprisingly, Kennedy Japan is pulling that surprise, and it appears to be the reflection, as many are predicting, of what the national picture will be of a tight race between 2 individuals, the vice president and Kennedy Ohene Japan, the Esin Central lawmaker. Just moments ago, this is where we had all of the action happening, with all of the agents coming through here and indicating what their position will be in terms of the assessment of the process and, of course, the outcome. And we had some of the agents also monitoring the process closely, together with some of the leading figures of the NPP. They haven't complained so far about any bias or any sort of activity that had marred the beauty of the exercise, which means that indeed what we've seen today here at the polling center is a reflection of what the leadership, the stalwarts of the party, think about the direction of the election. I will be speaking to some of them shortly and getting, of course, the thoughts of many who are supporting Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, including, the man you see writing a shot here, Hussein Issa, the Honourable Member of Parliament, who's also jubilating simply because he's happy the Vice President has won. But not with the margin you were expecting, isn't it? Looking at the outcome of the...
I don't know what margin people expected, especially here. If you look at the demographics of the people who voted here, significant external branches. A lot of them also came with proxies. And that was to be expected because we know how this thing's gone. We know where our strengths lie. And I tell you, the strength of the Vice President, the external branches are not one of his strongest bits. Us getting 65% here, it's excellent performance.
It's not as though you want to rule out the influence of the diaspora when it comes to your internal party activities. You need their support going forward.
Certainly, their support for the party is significant. Even me, I am a beneficiary of the external branches. But obviously, them being away and not living within the system, not running the party like we do, they have a view of the party, which might not be very like what I have, because I live in it day to day. So the source of influences and how they vote probably might not be same as a lot of us.
What do you say to many who say
headquarters where counting has ended? We know Dr. Bawumia leading with some 64.63% of the vote. Well, we had provisional result from Okaikwe Central, where it was a closely contested exercise. Both Kennedy Japong and Dr. Bawumia all crossing the 300s. So my colleague Michael Papani Ashali joins us with the confirmed figures. Papani, what can you tell us?
In the background, you can see people who, representatives of Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who are in a frenzy, very much elated. And you can hear the commentary that, well, they have done the showdown. That's the words, those are the words that they are using here. But briefly, I'll give you the provisional results as you have received them. And the presiding officer is just on standby to announce them officially. But more than 660 individuals took part in today's voting exercise, with Bawumia just getting a few votes more than that of Kennedy A. Japong. So the presiding member is giving the updates right now.
332 votes. Mahamudu Bawumia are 334 votes. Olusu FPA 0. Aden Nimo 2 votes. So total valid votes 668. Total valid votes. No rejected ballot. Total votes.
So you just heard there the provisional results coming in from the presiding officer here at Okaikwe Central here. Quickly, we'll try to reach out to some of the people that are here representing the various parties here. So let me quickly get that of Bawumia's camp and how they seem to receive this particular news, right? So, what's your name?
I'm Alhaji Haruna Rafiq. I'm the first vice chairman for this constituency.
Yes. Great. And you represent Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia?
Oh, sure. I'm the campaign coordinator for this constituency for DMB. And it was not an easy battle. This is not a very comfortable grounds, but we still beat them to it.
I heard you earlier saying that you brought the showdown.
Yes, this is the real showdown. I was telling them the real showdown is when we cast the votes. And they do not understand how we managed to beat them. This is not a safe zone, but we still gave it to them. And I tell you, check the results across the regions. And that's what is going to tell you that NPP has made a decision, and the decision is to send the right person into the next election. The man that NDC fears, the man who single-handedly managed John Dramani Mahama, the man who has been committed, very loyal, and served this party. And this party indeed has shown that if you show loyalty, they are going to pay you. This is Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia. And in the first time, NPP is going to make a serious history. Please, NPP is making a history. We are rewriting our story. And I tell you, going into the next election, surely you can see.
But just 2 votes, right, that you got over that of Kennedy.
I told you this is not a very comfortable zone. And we have proved them wrong. This is a place that everybody has ruled out that we cannot win, but we still beat them to it. We had a situation where a regional chairman or a member of parliament won with just 1 vote. At the end of the day, what do we want? Check who won this constituency. It's NPP, and it is Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. And we are telling you that this is a signal. But I'm comfortable that at least waging a battle in a zone that is not comfortable, and you beat your opponents, you have everything to be excited.
Stay with me, stay with me. I can see some people are dancing, enjoying themselves. So the enjoyment certainly continues, but Ken, if you join me, let me try and get some news from that of Kennedy. I'm coming. I'll come to you. Ken, let me talk to you. Ken, can you get closer to my begging? So, Ken Ansa is with that the homemaker. Ken, please come forward. So, Ken Ansa is with the Kennedy's camp. Ken, this is a very small window for you. I mean, but how do you react to the results?
Oh, actually, I thank everyone who cast his or her vote to Honorable Kennedy Japan. I mean, we Honorable Kennedy Japan, but we stood up as a grassroots people. So
saw visuals, obviously Bawumia supporters jubilating there from the Okankwe Central Constituency, even though the results were super close. 332 as against 334. Let's go through some other provisional results in the Kwesimintim constituency. Here are the provisional results. Kennedy Japan polling some 213 of the total votes cast. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia 171. Dr. Friyakoto 1. Adainimo 0. What it means that provisionally from the Kwesimintim constituency, Kennedy Japan has won that contest, 213 as against 171 polled by Dr. Bawumia. In the whole central constituency, here are the provisional results. Ken polling some 673 of the votes, and Dr. Bawumia following with some 433 of the votes. Akoto every year 16, Francis Adainimo 4 rejected votes. So Kennedy Japan coming first also in the whole central constituency with 673 of the total votes cast. These are provisional results, by the way. Dr. Bawumia with 433 of the votes. If you go to the New Jabin South constituency, the provisional result from New Jabin South, Kennedy Japan, 173 of the votes. Dr. Bawumia, 808. Adainimo 0, Akoto Efriye 0 of the total votes cast. More of the provisional results will be shared with you. We'll be crossing over to our colleagues on the ground from the Myung constituency. Here are the provisional results. Kennedy Japan 117, Dr. Bawumia 334, Dr. Friyakoto 7, Francis Adainimo 9. From the Okuapem South constituency, Kennedy Japan 207. That's the provisional results. We have Dr. Bawumia 331, Dr. Uswe Friyakoto 1, Francis Adainimo 1 with 3 rejected ballots. Election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol, always a delightful experience. Fearsome 3, that's HEPA Plus, Pavi and Plasmox, power to the people, as well as the new force, a new nation. Let's get some final words, at least for now, from my guest in studio, as I will be leaving, making way for Kojo Yankson, who will be following with results coming through on your election headquarters. So, Dr. Isaac Owusu-Mensah, you are in charge of research at the Office of the President. The figures that we've shared so far, is that what was anticipated? At least, did you see that coming?
Yes. What we are seeing is different from what we are anticipating. So far, we are on course. Given the studies that we have done in the past from 2021 up to date, what we are seeing, there's no difference about it. There are some constituencies we expect Ken to win. Right. And he's winning those constituencies. Yeah, you see, let's not forget that it used to be Baumia and Alan. Alan left, and most of the people from Alan has going to join Ken. And Ken had also built his own base. So if you add the two together, you expect that he'll be appreciated in some places. But I can still tell you that, given what we have done, I don't know what Joy FM your projections are, but so far I think that the Vice President will do around 74%. That's what we are expecting to do. And so far, the numbers that we are seeing, he's on track in meeting that objective.
Peter McMeno, considering, I mean, and I think that it's a fact that Ken obviously did not expect that he will be here today. This is not a dream that he's been nurturing, unlike others, asking to become president. With the figures, Okankwe Central, for instance, really, really close. Is this what you expected from a person who perhaps did not think that he will be in this race earlier?
No, the man is in the race, and from the super delegates, how he beat our own Alan still remains a mystery. So from then, he became a force to reckon with. And you know, as you progress to the general one, which is happening today, the numbers became huge. And with huge numbers, the prediction becomes a bit difficult. But nevertheless, I am happy and enthused about the new Patriotic Party and our internal democracy. Ken won some constituencies, as you rightly said. Vice President Baumia has also won. We are waiting to see the overall. But like I said earlier, from the word go, when I came here, whoever emerges as the winner should have the overall backing. That is where the divisions that Kodum Penny was talking about will be null and void. Because it's a competition. And once the competition begins, expect that people will support A or B or C. Where there is no competition, as was in 2004, President Kufuor sole candidate, or 2020, President Akufo-Addo as sole candidate. There weren't any hula baloo about party unity because we all coalesce behind one person. But when there are 2, 3, 10, and you reduce to 5, 4, there are bound to be differences. But that's the nature of internal democracy. And I'm happy that we are exhibiting that even as the results come in. So kudos to NPP, even from the word go.
Whether or not you can bridge that gap, whether or not you can bring the unity that you talk about, would it be dependent on how closely the context is fought in terms of how close the results are today?
That's one thing that we need to put in perspective. Ken, the second person in the lead now, has said that he doesn't want his party to go to opposition. He has said it several times. On the basis of that, he has no option but to join the entire party to do the campaign. So, assuming that he said that I am going to destroy the party, that's where the NPP is in trouble. But he has said he doesn't want his party to go to opposition. And of course, the Vice President doesn't also want the party to go. These are the two main forces. I don't think Ada anymore want the party. So, obviously, we all don't have option but to come together on the table and work together. And let me say, a political party that there's no form of disharmony is not a political party. This election is very good. It has energized the base, and people come together. Look, we don't have an option but to come together and work as one big force. And that's where we are looking up to now.
Dr. Isaac Owusu-Mensah is Director of Research, Office of the President. Also with us is Peter McMeno, former chairman of the NPP, former party chairman of the New Patriotic Party, and I wanted to say former campaign manager of the NPP as well. Well, your election headquarters brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol, always a delightful experience. Fearsome 3, HEPA Plus, Pavi, and Plasmox. That's power to the people. And the new force, a new nation. Our coverage is live on Joy 99.7 FM. On the JoyNews channel on television, on myjoyonline.com. Well, stay with our coverage. Kojo Yankson continues next from here. My name is Mamavi Uswabuaje. Leaving you for now. We knew from the beginning that there will be a showdown, but who will be rejoicing at the end of the day? Still to come. Stay with your election headquarters. We're back shortly after this.
promise this party that I'm going to do a diligent job and make sure we win 2024 election. And I want Ghanaians to give me opportunity and challenge me, but I will make sure I turn the fortunes of this country around.
The Zongos are saying they don't believe the NPP will elect Dr. Bawumia, but that is because of propaganda. What they are saying is that if the NPP elects Dr. Bawumia, they will vote for Dr. Bawumia on December 2024. This is why the NDC is afraid, because they know that when you elect me on Saturday, I'm going to give them a showdown. Showdown.
Yeah, mommy. Yeah, mommy. Yeah, mommy. Yeah, papa. New face in here. New face in here.
For the party, I have outlined about 3 points. One, to always ensure that there is greater unity in the party. I will ensure that all constituency parties will have offices in the country owned by the party, not in rented premises. We should be able to develop our own standardized party offices across all the 275 or 276 constituencies nationwide. And that one, I will commit myself to doing.
Today marks a landmark in my journey to bear the flag of the new patriotic party. And with that, to lead this country into our future prosperity. I'm appealing to you that when the time comes, vote for Owusu Afriya Koto. He will make this party great again, and will also turn things around to ensure that this country becomes prosperous. Thank you very much.
It's getting dramatic all across the country as over 200,000 delegates cast their votes that are supposed to be representative of certain constituents of NPP members. All of them represented by these over 200,000 delegates, and the numbers are already coming in, looking very interesting across the country. These are our provisional results as we speak, as at 3:03 Greenwich Mean Time. So Kennedy Ohene Ajapong, with 1,191 of the votes counted so far, puts him at 33% of the total we have gathered provisionally. That means Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, with 2,338 votes, is in pole position with 65.75%. Dr. Owusu Afriya Koto comes in with 12 votes, putting him in fourth position, 0.34% of all the votes provisionally gathered so far by JoyNews. And Francis Adainimu is in third position with 15 of those provisionally gathered votes, giving him 0.42%. That's where we are. Provisional results so far. You can also see Bantama numbers coming in, and you can see them at the bottom of your screen. Now, we can go to Kwadaso to speak to one of our colleagues who has been paying attention to events as they unfold there, Kingston Yeboah. Tell us how Kwadaso has been shaping up.
Because the numbers were very close, you could see that none of the sides were jubilating. Baumia people are not jubilating. Kennedy Japan's side is also not jubilating. But then, let me stick to the numbers. I was at the Kwadaso constituency. Kwadaso constituency had 2 polling centers, Center A and Center B. The Center A were supposed to have about 470 people voting, and Center B had 494 people voting. Meanwhile, they were expecting about 1,012 people to turn out to vote. However, 964 people only turned out to vote. And these are the demarcations. Kennedy Japan got 346. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia also got 586. Akosua got 29. Adenimo got 1. And 1 ballot was rejected.
Okay, well, thank you for those numbers. And you just heard him. Jubilation seems to be on a muted level because the gaps are not as wide in some places as expected. This is your election headquarters, live coverage of the NPP Presidential Primaries, brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol, always a delightful experience. And Fearsome 3, HEPA Plus, Pavi and Plasmox, power to the people. I think we can now cross over and speak to Nana Yao Jima. Nana Yao, tell us which constituencies and polling stations you've been monitoring and what numbers you have for us.
So I'm just moving from the Manchester South constituency, where aside the constituency delegates themselves, we had the regional executives of the New Patriotic Party voting, and the results are in. What I have with me now is that they had 569 delegates there to vote, and out of the 559 delegates who voted, 1 of the votes was rejected, and 1 didn't meet the standard, so it was rejected. 1 rejected ballot. Kennedy Japan had 77 votes. Kennedy Japan had 77 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, the vice president, had 478 votes. Dr. Baumia, 478 votes. Dr. Esiya Kuto had 2 votes. Dr. Esiya Kuto, 2 votes.
Okay, Charlie, in my bag, there's a notebook and a pen.
And Francis Adenimo had 1 vote. Francis Adenimo had 1 vote. This is the results that we have, confirmed results from the Manchester South constituency of the Ashanti region.
Nanael, thank you for that. No doubt we'll be coming back to you for more numbers as they come through. So Manchester South has spoken, and those are the outcomes. We continue to bring you more and more numbers from the Asante region, typical NPP stronghold, where the numbers are telling a story of their own. We will certainly be going around the country to see what's been happening in various regions as their constituency numbers start to come through. But already from the north, in Bolga East, we've seen numbers which you can now observe at the bottom of your screen. Dr. Baumia taking Bolga East quite easily with 242 votes against 8 for Kennedy Japan, 1 for Francis Adanimo, and none for Dr. Usu Efriye. This is your election headquarters. It is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol, always a delightful experience. And Fearsome 3, HEPA Plus, Pavi, and Plasmox. Power to the people. We continue our conversation here in the studio. Dr. Owusu Mensah is in charge of research at the presidency. He's here with a man who needs absolutely no introduction whatsoever, Mr. Peter McMenu. When you think NPP elections, you think Peter McMenu. And I want to thank you both for spending so much time with us so far, helping us really synthesize what's going on and understand what it implies. The numbers keep coming in, yes, but the gaps are very interesting in some constituencies. Are we still looking at the projections that were made by, in particular, the camp of the vice president that suggested 70% easily? Are we still looking at outcomes like this, Mr. McMenu?
It is a fight that has been highly competitive in some constituencies. But in other constituencies too, the margins are very wide, to be honest. The margins are very wide. And if you look at the constituencies that are highly competitive, very small number. Very small number. Maybe 10 so far, from what we are seeing, about 10, 15 out of entire 200 and how many constituencies, including headquarters, 276. So it's too early. It's too early.
Although
if there had been an exit poll, we'll be in a better position to immediately predict.
Indeed.
But for now, in the next few hours or minutes, we will know.
To be fair, I mean, there are certain parts of the country that we haven't heard many numbers coming out of as yet, the Volta region being one of them.
Yeah, Volta region.
Yeah. Now let's also look at what must be going on in the various camps. At this point, really the front runners are Kennedy Ejapong and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Bearing in mind this very loud rhetoric that the party has been pushing over the past 2-3 days, that look beyond Saturday,
Exactly.
look to unity. Does it appear to you, after the vitriol that has been shared amongst these two sides, that at this point, with this tension going, anybody is thinking of unity at the end of this process?
One of the very important things I have said earlier now, or I keep emphasizing that, who are the forerunners? Ken and the vice president. Ken has said on several platforms that he doesn't want his party to go to opposition. So he has nothing to do but to join the vice president. Because that is the fundamental. If we want, I don't care, whatever happens should happen. It's a different story. I don't want my party to go to opposition. So,
but he's also said that Dr. Bawumia can't beat John Mahama. So what would be his justification for joining a losing ticket, in his opinion?
He is a democratic party. He's a democratic person, and he understands the value of elections. If the party have decided that the vice president is a presidential candidate, he must fall in line. He must have said that maybe on the campaign platforms in order to win votes, because he thinks that he's the best person to lead. Saying that he can't beat John Mahama, saying that I'm the best person you should vote for me. Unfortunately, the delegates said no. For this time, this is the person we are supporting. So he will, by all means, join the party to work to achieve the victory that the party is working towards.
You don't think it might be a problem for him in his bid to campaign for the vice president if everywhere he goes he's reminded that you're campaigning for someone who you yourself think can't win?
But everybody will make decision on the data available to him. The data available to him at that time was what he spoke on. Now, in future, he has said, look, the data available to me that I thought he couldn't win, but now this has changed, that has changed. Therefore, I think we should all come together and work together. And let me say this here. Ken is somebody that has a very strong grassroots base. But I have met him on a number of places, Arowa in the Bono, East region, in Yendi, in Sunyani, Fiapri area, and so many places. So he has a lot of support on those constituencies. On the basis of that, I think that he will still see the need for us to come together, to work together. Yes.
All right. Now, before I come back to you, Mr. McMenu, let's very quickly pick some more updates. We can go now to Kwabenya constituency. Our very own Maxwell Agbagba has been canvassing the streets as events unfold there. Maxwell, what's the latest from Kwabenya?
Yet, Kwabenya constituency that keep them waiting to come. Now that is expected because this is the biggest constituency in the Accra region.
o'clock a.m. and this place has been very peaceful. The officials, the police, the delegates are all cooperating. So this place has been very peaceful.
Okay. A total of 1,803 delegates are expected to cast their ballot here. How many have so far voted?
Before I left the center to your place here, we have had 1,520.
Okay. Okay. So a little 200 people.
280 something expected.
Okay, 280 to cast the ballot. But did you anticipate
that is if everybody comes?
Yeah. Okay. But did you anticipate we're going to go beyond people?
We are going to go beyond 15.
Yeah.
So we are still expecting the people to finish voting before we start sorting and counting.
Okay. I don't see any electricity around on this park here. When it gets dark, where are we going to do the sorting and the counting?
Normally we do our sorting and counting. This place has been a center for political party elections. Okay. Normally when we finish, we take everything to the park.
Okay.
The basketball
to that basketball court.
That's right. And they have lights there.
Okay.
They have lights there.
Okay.
So at the end of the
we will have to go back to Maxwell once we've perfected that sound. We apologize for the quality of the audio there, but we will be going back. In the meantime, though, we're continuing with our analysis in the studio. And of course, Dr. Usumensa is here alongside Peter McMenu. Mr. McMenu, I was just about to ask you before we went to Domi Kwabinya, whether in some constituencies you will be looking at what kind of relationship, especially the two front runners have with that constituency, and what the numbers tell of that story. Domi Kwabinya being a very typical example. Each of the two front runners does have some connection to this constituency. How are you expecting the numbers to pan out?
These elections, two front runners, one has been tagged as an establishment candidate. One also proclaims he is the grassroots. Whether those tagging and those grassroots identity true or not, is gaining some form of acceptability. Given that, so what are the advantages of an establishment candidate? What are the disadvantages vis-a-vis the grassroots? Because certainly, if someone is a vice president of a country and he has gone through the mill as a vice presidential candidate since 2008, so you cannot totally disqualify Vice President Bawumia from not being known to the grassroots. He has campaigned vigorously. He stood in at the election petition of 2012, and it was shown widely on the television networks. So his recognition, name recognition, and everything is very well known to everybody in the grassroots. But if they say there is an establishment candidate, what are the pros, what are the advantages and cons? You know, the era we are in, we are not coming out of the economic quagmire we found ourselves. So everybody will be saying, he's the head of the economic management team. And look at how the economy is faltering right now. But I keep saying, and I said it today to some of your colleague media people, that there is no country in this world, including the most powerful economic powerhouse, the United States, that has always got its economy moving up, without any nosedive. Circumstances come in and bring the economy down, and then you work around it and bring it back, and even swing up beyond where the nosedive started. And That's exactly what's happening in Ghana now. Because before 2020 COVID, we were moving up. We were doing very well. Prices, exchange rates, etc. Lo and behold, two things coming, which are not within our...
There were some warnings, though, before the two things came in. Some warnings that we had to watch our borrowing. The agencies were telling us that we're over-borrowing.
I keep saying that the mathematics of over-borrowing, which is at the doorstep of the Ministry of Finance, needed or needs some tweaking, which has been done. That's why recently, from 105% of GDP debt, it's now down to 90-something. So it's a process. So what I'm saying is that getting bad economy has happened to many. Even as we speak now, UK is not the best. Okay? Nevertheless, your ability to turn around, the turnaround strategy of an economy that is slipping down is more critical, and that's what we are achieving now. So I keep saying that 1 week, late Mrs. Margaret Thatcher said it, former Prime Minister of UK, that 1 week is a long time in elections. Let's see how it goes. But what is happening now in these internal elections is also food for thought that should guide the campaign as far as grassroots, how you relate to them. Because somebody has tagged himself as grassroots man, you have been tagged as establishment man. What has gone wrong between the two, though we all belong to the same political party? These are issues that we need to look at as a party, as a government, and make the necessary amendments to guide our campaign for 2024.
We always talk about how delegates are, just as they are described, delegated to vote on behalf of certain groupings within the party. And you have the largest electoral college when it comes to delegates. Huge. Which means each one is representing maybe a small group of people. But we've seen in the run-up to this election, we've seen some delegates coming out to boldly declare that, well, they'll give their vote to whomever gives them the most money. Let's start from the position of the delegates before we even come to the candidates. How representative is the voting of a typical NPP delegate? Do they really consider the views of those they are supposedly representing when they go into that ballot box? I'll start with you.
As you speak now, we don't have any data to prove that. The polling station people come together and elect you as your delegates for the constituency. We don't have any data to show that before they go to cast their vote, either for parliamentary candidate or for presidential candidate, they now go back and consult the people that is the person that I'm voting for, and this is the reason why I'm voting for them. We don't have that data yet. So we can't prove that they consult the people before the decisions are made at this level. And even those constituency executives also who go and vote for people at the regional level, we don't have any data to show that they consult the electoral area and the polling station executive. We don't have that. So it means that they vote on their own evolution, their own thinking that Kojo is the best person who can lead the region, therefore we vote for you. Or Kwame is the best person who can be the national women organizer, then they vote for the person. That's what we have now.
Does that not kind of eat away at the democracy of the process?
Oh yes, I completely agree with it. It's just like assembly members. If you're assemblyman, before you go for assembly meeting, you are supposed to consult your people and have a discussion with them. They are going for assembly meeting. What are your concerns? Let me go and take it up. And when they come to, they are supposed to report back. Unfortunately, we don't see the assemblymen doing that at all. And that is not good. Let me be honest, that's not good. So maybe it's a process we should check going forward.
Yeah, and I suppose that also very neatly brings in the issue of money, right? And now it's almost accepted and normalized that money will change hands. In fact, we've heard numbers being given by the campaign teams of almost all of these candidates that, look, yeah, we'll give them TNT. I mean, at what point will the party completely put its foot down, bearing in mind that we all know this is unlawful? Mm-hmm. I'll start with you, Mr. McMillan.
Thank you very much. I think I have said here time and again that there are laws in this country against bribery and corruption in elections. And PNDC law 284. Also, the office of the special prosecutor. Even as we speak, I don't know where that case is now, but an aspiring municipal chief executive
yes,
paid some monies to assembly members and women, assemblywomen, to approve his nomination. And it came out that they did not approve. So he went back to collect his money, and the whole thing blew up. And the office of the special prosecutor got involved and arrested him and charged him. So there's a law. And I was showing to your colleague how in February, Nigeria has arrested over 69 people for paying bribes during elections. So Nigeria, they are not open. Even if they accept bribes, they cannot be open the way we saw ours on the television.
Terrible.
Because you'll be arrested. So let us look at the law. Let us bring it to the front burner and let's sensitize our citizenry, because it's going to destroy our democracy.
But is there no role for the party to play in this? I mean,
the party has rules, but these are criminal acts. And criminal acts are criminal acts, and the state must get involved. That's what I'm saying.
All well and good. What I'm saying is, in addition to this, what is the party's position on it? Now that it's so open and obvious, is the party going to take any steps? Because it is also against your own electoral rules, is it not?
Let me say this here. You know, in 2008, Legon elections, I don't know what, 2007, Legon elections, it was clear that there was some form of limitations as far as the election was concerned in 2007, where the president was elected for the first time as a flag bearer. Yeah. In view of that, the party decided to expand the electoral college to these numbers that we have now. Given what is going on, and not given what is going on, but it has been the party decision, just that it has not been worked out and implemented yet. But because we need huge infrastructure to make sure that every card-bearing member of the party have the opportunity to vote. And if you have every card member of the party, millions of people going to vote, you can't go and be giving people TNT. You cannot. So this is one of the steps that the party is taking to expand it as wide as possible and to make it difficult for people who want to induce others in the name of TNT and other.
Can we expect anything to happen to those we've seen?
Oh, yes. I mean, certainly we have to identify them and refer them to the disciplinary committee.
What about the candidates who openly admitted that they give this TNT thing?
No, so the TNT, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
Are we sure?
But, honestly, I was saying that if you know Asemkro, for example, in our Wing constituency, Asemkro is very close to Lubo. So if you travel that distance to Enche, which is in Western North, meanwhile Lubo is in Western region, it will take you about 3 hours. So certainly, the delegate from Asemkro coming to Enche to vote would need some money, and it will be more than 200 cedis. It will be more than 200 cedis. So we have to look at the travel cost. That one, I think, is something that we cannot run away from.
But until that is done, is it not still against the rules for a delegate to give any amount to for a candidate to give any amount to a delegate and call it TNT? You know, is it still not? No,
So we need to find out the distances and how much was paid, etc. But what is infuriating me is seeing a delegate on the television saying, I won't vote if they don't give me the money. I mean, those people there, we should not allow them to go scot-free. You are a delegate of the party, and you have a duty, and the party constitution also sets up duties of a member. Okay, so if you are a delegate, some of the duties that are entrusted unto you include going to vote for our internal elections. So if you say you won't vote because they did not give you money, it's against the party's membership rules, and you should be dealt with.
Now, I know that the question has been put to other party officials, especially those who are involved in the vetting of your candidates. There is that provision in there that anybody who makes it through that process should be found to be of good character.
Yes.
And of course, one of your contestants is notorious for his many public actions and utterances that have caused controversy. As a party member, does it surprise you that he met the good character requirement? I'll start.
Okay, that's fine. Good character requirement. What is the good character requirement? That's what very important. He has his own way of telling his stories. There are a number of things that even before he declared his intention to become a presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, he's been saying, which for some people it should not have been said in public. Some, especially on Joy platforms. We cannot 100% say that whatever he has done is the right thing. That one is clear enough. But the good thing is that he's been remorseful about some of the things that he has said, which I think that it means that he has regretted some of the comments that he has made.
He insulted a judge. He's threatened 2 journalists that we know of. He's made ethnocentric remarks.
Not only that, also
there are many other things. You've seen him, insulting his own employees on television. I mean, the list is endless. How does he of good character?
So if he's gone through vetting and passed to contest, it doesn't end there. These same delegates we are talking about, if they have been educated enough on some of these issues you are raising, he should tell them that I should vote for Mr. A or Mr. B. And let me quote something from the NPP Constitution. Duties of a member. He says, a member must carry out his or her duties faithfully and with honesty to the best of his ability. So if he refuses to abide by this duty, it constitutes a misconduct, and a disciplinary action can be taken against you. So you cannot be a member and be assigned a delegate status, and you are supposed to vote, which is to carry out your duties faithfully, and you come and stand on television and say, if they don't give me money, I won't vote.
No.
What?
No.
There are some who will say this is from the top down. And if money was not actually, being given money was not an option, they wouldn't go on TV to say these things. And that there is an economy running amongst these delegates during elections. And this person is simply seeking to, not be left out of it.
Some of them are not saying that it's not a question of being left out of it, though, but they say it's not enough. If he's giving 100 cedis, he say, Kennedy has given, it's on the TV screen. Kennedy has given us 200. How come Vice President is giving us 300? It's not enough. It's a shame. And you have sworn an oath in the party's constitution to carry out your duties faithfully and with honesty to the best of your ability. So it constitutes a misconduct.
So you would recommend that the disciplinary committee be engaged?
So we have to identify her. I have seen 2 people speaking, and with this television monitoring, we should be able to identify them. Set a good example. Refer them to the disciplinary committee and see what action.
Now, you have been at the helm of elections for your party on a number of occasions in the past. Is it something you actually consider beforehand? Is it something that the election organizers plan for As in, we need to ensure that we can identify anybody who breaks the rules, or we need to ensure that people cannot break the rules. Do you do specific things to prevent,
We do. I want to show you our code of conduct. I think I have a copy here. You go ahead. I'll find the code of conduct. And the code of conduct has these things in it. So if people do not obey strictly what the code of conduct says, then there is the PNDC law 284,
which applies.
So there's no room for.
So do you do any kind of monitoring? Do you set up any kind of systems to either prevent people from doing this or to catch them when they do?
Once we have put it in the code of conduct, it behooves on us to ensure that people abide by those code of conduct.
So you leave it to people to police themselves?
Well, self-regulatory, self-policing should have been the best. But people are not doing that. Then there must be an external hand to look at it. So all these, and I keep saying that party organization and party management is not static. You do things, you look at them and reform and move ahead, because we don't live in a static society. So once you identify the shortfalls, quickly you review and make amends to move you to another level.
But even as you speak now, all the regions we have people who are assigned to the regions, two people who will come with their report. And on the basis of the report, they will make recommendations to the National Executive Council, National Executive to National Council, and the decisions will be made on them. So we are not folding our arms. You remember during the super delegate, there were a lot of reports on them, which the disciplinary committee acted on. So in this same way, these people, apart from the television monitoring, these people also bring their report, and certainly some action will be taken. As a Democratic Party, we always want to ensure that
this is a typical report.
Thank you.
As the Democratic Party, we want to ensure that people who are accused are given the opportunity to also give their side of the story. But also we want to build the party. So we have a responsibility to ensure that these things that we are seeing now, in next election, 2 elections, we won't have them anymore. But as I said, and I'll keep emphasizing, assuming that we are able to reach the point where we have the infrastructure whereby every party member is going to vote, millions of people. Why are you going to pay millions for? You cannot. And all these things will be the thing of the past. So whereby you travel, this will be the duty of the party, so that this person have traveled from distance A to distance B. This is the cost of traveling. This is the money that we're going to give it to. And that money will be given by the party, not the delegate. And that will be the end of this. That will be the end of the story.
We will get there.
We will get there.
And I like the conversation that is going to erupt from this. To be a national discourse. And at the end of it, we'll see how it goes.
Well, the numbers keep coming in. We'll be going for more updates. But as things stand so far, we've seen quite a number of constituencies from the Asante region and from the north coming in, but we're still awaiting central. Well, we've got a couple from the central region. We're still awaiting most of the Volta region and many other regions.
Greater Accra.
Greater Accra as well. We've got the headquarters, but that's about it.
No.
Yeah. Let's talk about...
before you go on,
certainly.
This is a copy of the guidelines for these elections. And if you look at 35 voting offenses, so I'll give you this to read. 35 voting is in the guidelines.
Right.
So it's not like the party is sleeping over it.
So voting offences shall include the following: to vote or attempt to vote more than once, to buy or sell a vote.
Okay. Is it not there?
Yes, it's there. To compel someone to vote in a particular way.
All right.
To obstruct a delegate from freely exercising his or her right to vote. Alan Chamanting's people complained about that in the Super Delegates Conference. To display your marked ballot paper. Yes, that also is a big issue. And it's also, and under that it also says it's an offense to take a photo of how you voted in any particular way. So it's all here.
So it's all there.
Yes.
And this is the rules and regulations governing this election from NPP itself.
Right.
So it's not like NPP has gone to sleep. No.
All right, let's look at some more of the results as they come in and see how we're reacting to them. We have numbers from Asin North. Very interesting. Dr. Baumia, 51. These are provisional results. Dr. Baumia, 51. Kennedy Japan, 469. Francis Adainimo had 1. Dr. Ifriakutu had none. 51. Kennedy Japan, 469. Asin North.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
We expect him to win the...
His home ground.
That's his home ground.
It's not tough.
The same way we expect Dr. Baumia to win Northeast. It's the same thing, so we don't have it. And even most of the constituencies in Central Region, we expect Ken to win because he's been working there for so many times. And you also have to prove to the people have to prove that we love our own as well. So it's expected. So the battleground is Greater Accra, Ashanti, Eastern Region. These are where the real action would take place.
Let's find out how our candidates are faring as these things unfold. Samuel Mbura is at the campaign office of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Mbura, tell us about the mood as the numbers trickle in.
Well, it is a mixed reaction here at the campaign office of the Vice President. Some that I have spoken to off record, they have indicated that they are really shocked about the results coming in, especially in the northern part of the country and the Ashanti region. However, they are not surprised about the home region of the close contender to the Vice President Kennedy Ejapong. So, despite all that, they are confident of winning. Now, they are talking about not just the margin, but crossing the 50+1 to lead the NPP there. So at the moment, the Vice President is at the campaign office. He is at the collation room. They have a collation room in the second floor where they are monitoring the results coming in from all parts of the country. And later, they'll come and address the media. But I will talk to some of the supporters of the Vice President to find out from them what they make of the results that have come so far, so that we'll get their views there. So welcome, sir. Thank you very much for joining us on Joy News. We want to find out from you what you make of the results that are coming in. You've all come here to support the Vice President. I know you are here because of him. What do you make of the results coming in so far?
So far, I'm very excited about the results, and we are actually ahead. As the polls are coming, we know we are winning.
But are you disappointed about the margins of the results coming in across the country?
No, not at all. I'm not really disappointed. I actually seeing what I was expecting actually, yeah.
So what are your expectations?
Oh, my expectation is simple. We know that His Excellency has won. And actually, he's making an inroads, and so far it's a done deal. We have won.
So let me also find out from you. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us on the Joy News channel. Would you want to tell us what you make of the results coming in so far? What are your thoughts on the results coming in so far? Are you happy, excited about what you are seeing?
We are very, very excited. We are very, very excited because with the result that is coming, you can see that there's more positive, more positive. So we appreciate. We very, very appreciate.
Okay. So that's one of the supporters of the Vice President who is at his campaign office here in Accra Ridge. I'll talk more to some of them. We have some of them also seated behind the car of the Vice President there. But let me also find out from you. Good evening. Thank you for joining us on the Joy News channel. You should have been jubilating by now, but from your facial expression, it appears you are not certain about the results for your candidate.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think we are just waiting for the final results to be in now. What we are having is provisional results. But looking at the outcome so far, things are in very good shape for us. It's not like we are not jubilating, but we actually know that this election is over
it is something that we will just carry easily, but we are expecting a very huge gap that we'll put out on the map so that the history will draw down in our party. So it's not like we are very sad. We are not certain about, we are still waiting for our final outcome. As I told you, we are just now receiving the provisional results. So we are waiting for the final results. So we'll be certain and know that, in fact, the gap that we'll be giving will not be something that they can trace.
So, but you said, in as much as you appreciate the results coming in, the margin should be of a worry to you, because the feeling was that he was going to give a wider gap to Kennedy Ejapon, who has been seen as his close contender.
So as you understand, in election, every people have their expectation, right? So what we're expecting, that we feel that we're giving a very huge gap. That's what we're expecting. But if it is not turned out like we expected, but at least at the end of the day, the most important is for us to win the primaries, and that is what will be very good for us.
All right, thank you very much. So more of the supporters are here at the Ridge campaign office of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. As you can see, they are sitting and waiting patiently for the results to be declared. But at the moment, the Vice President himself is at the collation room of the campaign office here at Ridge, and he is keenly monitoring whatever is happening there. I will just talk to a few of them to find out from them what they make of the results coming in so far. Good afternoon, sir. You are live on the Joy News channel. What do you make of the results coming in so far as your candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is concerned?
Oh, it's very great for this excitement for today. I hope the results are yet coming. But I can see for specific, Bawumia is leading. Oh, with the exception of Tema West and Central region. But yes, so Dr. Bawumia will lead all the northern region, including Ashanti region. And that's our main target. For me, what I'm expecting is 50 plus 1 vote, but I predict 60 to 70%.
But we are not seeing the jubilation that we should have seen. If we were optimistic of winning, at least by now we should have seen you drumming, singing.
Oh, no, but we are yet to wait for the result to come out totally, so that we can jubilate. Because the problem is our leaders have already warned us that we can't jubilate, whereas the result hasn't come yet. So we are waiting for the final result.
You are confident your candidate is winning?
Yes, Bawumia is leading. He will win.
Let me hear from another supporter who is also here to get his thoughts. Thank you very much. You are live on the Joy News channel. What is also your perspective about the results coming in so far? Are you convinced that you are winning?
Yeah. My name is Ibrahim Inusa. I am a constituency organizer at Ajeko Tema West. But I'm here to see how we will collect the results. But we are sure that by all means, by at least 70 to 75% of the vote, we will get it. So we are winning. We are winning with 70 to 75%.
All right. So that is his conviction. He believes that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the Vice President, is winning about 70%. But let me also find out from my brothers here as well. You are from which of the constituencies?
I'm from Germany.
All right. Yeah. Germany in the North Dai area?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you make of the results so far?
The results is clear. Everybody sees that the results is clear. Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, he's the one who is going to win one touch, because percentage are already kono. Sana echo, because some constituencies be uti or 100%, 90%, 95%. Extra say onuno ubia epese oko, and onunsu na ubia ehunse onuno bitimi akwakoji 2024 no aba.
Thank you very much. Let me also hear from you finally, and then hand over to you in the studio. What do you also make of the results? Do you think is something that is encouraging for your camp?
Oh, sure. The result is very encouraging. Very encouraging, because I'm from USA. We made our poll already, and secondly, what is in the ground now is we are leading. That's what we need. After Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia declares a winner, we are going to come together, then move on and fight for 2024.
Seeing the happiness and the conviction that your candidate is winning on your face.
Oh, I'm very excited. I'm very happy, because the problem is we have been warned that we shouldn't jubilate from now. You have to wait a little bit after they declared before. Even if we're going to celebrate, we're going to celebrate with a conscience. Even still, Kennedy Japan is part of the party. We're not going to do something which is going to hurt his people. After declaration, we're all going to fight, then move on 2024 and win the 2024 election. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So you heard the views of some of the supporters of the Vice President at his campaign office here in the Ridge. So they are closely monitoring the results at the collation room here at the campaign office. And like you heard from his supporters, they are optimistic that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is winning, despite the fact that the figures coming in are not encouraging or as expected. But I must say, the atmosphere here is not actually jubilant, but the people are convinced. They are just waiting for the results to be announced, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia declared the winner. Then they can somewhat or in some way jubilate the victory. But there's a cloud of uncertainty here, despite the assurance from people in the strong room that they are actually leading the race. So I'll hand over back to you in the studio if you don't have further questions for me. But what I can say is that the Vice President is currently monitoring the results with his election monitoring committee.
Our very own Samuel Mbura, who is actually live at the campaign office of Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who, from the numbers we're seeing so far, is in pole position with more than 60% of the provisional numbers that we have shared. And there are many more coming in. I'm going to share a few of them, which I have right here. Okay, so these are numbers fresh in. And they are all provisional. Okay, I'll start with Swami, where Kennedy Japan had 394 and Bawumia had 511. Francis Adainimo had 4 and Dr. Friakoto had 2. In Adansi Fomena, Kennedy Japan had 224, Bawumia had 117, Friakoto 1, Adainimo 1. Menchia South, Kennedy Japan 76, Bawumia 478, Afriakoto 2, and Adainimo 1. Ifidiase Asokwa, Kennedy 31, Bawumia 449, Afriakoto 1, Francis Adainimo 2. In Cape Coast North, Kennedy Japan 799, Bawumia 39. Afriakoto 0. Adainimo 0. That's Cape Coast North. Okay, let me go through that again. Kennedy Japan 799. Bawumia 39. Afriakoto 0. Francis Adainimo 0. I heard a sharp intake of breath from my panelists here. From Pusiga, we have Kennedy Japan 164. Bawumia 294. Afriakoto 20. Adainimo 14. In Pusiga, we've seen that on our screen earlier, Kennedy Japan 164, Bawumia 294, Afriakoto 20, and Adainimo 14. Ho Central, these are the first from the Volta region, Kennedy Japan 324, Bawumia 257, Afriakoto 11, Adainimo 1. Then we have Bumpurugu, where Dr. Bawumia had 522 votes, and the three other contestants had nothing. Okay, all the delegates voted for Dr. Bawumia in Bumpurugu. Seshiri also, Kennedy Japan 347, Bawumia 498, Afriakoto 1, Adainimo 2. I'll add Suhum, where Kennedy Japan had 201 votes, Bawumia had 591, Afriakoto had 1, Adainimo had 2. Damongo, Kennedy Japan 48, Bawumia 416, Afriakoto 4, Adainimo 2. Adenta, Kennedy Japan 728, Bawumia 727, Afriakoto 5, Adainimo 5. Talk about close, right? So this is Adenta. Kenejapong 728, Baumia 727. Efre Akoto 5, Adainimu 5. In Saboba, Kenejapong had 138 votes, Baumia had 269, Efre Akoto had 6, Adainimu had 7. And I'll add one more, Asin North. Okay, and Kenejapong had 469, Baumia had 51, Efre Akoto had none, and Adainimu had 1. I think it's fair to say Kenejapong is giving the vice president a showdown, isn't he?
Depends on the definition of a showdown. My understanding of a showdown is that I will be in the lead.
Oh, that's how you understand.
Yes, okay. my understanding. But let me humbly say that some of the results of some of the constituencies is humbling. For instance, Cape Coast North. Yeah, it is very humbling one. It's 700 versus 30. I mean, it is quite a humbling one. But in all, as I said, we expect Ken to take over Central Region. That is expected.
But by these margins, 799, almost 800, Baumia 39.
39. That's what I'm saying. We expect him to take, but not this level of margin. We expect him to win Central Region at this number of margin. If you go to a place like Awutu Senya, I don't know whether you have it now.
No, we
but
don't.
They have. He's very much in lead of Awutu Senya. Agona East, the same thing. Gomwa East, the same thing. We are yet to see Kaswa. That was Awutu Senya East. I haven't seen that one yet. So we expect this thing to happen. But we're still early in the days. I don't think we have up to 50 constituencies yet.
No, our provisional collation is not up to 50 yet.
Yes, yeah. Up to 275.
But they will start pouring in very quickly.
Very quickly. I'm sure in the next hour we will have more than 100.
Yeah. But let's talk about what we have so far. And this is what made me ask earlier whether we're still on course. For those of you who expected at least a 70% margin, you know, are you still on course with that expectation?
Well, I wish I had an Excel sheet here because you have given out a lot of constituencies, so it would have given us a sense.
Yeah.
So I would still say, let's keep waiting.
There are some constituencies where the margin was just so close.
There's one thing is clear. One thing is clear. Baumia is the winner, or is going to win.
Is in the lead.
Well, comfortable lead.
I hope this is a natural comfortable lead, not the other people's comfortable lead.
But I mean, look at Adenta, right?
One person.
Yes, one vote between them.
Yeah.
Kennedy 728, Baumia 727.
You know, Adenta, that's where I live. I live in Ajirengano. Adenta is the Kennedy agent there, or the Kennedy coordinator. He's been an assembly member for 3 consecutive times. He's the current presiding member of the constituency. He's a very strong grassroots person. So I really expected that Ken would win that constituency. And he won, just with one margin. Even though Baumia team was also very strong there, but that gentleman is a very, very strong coordinator. And so I'm not too surprised about the result that we are seeing. Did you get Domiko Abenya? Because that's one of the constituencies
not
we
yet.
Really
that's the biggest one. And
yes.
I think the last time we went there, they were not done.
It's not yet.
Yeah. There were others that are also quite close. Bantama, 422 for Baumia, 404 for Kennedy Japan.
And the good thing that I will say out of all these results is that at the end of the day, it tells all of us that the Ken team are very important. They can work very hard. Baumia team are also very important. They can work very hard. And we must work together. The fundamental point I should talk about reconciliation. Assuming one person have won 90%. They say, oh, I don't need the others. But now you realize that all of us must work as a team. And at the end of the day, you all work for the elephant. So all of them have to come together, to work together to achieve one main objective. As I've said several times, I can say that he does not want to see NPP in opposition. So obviously, you rally his people around. And this also proves that he has a solid team on the ground who are also strong strategists on the ground who have something to bring on the table. And I think that is very good for the party.
But Mr. Yankson, before you proceed, this question of, I mean, if you look at the results that has come out so far, Ken has beaten Bawumia by only 2 or 3.
The ones that I've shared, yes.
The ones that
about 3 or 4.
I have more than 10.
I want us to look at the historical perspective of NPP presidential primaries. In 1992, Professor Dubois won with 1,121 votes, 56.64%. Right. Dr. Selby was second. In 1998, 96, President Kufuor won with 1,096, 51.96%. 1.96%.
51.
Yeah, 51.96. Then 1998, Sunyani, I remember that one very well. President Kufuor won the second time with 1,286 votes, 64.82%. 64.82. And he went on to win the presidency.
2000, yeah.
Yeah. In 2004, as I said earlier, he was the sole candidate. Then 2008, the 17 candidates, where Alan got 32% and President Akufo-Addo 47%. So there was supposed to be a second round, and then Alan concealed defeat, and then we claimed we gave it to Nana Akufo-Addo. So if you look at the trajectory, it's only from 2010 that after the expansion. So before the expansion, nobody was going beyond 60%. Yeah. Before the expansion. So post-expansion, because the expansion was done in 2009, then President Akufo-Addo came in with 78% when there were 112,000 delegates. That was the start of the use of the expansion. So he came in with 78%. The second time, he's got 80%. Okay, and Alan had 7.9%. So then the third one, which was in October 2014, with the expanded delegates, he got 117,000, meaning 94.04%. So President Kufuor won the presidency with an internal victory of 60, the first win in 2000 of 64%.
64.8.
Yes, I want us to get this in this perspective and how it can help us to understand. But the difference is that in all these, the losers will always come totally and support the winner in all these presidential elections. This time, one of them has gone out already. So let's look at the 4. And then more. And I saw your one of your colleagues in the party headquarters interviewing Dr. Efri Akoto. So he asked him whether he believes in the accord he signed at the. Then he said, "Oh, why not? I accept it." So maybe from tonight we will see whether the 4 will come and support the winner. And let's move on as in the past, as history tells us.
Now, there are also some constituencies where the gap between Dr. Bawumia and Kennedy Japan were huge, but in favor of Dr. Bawumia. For example, Techiman South. Okay. Kennedy Japan had 231. Dr. Bawumia had 1,073.
Okay. Techiman South.
Yes.
That's Matthew James.
Yes.
I see.
What accounts for such a big gap?
You see, the results of Techiman South is no different from the results from the 5 northern regions. And therefore, you should have the demographic analysis to show, because if you go to Techiman South, over 80% of the delegates are ethnic background, are not necessarily the Bono people. But certainly, you feel that when they have decided this is where we are going, all of them fall in line. Yeah. So that's the reason.
So,
and I come from that place.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, I'm
from. Okay, that's why you understand the demographics so clearly. Now, there is a certain observation.
Yes.
There are some who suggest that there is a very deliberate strategy at play here, that the NPP is using the presidentials to also claw back some parliamentary seats by focusing on the areas where there are seats to be won, particularly the northern part of the country. Is that a deliberate thing that the party is doing?
Okay, I'll let my big also say.
The party thinks that the current situation in Parliament is not the best, where we have 37, and then the independent crosses to join us. We have looked at the results of 2020. But before even I go there, people normally count NPP. Look at your results. From 169, you came down to 127.
137.
But in 2012, we were at 123. 123, and we shot up to 169. And then in 2020, we went down from 169 to 137. So it's fluid. It does not mean that you can climb and climb and climb and climb. No. You are in a dynamic game, politics. And don't take the voters for granted.
But each time the number changes, it means something, doesn't it?
It means something, certainly.
You are being told something.
Certainly. But it also depends on, one, how the internal parliamentary primaries went, all these questions of unity and disunity, etc. It's also exhibited at that level. So we have to be careful even at that level. Then two, the person who is given the opportunity as a candidate of the party, within the geographical constituency, where does he come from? What are the votes, the voter population, etc. there? And his charisma that will attract the voters. And these days, I've also been talking very much about emotional intelligence in elections. People are always talking about construct roads. Fine. But if you construct the road and you meet the voters and you always squeeze your face at them, they won't vote for you in spite of the rules you have constructed.
Still in a tinted glass.
So there are a lot of things that our MPs will need to, or our parliamentary candidates will need to do. I am happy that when ultimately they are elected, we will take them through some training programs to sharpen their skills on campaigning.
I would like to share our very first provisional regional results.
Oh, it's come.
Or AHAFO.
Yes, I have.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Interesting.
So there were a total of 4,053 votes in the box, or in the boxes.
4,053?
Yes, 4,053.
Out of 4,204 registered voters or delegates?
Right. That's right. 7 of them were rejected, which left a total valid vote of 4,046. Here is how the candidates did. Francis Adainimo had 9. Owusu Efiri-Akoto had 12. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 2,985. And Kennedy Ohinia Japan had 1,040. This is provisional results for Ahafo. I'll go over them again. 9 for Francis Adainimo, 12 for Usu Ifriakoto, 2,985 for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and 1,040 for Kennedy Agyapong. So Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia takes Ahafo region with a margin of well over 1,000. In fact, almost 2,000 votes. In percentage terms, we'll have to do the maths. We'll do the maths and share that with you. We have the raw numbers at the moment, but we'll work out the percentages for you as well. That's Ahafo.
Because in the super delegates, Ahafo was tight. I remember. Ahafo, Mahmoud Bawumia got 13, and Kennedy Agyapong 10.
Fascinating.
It's the same. Yes. It's a kind of reflection.
Yes. It's not too far off.
Not too far off. Yes.
Let's also add the Northeast region, which has just come in while we were speaking. These are the provisional results for the Northeast region. 3,476 votes in the box.
3,476.
2 of them were rejected, meaning we had 3,474 total valid votes for the Northeast region. Here's how the candidates did. Francis Adainimo had 2. Usu Ifriakoto had 5. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 3,444. And Kennedy Agyapong had 23. I'll go over them again. Francis Adainimo had 2. Usu Ifriakoto had 5 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 3,444 votes. And Kennedy Agyapong had 23. And that's for the Northeast region. We'll share more regional collations as they come through.
So as we speak now, we've done 2 regions complete.
Provisional results are in for 2 regions.
And that is very good.
The Ahafo region and the Northeast. 14 to go. Right?
Yes, but these are the very small regions that we have. The main regions that must be very interesting to all of us is Eastern region, Greater Accra especially, in the Eastern region as well. For Central region, it's for Ken. It's well known as well.
We'll see how that turns out, right? So far, we've only had a few of the constituencies from there coming through. And yes, he did win in those.
Yeah, he did win.
So let's walk through why Greater Accra and Eastern are such indicative regions.
Greater Accra, Greater Accra is the region that all the elections, apart from 2020 elections, you must win to win the presidential elections, apart from 2020. But there were some constituencies like Lojokuku, Ablikuma Central, and the rest that always every president have won those constituencies, but now it is changing. It's because, one, the demographics keep changing, number one. Number two, this is where they benefit from government policies and they also suffer from government policies as well. So they will ask you questions before they cast their votes. They are not regions whereby you want to use just relationship to win their votes. They think about it, this policy, that policy, that policy. And also, when it comes to issues about government inability to perform in certain areas, for instance, corruption or other related issues, they are those that really have the questions to ask as compared to people from Sewiyosu or Bono region or Ahafo region. So Greater Accra becomes this. But in narrowing down to this particular elections, Greater Accra becomes very important because Ken has a very strong base in Greater Accra. So is Dr. Bawumia will also have a strong base in Accra. So it's not difficult to predict that it's going to go for this one or that person.
I want to bring up a particular constituency because the numbers here...
I was going to say that Greater Accra is also important because of the numbers.
Yes. Really numbers. Yes. They have the highest numbers.
Numbers,
in fact, the first and second largest constituencies, or maybe even the third as well.
Oh, no, more than 5. The first one.
First 5.
All of them.
Lejokuku.
Yeah. Katamanso. Yes.
They have the numbers.
All right. Now, I want to talk about Saboba for a moment. Okay. Saboba, just that constituency in the northern region. because it's in the northern region,
yeah.
what we expect the numbers to be looking like from that part of the country. But this is what we have. Adainimu had 7, Ewusu Efriakoto had 6, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 269, Kennedy Ojapong had 138.
Saboba, as we speak now, is the seat of the NDC. Now, if you look at the history of Saboba, we lost the seat last time. Now, there's a gentleman called Charles Bibintim. He was a member of parliament and he lost that seat. He didn't get anything after that. You remember during President Kufuor's time, he was the Minister for Local Government. Yes. From the Northern Region, Minister became Minister for Local Government after being served by DC and so. So that group of people, they are, and they also have the current the parliamentary candidate who now Charles Bintim lost the primaries. Right. So we had a new person who came in and they became the parliamentary candidate. So there's a form of factions in that place. And where constituencies where we have factions there, it's easy for one faction to align itself here and another faction to align itself here. As compared to constituencies where they are so much united. So where constituencies is united, they can all decide to go one level or that level as well. So that accounts for the results that.
Right. It also depends on, in addition to what Doctor has said, the person who will be coordinating the campaign for Ken or Bawumia. You know, these polling station delegates, there are a lot of influences on them, especially the electoral area coordinator under whose supervision the polling station are sit with. So if you look at a nearby, a border constituency like Chiriponi shares border with...
it used to be Saboba Chiriponi.
Saboba. So if Chiriponi is exhibiting these numbers, and you go to their neighbor, Saboba.
By the way, here are the Chiriponi numbers on your screen, okay? So Dr. Bawumia has 402.
Yes. And then Kennedy Japon.
23.
So the coordinator for Chiriponi for Kennedy Japon could not influence. He's not a good influencer. The delegates or the police station executives. Whereas the Saboba man could influence them. And when I say influence, you know, a polling station in the NPP constitution, an electoral area coordinator supervises up to 10 polling stations, up to. So if it's 4, 5, 6, but at the moment it exceeds 10, then another electoral area coordinator will be appointed. So the electoral area coordinator must have influence on the polling stations under him. And then the coordinator...
I think we can go live now to hear a quick interaction with Dr. Bawumia at his electoral office. Let's go across now.
Down. We are going down. Down. Slow, down. Don't stand here, everybody down. Akman, one step. Down. Go.
Looking at images from Dr. Bawumia's campaign office here in Accra, where it appears that by their calculation, the Vice President has already acquired 50% of the vote plus one. By their estimation, the Vice President has already won as presidential candidate for the NPP. So a certain movement of jubilation has started, and people are coming out of the office. There's a lot of fanfare. We will soon be joining them if indeed there is some statement to be made. We'll be joining them for that. But by their collation, they believe that their candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has acquired 50% of the vote plus one. Okay, now we are still going by provisional results, and so we will give them to you as and when they come in. All right, but those images that we were sharing, for those of you listening on radio, I can tell you right now, those were images of Jubilation from the Vice President's office. Let's go there now to listen to him.
Campaign coordinator. Supporters can go ahead.
So that is the situation here at the campaign office. The people are jubilant and they are waiting for the final declaration. The Vice President and his team are currently leaving the campaign office towards the stadium. Are convinced that he has won the election, but they haven't mentioned to us the margin in which he is leading the election. But what I can say is that they have urged their supporters to go out and jubilate because the election is a done deal. Whilst they are waiting for the EC to declare the results from their control room, everything is now settled. That Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is the one to lead the NPP to the 2024 general election. So that's the Vice President and his wife, the Second Lady, Samia Baumia, leaving the premises of his campaign office. But let me try and get to some of the supporters and talk to find out from them what the make of this particular announcement that has been made. You are so if you have just joined us, we are live from the headquarters of the campaign office of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. So you see them, they are so happy, and they're jubilating there and waiting for the actual results here. Let me talk to someone who is the campaign coordinator. Tell us on JoyNews why are they jubilating? He has won over 50%. They are waiting for the official declaration of the results. Then they can deliver the victory speech. But the Vice President is already gone, and then he's going to prepare, according to Samuel, to go to the stadium where the handing over will be made. So, for the saying, it is an electrifying atmosphere here at the Reid campaign office of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Earlier, the people seemed uncertain about their victory, but after the announcement, it geared them up to rise to the assist.
It's all excitement at the Vice President's office, whereby their collation, they believe that he's won. he's got the 50% plus one required to become the flag bearer of the NPP. And so jubilation has erupted at that location. We, of course, are continuing to share provisional results region by region. Occasionally, we get confirmation from constituencies and we share them with you as well. But I can give you right now the provisional results for the Savannah region. Okay, we have them all in. So let's share those details with you now. In the Savannah region, the total votes cast were 3,779. 44 of them were rejected, which means there were 3,735 total valid votes. Here's how the candidates did. Francis Adainimu had 39. Owusu Akoto had 65. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 2,603. And in the Savannah region, Kennedy Agyapong had 1,028 votes. That does it for Savannah. I can now share with you one more region, the Oti region. Here's how it unfolded in Oti. 4,999 total votes were cast. 34 of them were rejected. 4,965, therefore, were valid. Here's how the contestants did. Francis Adainimu had 27. Dr. Owusu Akoto had 36. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 3,591. And Kennedy Agyapong had 1,311 in the Oti region. So that's 3,591 for Dr. Bawumia, 1,311 for Kennedy Agyapong. Owusu Akoto had 36 and Francis Adainimu had 27. Those are the numbers from the Oti region. We're going region by region to let you know how things have unfolded. So far, of all the regions we've shared, Dr. Bawumia has led quite decisively. Now, we are going to double-check some results we shared with you earlier from Cape Coast North. We will give you the confirmed numbers once we've double-checked them officially. Okay, so please stand by for a correction, if necessary, to Cape Coast North. But jubilation already by their
coalition. But I think that from what we have done earlier on, we expected more results for the vice president than we have now. That was our expectation. But as I said earlier on, that also gives Ken and his team a strong bargaining arrangements to join the reconciliation team. And they also think we are forced within a new patriotic party, and therefore we must work together. Assuming he had gotten 90%, people say, oh, we don't need them, but now you really need them.
Mr. McMenu, I've got to say that for those of you who will have to sit around the table and plan the campaign for 2024, what Kennedy has achieved, how will it come up in the conversation? What does it mean in terms of what you will have to do to turn what is clearly, and it's not just support for Kennedy, but it is against Dr. Bawumia? How will you turn that around for 2024?
You know, earlier we had discussed this issue of establishment candidate versus grassroots candidate. So whatever progress Ken has made comes from the grassroots, because if you look at his performance at the super delegates, then you are able to tell that the grassroots is his stronghold. So we need to utilize whatever he has, his skills at the grassroots, to increase NPP's grassroots penetration. I think that's the way.
So that's going to be the way you move this?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The grassroots is critical for any election. You cannot abandon it. But equally, you have to look at the grassroots and desegregate it to be able to identify which class group of people you are talking about? Are you talking about farmers, fishermen, teachers, students, youth, unemployed? You have to look at all these at the grassroots to be able to fashion out a policy that will attract them to your party.
And some who suggest that the bigger, the smaller the gap between those two, the harder it will be for Dr. Bawumia in the Nationals. Do you ascribe to that?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
At the history of what I read.
Yes, not necessarily. But I want to just ask something. You know, Chairman McMahon has always been pushing for retail campaign. And in this particular case, it's become even more important to ensure because of his abilities to mobilize people at the grassroots level and his strategies. How did you do it? How do you bring it on the national table so that we can all forge towards the parties?
Well, this is your election headquarters on Joy. We're live on the Joy News channel. We're also on Joy 99.7 FM. We're so grateful to all of you who have stayed with us. Those of you who are joining us on our X Space conversation. And for those of you watching all around the world, I want to say a very special good afternoon to the Asante Barber Shop in Camberwell, London, where they are watching Joy News live and following all of these proceedings. We thank you so much for choosing Joy. And of course, to all of your customers, have a wonderful afternoon. We're staying here on the matter, bringing you all the information and data and the results as they unfold right here in Accra. And of course, the election headquarters are brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol, always a delightful experience. Also is brought to you by the Fearsome 3, HEPA Plus, Pavi and Plasmox. Power to the people. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, the very latest from around the country as NPP decides who their flag bearer will be after these.
Prepare for an exhilarating experience at the main fair of the 2023 EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. Join us at the Accra International Conference Center from Thursday, November 23rd to Sunday, November 26th, 2023. Doors will be open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day to welcome you. This year, we are diving into the theme of home ownership, exploring the nuances between affordability, comfort, and luxury. Whether you're embarking on your home ownership journey or looking for upgrades, this fair is your destination for all things housing. Encounter a comprehensive assembly of stakeholders from Ghana's housing and construction sectors. Engage the experts across the spectrum of home creation and enhancement. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Planned City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. Rent to own. And sponsored by Elegant Homes and General Constructions Limited, where quality meets value. Global Lighting, your solution to quality lighting. Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough. Springfield Estates, where dreams are built. Virtual Security, complete security solution. DBS, your roof experts. Virtual InfoSec Africa, security solutions by design. Saint Gobain, making the world a better plan. Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments. The Kissington Heights, Airport City, Kumasi, by HDG Homes Limited.
1, 2, give me the dance, let's go, sir. Hello, with everybody for you.
Your favorite TV game show, Step Up, is back with another amazing season. This time, we are stepping up with Syntex Tank. Step Up with Syntex Tank. We'll see contestants answer questions of their choice and win over 6,000 Ghana Cedis cash prize weekly and other products from our sponsors. This season, viewers at home should watch out for the Syntex Tank question of the week. Be the first to answer correctly via WhatsApp or send SMS to 050-833-8888 and win incredible prizes. The person who answers most of the weekly questions correctly and fastest gets a 65-inch Samsung TV at the end of the season. Step up with Syntax Stand, showing on Joy Prime every Sunday, 7:30 p.m. Sponsored by Bell Eyes, MTN Momo, Angel Cola. Powered by Syntax Stand. Joy Prime, your ultimate experience.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, premium petrol from Petrosol is always the way I go. And when I get it to my baby, I can go, sir.
Yeah. Because you can't be mixing Petrosol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Petrosol oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change intervals, and cleaner environment. In K, I'm finding the car and the Petrosol zipping. That's a cheap day.
Why? Premium products, clean fuel in full quantity, long lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Petrosol, a delightful experience.
Yamwa kwa baba kasi eboiso. Yefra me vim lady efia pokia. Ena iduase ayehu. Esan se yare adoso enketwa ne akese. Enam so me ebusa nkrofo se apomuden ma papa. Anything.
Ubebo adwuma akwa ba onti brebia. Ahonde mrosro.
So be sipi asita. Ana. Se ubeye bo debia.
Oyiwa obia pa hoden, obia penkwa. Eduro ni ni. Hepa Plus mixture.
Hepa Plus mixture e boama ni pedwani gina yie pa.
Hepa Plus mixture e ma pomode mapa.
So kwa yare sabia ni jisho mogem na ye 3D aye malaria na wanya we dre. Sanse plus was eba mixture e ko 3D no na pavi hema mixture so e boa enkomo.
Na chese wo kire mu a secret ni.
Secret ni ye.
Magie drone di pa. Pavi Plus Mox na Hepa Plus nyina. Apemfo abato mo manufo enu kwada wo ni mfie du mienu nka.
FDA ajeje.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, premium petrol from Petrosol is always the way I go. And when I get it to my baby, I can go, sir.
Yeah. Because you can't be mixing Petrosol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Petrosol oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change intervals, and cleaner environment. In K, I'm finding the car and the Petrosol zipping. That's a cheap day.
Why? Premium products, clean fuel in full quantity, long lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Petrosol, a delightful experience.
Yamwa kwa baba kasi eboiso. Yefra me vim lady efia pokia. Ena iduase ayehu. Esan se yare adoso enketwa ne akese. Enam so me ebusa nkrofo se apomuden ma papa. Anything.
Ubebo adwuma akwa ba onti brebia.
Ahonde mrosro. So be sipi asita. Ana. Se ubeye bo debia.
Oyiwa obia pa hoden, obia penkwa. Eduro ni ni. Hepa Plus mixture.
Hepa Plus mixture e boama ni pedwani gina yie pa.
Hepa Plus mixture e ma pomode mapa.
So kwa yare sabia ni jisho mogem na ye 3D aye malaria na wanya we dre. Sanse plus was eba mixture e ko 3D no na pavi hema mixture so e boa enkomo.
Na chese wo kire mu a secret ni.
Secret ni ye.
Magie drone di pa. Pavi Plus Mox na Hepa Plus nyina. Apemfo abato mo manufo enu kwada wo ni mfie du mienu nka.
FDA ajeje de nkrato ya. Baba wuku be no mo nkwa.
Customer.
Nana wacha. Nada be na mi nka ma twa papa.
Ucha sai.
Mi twa 10 Ghana.
10 Ghana.
10 Ghana cedis.
Na no dia say na obenya.
10 Ghana cedis no. Mi dia. Maybe 54,000 Ghana cedis.
54,000.
540 million. Here.
We are the one na me twa me di ehun skasa
keke. Yeah. Ene na giga keka ade tena we. Tena wa boki. Draw no na asase no. Mami mi volume.
Customer. One of our daily lucky winners. Dial *946# to play now. Or you can also play online at www.gamepackgames.com. Game Park is regulated by the National Lottery Authority.
The 2023 EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is more than an exhibition. It's the gateway to your dream home. Don't miss this chance to make informed decisions about every aspect of your living space. Join us at the Accra International Conference Center from Thursday, November 23rd to Sunday, November 26th, 2023. This year, we are diving into the theme of home ownership, exploring the nuances between affordability, comfort, and luxury. We are bringing everything housing under one roof, just for you. See you there. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Planned City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. Rent to own. And sponsored by Elegant Homes and General Constructions Limited, where quality meets value. Global Lighting, your solution to quality lighting. Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough. Springfield Estates, where dreams are built. Virtual Security, complete security solution. DBS, your roof experts. Virtual InfoSec Africa, security solutions by design. Saint Gobain, making the world a better plan. Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments. The Kissington Heights, Airport City, Kumasi, by HDG Homes Limited.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, premium petrol from Petrosol is always the way I go. And when I get it to my baby, I can go, sir.
Yeah. Because you can't be mixing Petrosol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Petrosol oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change intervals, and cleaner environment. In K, I'm found the car and the Petrosol Zupi. That's a shigabade.
Why? Premium products, clean fuel in full quantity, long-lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Petrosol, a delightful experience.
This November, we've got a special gift for you.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, we're treating all GoTV Super customers to the best of GoTV Super Plus. Enjoy non-stop Premier League action on a dedicated Super Sport channel. Delight the kids with the biggest teen icons on Disney Channel. Get starstruck with international movies and series on Studio Universal and Universal TV.
Damn.
And sample the best local shows on Africa Magic Showcase. So get ready to level up your entertainment with over 70 mind-blowing channels as we give you the go from Super to Super Plus all November long. GoTV. Love it.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, premium petrol from Petrosol is always the way I go. And when I get it to my baby, I can go, sir.
Yeah. Because you can't be mixing Petrosol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Petrosol oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change intervals, and cleaner environment. In K, I'm found the car and the Petrosol Zupi. That's a shigabade.
Why? Premium products, clean fuel in full quantity, long-lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Petrosol, a delightful experience.
Yamwakwa baba kase boyso. Efra me vim lady, efia pokia. And na ibiase ayehu, esan say yare adoso enketwa ne akese. And I'm so me ebusan krofo say, apomodin ma papa. And he say,
Obebo adwuma akwa ba onti brebia.
Ahonde mrosro. So be sipi asita. Ana. Se obeye bo debia.
Oyiwa, obia pa hoden, obia penkwa. Eduro ni ni. Hepa Plus mixture.
Hepa Plus mixture eboa manipedwe ni gina yie pa.
Hepa Plus mixture ema pomode mapa.
So kwa ya restabia ni hwehwe omogem na ye 3D aye malaria na wanya we dre. Sanse plus was eba mixture eko 3D no na pavi hema mixture so eboa enkomo.
Na chese wo chiremu a wo secret ni.
Secret ni ye.
Magie aduro di pa. Pavi plus mox ena Hepa Plus nyina. Apemfo abato mo manufo enu kwada wo ni mfiedu mienu nka.
FDA aje dwodin.
The 2023 EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is more than an exhibition. It's the gateway to your dream home. Don't miss this chance to make informed decisions about every aspect of your living space. Join us at the Accra International Conference Center from Thursday, November 23rd to Sunday, November 26th, 2023. This year, we are diving into the theme of home ownership, exploring the nuances between affordability, comfort, and luxury. We are bringing everything housing under one roof, just for you. See you there. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Planned City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. Rent to own. And sponsored by Elegant Homes and General Constructions Limited, where quality meets value. Global Lighting, your solution to quality lighting. Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough. Springfield Estates, where dreams are built. Virtual Security, complete security solution. DBS, your roof experts. Virtual InfoSec Africa, security solutions by design. Saint Gobain, making the world a better plan. Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments. The Kissington Heights, Airport City, Kumasi, by HDG Homes Limited.
So give me the dance, let's go, say.
Hello, with everybody for you. Body just shake bellow. What is
Your favorite TV game show, Step Up, is back with another amazing season. This time, we are stepping up with Syntax Tank. Step Up with Syntax Tank will see contestants answer questions of their choice and win over 6,000 Ghana Cedis cash prize weekly and other products from our sponsors. This season, viewers at home should watch out for the Syntax Tank question of the week. Be the first to answer correctly via WhatsApp or send SMS to 050-833-8888 and win incredible prizes. The person who answers most of the weekly questions correctly and fastest gets a 65-inch Samsung TV at the end of the season. Step Up with Syntax Tank, showing on Joy Prime every Sunday, 7:30 p.m. Sponsored by Bell Eyes, MTN Momo, Angel Cola. Powered by Syntax Tank. Joy Prime, your ultimate experience.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, premium petrol from Petrosol is always the way I go. And when I get it to my baby, I can go, sir.
Yeah. Because you can't be mixing Petrosol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Petrosol oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change intervals, and cleaner environment. In K, I'm found the car and the Petrosol Zuki. That's a sugar baby.
Why? Premium products, clean fuel in full quantity, long-lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Petrosol, a delightful experience.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, premium petrol from Petrosol is always the way I go. And when I get it to my baby, I can go, sir.
Yeah. Because you can't be mixing Petrosol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Petrosol oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change intervals, and cleaner environment. In K, I'm found the car and the Petrosol Zuki. That's a sugar baby.
Why? Premium products, clean fuel in full quantity, long-lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Petrosol, a delightful experience.
Enya kwala bi keke krani ebe wunu. Wo ro pum. me ba na akoto be ya boade ama den chine ade bia ya me papa de wo mi mo ahye
mesmo akokwa aman
jenkwa oha e mani me ma mu ahoden
Esanso no ye bementi mfa me nye hwe
Me say, me don't know.
Nya ho hwe de be no hu ade fe no do
I promise this party that I'm going to do a diligent job and make sure we win 2024 election. And I want Ghanaians to give me opportunity and challenge me, but I will make sure I turn the fortunes of this country around.
The Zongos are saying they don't believe the NPP will elect Dr. Bawumia, but that is because of propaganda. What they are saying is that if the NPP elects Dr. Bawumia, they will vote for Dr. Bawumia on December 2024. This is why the NDC is afraid, because they know that when you elect me on Saturday, I'm going to give them a showdown. Showdown.
Yeah, mommy! Yeah, mommy! Yeah, mommy! Yeah, papa!
You face in here! You face in here!
For the party, I have outlined about 3 points. One, to always ensure that there is greater unity in the party. I will ensure that all constituency parties will have offices in the country owned by the party, not in rented premises. We should be able to develop our own standardized party offices across all the 275 or 276 constituencies nationwide. And that one I will commit myself to doing.
Today marks a landmark in my journey to bear the flag of the new patriotic party. And with that, to lead this country into our future prosperity. I'm appealing to you that when the time comes, vote for Owusu Afriyie-Akoto. He will make this party great again and will also turn things around to ensure that this country becomes prosperous. Thank you very much.
203,000 delegates voting in 276 polling centers across the country, across the 16 regions of the country, to determine which of 4 men becomes the flag bearer of the NPP. This is your election headquarters. And of course, it's brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol, always a delightful experience. And Fearsome 3, HEPA Plus, Pavi and Plasmox power to the people. Already, Vice President Dr. Baumia's camp has started to celebrate, as by their collation, they believe they've already got 50% plus one of the valid votes to make him the next flag bearer of the NPP. Of course, we will continue to bring you our provisional results as we certify and confirm them, so that eventually we can tell you absolutely with certainty who the next flag bearer is going to be. But thank you to all of you who have joined us on the Joy News channel, on Joy 99.7 FM, on all our socials, and all around the world. Gentlemen, I don't know if you're aware of the Asante Barbershop in Camberwell. They send their regards to you. They're watching you live on the Joy News channel. Perhaps you might get a free haircut out of it.
Yes.
But our
Next
guests,
time I'm in London, I'll pass by.
Absolutely. They're in Camberwell. Well, our guest, Dr. Usu Mensah, is in charge of research at the presidency. And of course, Peter McMenu has run elections for the NPP on numerous occasions. He knows exactly what's going on the ground, and he's been helping us with insightful analysis all afternoon. The results are going to start pouring in very quickly, very soon. And of course, we'll do the analysis of them all. But let's pick up where we started from. Kennedy Agyapong has really done better than anyone anticipated, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. He has. In fact, looking at the results, there are other form of results that have come that you have officially not announced, and his performance has been great. And for me, it is good. It is good because he has something to put on the table. He has some contributions to make if MVP is supposed to win the next election. And more importantly, Central region is a very critical region as far as the next election is concerned. He is from Central region. He has one Central region. He should deliver Central region. And if he delivers Central region, I think that it is good for the party. So I think it is very good that they demonstrated that type of support for him. But you see, one thing that's very important, we're just comparing the super delegates with this. Rather, the result is not too different. He's rather appreciated. It means that he's moved from lower level to a higher level. He can move to the higher level as well, the highest level as well. And I think that's the expectation that the party will have for him. And that gives the opportunity also to bargain once we go into the next election. And bargaining is a very important process of reconciliation. So it gives the party a very good chance into the next election.
Will that bargaining perhaps include a seat on the ticket? You think it should?
I think it should not. No, I think it should not. It is very important to put this in. You need... I am not going to be the one who decided who the running mate will be. But as far as this election is concerned, if you look at it, you need somebody who will bring in a block vote. Huge vote from certain constituencies. And that is one of the fundamental factors in determining who's that person should be. I don't think that it is going to be one of the bargaining points. I don't think so. But I'm not saying it's not possible. This is my personal perspective. I don't think so.
But look at the commentary before this, this process started, where you had people who were not identifying as NPP, saying quite openly that Kennedy Agyapong would give the NDC a tougher run than Bawumia would. You had people saying that. Does that not suggest that when you get to the national level, you might see Kennedy Agyapong being able to bring in that block that you described?
Yes, and Kennedy Agyapong can give NDC a tough run. I do agree. But in the circumstances that we found ourselves now, given the fact of all the things people have said about NPP being a account party and the rest, given this situation, the best option for us is the vice president.
Do you agree?
Well, first, the turn of events from the super delegates to the current, because Ken had about 14-15% during the super delegates, and now he's around 30-something. I think you cannot analyze this properly without looking at the exit of Alan and who the Alan numbers will go for. It's very critical to know that, because Alan went, and certainly a lot of his people still remain, a very huge amount of his people still remain in the party as delegates. But one may ask, so in this instance, would they go for, in quotes, establishment candidate or grassroots person, I would say that many of Alan's supporters went in for Kennedy Japan. So no wonder that he's able to go up from the superdelegates 14-15% to current 30-something percent. We cannot discount that. Secondly, that also gives him a stature in the party going forward. And that, as Doc rightly said, we have to bring him fully, he and his machinery, fully on board. If you look at the history of presidential primaries, every time, except this time that Alan has hesitated, every time all the candidates will come together to support the winner. Now there are 4. So I expect that history in NPP's internal elections, that makes us democratic. Because democracy means that you lose, but you still go with the winner. That will come to play, and that all the 4 will bring their arsenals and everything to support Dr. Bawumia. And there are 2 or 3 other things that we also have to consider. This is the first time NPP, which has been tagged as an account party, is having a northerner as our presidential candidate. It also has many effects and many connotations politically that needs a serious analysis.
Let's talk about some of them. What does it mean?
Your lady at Tamale brought a graph. Bugri, Miss Bugri.
Yes.
Is that the name?
Martina.
Martina. Where before Bawumia, NPP's figures in northern region compared to when Bawumia came in and we overtook NDC. I will not give it wholly as a one man because certain elections are teamwork. But a personal effect, somebody's personal effect can have tremendous effect on the outcome of elections. That's why we say, if you lose this person, you are gone. If you bring in this person, you are on top. So the way the dynamics has shaped up in the northern part of the country, the numbers, if we continue to maintain our Ashanti, and now NDC has come to realize that they have to make inroads into Ashanti. Either to, when I meet them at IPAC and other PPP, GPPP, Ghana Political Parties Program. They will say, they will say, you people, you think you can win elections with three regions. But the 3 regions are solid with votes, and we are in a unitary state. We are not in a federal state like Nigeria, where you need to win certain number of states. Everywhere. For us, it's 50% plus 1, wherever it comes from. Does not matter. And the numbers are in Ashanti, Greater Accra, Eastern. So, how the numbers play out in these 3. And your stronghold, which is the north and Volta, is the northern part is under threat, serious threat.
So it's up for grabs.
It's up for grabs. It's up for grabs.
Both presidentially and in terms of parliamentary.
So the election of Dr. Bawumia, however you look at it, has serious dent for NDC. Northern card, the Muslim card, the dynamics of economics, they all will come to play. And I think that he will do very well. But Ken, I know, will come on board. He'll come.
So we have the provisional results from the central region on your screen right now. And as was expected, Kennedy Japan has won the central region. So he won it with 10,828 votes to Dr. Bawumia's 6,159. Afri Akoto came in third with 47 votes, and Francis Adainimo had 38 across the central region. Let me quickly add the Bono East region, which we have. And out of a total votes of 7,158, 39 were rejected, meaning we had 7,119 valid votes. Here's how the candidates did. Francis Adainimo had 45 votes in the Bono East region. Usefri Akoto had 92 votes. In Bono East, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had 5,434 votes. And Kennedy Japan had 1,548. So that's Bono East, 5,434 for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, and 1,548 for Kennedy Japan. Just a moment before we come to you, Mr. McMenu, let's very quickly connect with my colleague Elton John Brobe, who is with Dr. Usefri Akoto. No doubt he has something to say about the results so far. So, what does he think of his performance so far?
Well, Kojo, if you can hear us, we're coming to you live from the campaign office of Dr. Owusu Afriyie-Akoto, and the voting ended at 2 p.m. And as we speak, we're all waiting to hear the final declaration by the Electoral Commission, and per the party's own arrangement, they will go over to the Ohenijan Sports Stadium for the victory rally, if you like. But it was a 4-horse race between Kennedy Japan, the Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Dr. Owusu Afriyie-Akoto, and of course Francis Adainimo, former Member of Parliament for Mampong. We're actually watching you live from the office of Dr. Afriyie-Akoto, together with some members of the campaign team and the wife as well. Let me go over to Dr. Afriyie-Akoto. Doctor, it's been months. Finally, the decision has been made. The party has decided that they will go with the vice president. What is your reaction now?
Well, first of all, let me congratulate the vice president for such an emphatic victory. It means the new patriotic party has spoken with a huge voice, that we've chosen Dr. Baumia to lead us into the election next year. I've already called him to congratulate him on that, and told him we'll be meeting at the stadium for the formalities. But finally, we are drawing a line under a very major historic event for the party, which is choosing our leader for the coming years.
Will you say that the process has been free and fair, and that you have no reservation?
Well, I think so. I mean, so far, my agents around the country haven't reported anything negative. And my own checks going around some of the polling centers here in Accra had shown that the system had worked very well, and that is worked very smoothly. And therefore, the outcome should be acceptable to all.
But looking at how far you've come so far in terms of the votes you've managed to garner, disappointing for you?
Obviously, I mean, you go into a contest to win. So if you don't win, it's a disappointment. But I really appreciate the electorate, the delegates who stood by me and voted for me. I really appreciate it. It means that my message went down well with them, and but the party has decided. It means that other messages were more preferable to them, and therefore we all have to come together as one, in unity, to fight the NDC come next year.
You represented the people of Kwadaso for 8 years, yet the results didn't go your way. That constituency, for example, how disappointing are you right now with the result that came from the Kwadaso in the Asante region?
Just the Kwadaso is general. All the 276 constituencies, we had a good fight, and we thought that our message was powerful enough. But from the results, that wasn't the case, and Kwadaso is one of the 276. So we accept the result, and we respect the decision of the NPP for the new leadership, and we'll do everything possible to make sure that it's a very successful leadership.
So what we have seen, and in fact, if I should take you back to JoyNews, Kennedy Yapom currently at 29,192, representing 40.2%. Dr. Bawumia 42,509, representing 58.63%. Clearly, it looks like a divided delegates. What now happens to the party in terms of building unity ahead of the 2024, which is quite crucial for the sustenance of the party?
The results that you are reading off your camera is really a third of what is to come. But it's a very strong indication of what will come eventually. So for me, we don't expect any miracle from here on. I mean, it's just a confirmation of what we are seeing earlier on, and we have to accept that.
Yeah, and that so 2024 is just around the corner, and the party clearly needs to put its best foot forward in terms of maintaining power and ultimately break the 8. I spoke to you in this room 3 occasions, extensive interview. One of your main concerns was that the unity had become an issue in the party. There appears to be no discipline in the party, and we were hoping that the delegates will let you to instill discipline and then reform the party to move it to the point where the ordinary member becomes, have that ownership right. Now that you are unable to make it, how are you going to help the party move forward?
Oh, definitely. I mean, everybody in the party accepts that there's something wrong with the party. From the party, the chairman of the Council of Elders, who we met a few days ago, everybody accepts that we are not in a good place. And that issue is something that I am going to help the new leader to achieve, to bring discipline into this party so that we can extend our mandate from the people of Ghana come December 7th, 2024. There's no doubt about that. Whether I'm the leader or I'm not the leader is something that we need to do something about. And I'll make my contribution to ensure that things are straightened out in our party to make it stronger.
Yes, we have reported so many videos. We've spoken to a lot of delegates across the country, and I see a lot on some of the media houses, their portals as well. Monetization in the process is something that a lot of people are talking about themselves, the delegates themselves saying that they were promised some amount of money, they didn't come. I don't know how you react to this and whether you also offer some transportation for some of the delegates.
The fact of the matter is, as a matter of principle, I didn't know delegate can say that I gave them a pesewa. As a matter of principle, for me, is the message which delegates should look at and compare ideas to see which one suits as best. But to try to influence that decision by inducement of monetary inducement is not my cup of tea. So I didn't offer anybody any inducement. I just relied on the power of my message. And I mean, I don't know the extent to which that was not carried because of my lack of inducement. But definitely, I am very, very solid in my belief that there's an urgent need to bring reforms into our party to make it strong. And secondly, I also believe that for the nation, we need to spare public resources to help farmers to make us this economy very strong, and financing it from our own resources rather than relying on debt, which has been the case. So these are things that I have observed over the period. And obviously, I'm not the person who observes things going wrong and just sit back. No, I'm a doer. So whatever contribution I can make for these 2 issues of party discipline, party reforms, and bringing some significant public resources to farmers in agriculture to make this country better, I will pursue them.
So what's next for Dr. Owusu Afriyie-Akoto? Are you going to play any role in the campaign? When you spoke to the vice president, what was his reaction?
Yeah, but behind the scenes, we've all been talking. I've been talking to Mr. Japan, I've been talking to the vice president. The vice president is someone in government that I've worked closest with. Between him and Mr. Alan Chamating, we worked together in the economic management team. We were in cabinet, and then we were also in the economic committee of cabinet. So, and they are some of the closest people I've worked with, and we have good personal relationships, and we understand there are certain modes of understanding that comes to us very naturally. So, but I don't want to wait for anybody to tell me what to do. I have an obligation to this party we are coming for an election. Whatever I can do to help us to break the 8, I will do so.
All right. I want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. And I guess you are preparing to go to the Ohinijan Sports Stadium for the final rally.
Absolutely. It's more than a rally. It's a declaration of victory for the NPP and for Dr. Bawumia, and we'll all be there to be witnesses.
And I believe that you're also going to respect the undertaking you signed ahead of the Congress.
You don't believe I'm a gentleman? If I sign something, I abide by it.
All right. So, Kojo, we've been coming to you from the office of Dr. Owusu Akoto Afriye. Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto. Right. So, let me put protocol and then turn over to the wife of Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto. You supported your husband through and through. The journey has ended, not the way you want it. How are you taking this?
I'm taking it very well. I think he's done exceedingly well. And we are very happy for the Vice President, Dr. Bawumia. He'll make an excellent leader for the party, and we are all here to assist him. So I'm supporting my husband, so we'll see how it goes.
How difficult, exciting, ugly the road ahead of today?
It's been quite tortuous, very difficult, long meetings, traveling all over the country. So I just thank God that it's over. He's in one piece. I have him back at home. So I'm very happy.
So I guess more time to spend with him then.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then maybe final words also to some of the campaign members. All right, Kojo, so I guess this is how we're going to end it from the office of Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto. He was bidding to lead the NPP to break the 8. The delegates decided that they would rather give the mantle to Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the Vice President. As we have it from our scoreboard, it does appear that he's cruising to victory. Behind him is Kennedy Japan, but clearly the delegates, they've spoken. How that translates into electoral victory in 2024, that is a multi-million-dollar question that is yet to be answered by the generality of Ghanaians. So back to you in the studio as we continue with our live coverage of the NPP's National Delegates Congress. I know that we are also at the Electoral Commission's office and the Vice President's office, and of course, across the country. So could you back to you in the studio?
Thank you, Elton. And that, I guess, is our first concession of the 4 contestants. Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto, the first to actually concede defeat. And congratulate Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who is currently in the lead, according to our scoreboard, with 58.55% of the provisional votes that we have gathered so far. He is followed by 40.14%, which went to Kennedy Japan. And of course, that still leaves 0.49% to Adai Nimo, who is in 4th position. But the one who was in 3rd position at the time he made his concession, Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto, there, leaving no doubt that he's a gentleman, as he says, by conceding and throwing his support behind the person who appears to be emerging the winner, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. We also heard quite delightfully from his wife there, who's just happy to have him home. Well, there's always a, yes, in one piece. There's always a silver lining to this thing. Campaigning is not easy. So let's talk about what obviously has already begun, which is the aftermath. Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto concedes. He's not in last place. He's in 3rd place, but trailing quite far behind the first 2. What does this concession mean? I mean, what's the significance of a man like Owusu Afriye Akoto, throwing his hands up at this point?
I think that it is important, and I have stressed that here several times, that all the 4 people who contested after the super delegates, we need all of them to rally around the winner, in this case, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. I know from your figures that ultimately Dr. Bawumia will hover around 62-61%, and Kennedy Japan 30-something%, which is very similar to how John A. Kufuor in 19 98, Sunyani, I was there in Sunyani, beat Nana Akufo-Addo and went on to become the president of Ghana. He won with 64.82%, and Akufo-Addo, his closest rival, got 31.65%.
A much smaller electoral college at the time.
A much smaller, but in terms of percentage, the figures are about the same. And the concession, the congratulatory message from Dr. Afriyie Akoto has set the tone. I believe others will follow for us to have a unified party. So that when I say that you go into an internal elections, there are more than one people, 2, 3, 4, up to 10, then we reduce it to 5. There's bound to be divisions. You can't get that anywhere where there are 4 or 5 contestants. I remember in UK, our own David Cameron, when he was contesting the first time, they also reduced their number before they presented to the general electorate. So it was left with him and David Davis. But before then, they had insulted themselves all around. As for their contest, a contest is a contest. But when we finish, I think the democratic imperative is that we must come together if you believe in democracy, internal democracy. And so far, since 1992, NPP has exhibited that trait. And I believe this time too. So let's see. When people say you are divided, you are divided. Now is the hour. Now that we have a winner, it behooves on all of us to rally behind him. If we don't do that, then we say the party is disunited. But when they are competing left and right for votes, how do you expect them to be united?
No, everybody isn't. And
then I gave examples of the year 2004, when President Kufuor went solo. Was there any division in the party? The example of the year 2020, when President Akufo-Addo went solo, were there any division in the party? So when there's competition, there's bound to be division, because you are working to get votes, I am working to get votes from the same people. So let us understand that dynamics in internal elections. It's in Ivory Coast, it's in Nigeria recently when Tinubu won. It's the same. When Tinubu before they went into the internal elections, look at the way they behave. But ultimately, now he's in Aso Rock. Everybody is behind him. So don't let us exaggerate. There's disunity. Internal elections are bound to bring that kind of action. But now that we have finished, let's see.
What I'm saying is that, as a political party, people come from different ethnic background, different religious background, regions background, different type of democracy, and we come together and we all fight for the same. But one thing I know about NPP delegates, if any of them decide not to fall in line, and the people are able to identify that it's because of you that we will lose next election, then that's the end of you in NPP. You and your generation and all those who support you. So it will all be in their own interest to fall in line and work together for the good of the party. I'm very sure that they all come together, but the conditions under which they will come, we cannot explain here. And that will be behind the boardroom that we will know how to come.
So Dr. Afriyie Akoto said something. He said that he didn't give a penny to any delegate. Let me ask you, and please feel free to call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
Is that why he didn't do so well?
It must be one of the reasons. Then you see, let's be very realistic about ourselves. When Chamaman was speaking, he was talking about some of the towns and villages that are in Western region. When, for example, you have to travel about 3 hours to get to Enchi. If I'm a farmer, today I am not going to farm. I have to travel all this time to come and vote for you. And I come, and they give me a very small TNT, which the party is giving small TNT for people. Now, you have told me your message, you've shared your ideas with me, and somebody decide, you have spent the whole day to travel in and out. You did not go to farm, you've done everything just because of me, and if you appreciate me, certainly they will vote for the person. Let's be very realistic here. You will vote for. So if you decide that, look, my principles, my dreams are to do A, B, C, D, It is beyond the dreams, to be honest.
But again, let me add that CDD did a research on would you take money and vote for Mr. A? And about 60-something% of the respondents said no, they will take the money, but they will vote according to their conscience. No wonder that in some of our primaries, people donate TVs, etc. And people didn't vote for them, and then they go back
for refund. Their bicycles.
So don't take the voters for granted. That's what I'll add.
But it would seem, and at least from your analysis, that you can't win unless you pay something. Would you agree?
At the general election level, I would not agree.
But
because
internally?
Well, internally, the numbers are small. So I will agree to some extent. But at the general election level, if you look at the way President Kufuor won 2000 election, coming from opposition, if you look at the way Ivan Satamil's professor won in 2008, if you look at 2016, how Nana Akufo-Addo won, they didn't have that quantum of resources. But the voters believe in their message, and they worked hard. So I believe in hard work, and your friend, Dr. Shula,
yes.
Hard work is the answer. Hard work, good message, combined, you will win an election.
In a marathon way.
In a marathon way. It's not a sprint.
Yeah.
Not a sprint.
Yeah. Well, the marathon continues, and as you can see on the side of our screen, the numbers are coming in quite quickly. We'll be sharing the regional results as they come in, but some of them were quite interesting, and we've already seen the central regional results. We're going to confirm for you the Cape Coast North numbers, okay? We put out some numbers earlier, but we want to give you the certified ones once we have those. But right now, let's go to the EC head office. This is where eventually this thing will all culminate, and our very own MFA Apau has been there for some time now. MFA, tell us how things are gearing up as the finish line comes into view. Right, MFA, if we can get a better connection to MFA, I think your microphone might be off. But yeah, we're dying to hear how things are unfolding at the referee's office, the Electoral Commission, as they oversee this process. So the end is in sight. What's it looking like from the EC's head office?
Reporting live. I'm reporting live from the Electoral Commission's headquarters. This is supposed to be the engine room where we are going to get all the results, the regional results, I must say. The EC's head office is only taking regional collated results. They are not taking any other results apart from just the regional. And as I'm just speaking to you, brought me some luck. The commissioner herself, Jean Bensa, has just walked in and checking the results for herself. As we've just been speaking, also the Western regional results has just come in. So she's actually getting briefing from Dr. Srebo Kwaku. You were very lucky, Kojo. So Madam Jean Bensa herself has just walked in and getting that briefing. As we speak also, we've had 9 regions out of the 17. The 17 we have, including the headquarters, the regional headquarters or the national headquarters of the NPP. So I'll take you to the screen shortly because I want you to catch everything that is going on in terms of the interaction between all 3 EC commissioners and the Director of Electoral Services, Dr. Srebo Kwaku. So you see what's going on. We have the agents all here. We have the Director of Electoral Services also here, Evans Demakon also here. And Madam Jean Bensa is getting briefing. Thank you so much. Welcome, Madam. This is JoyNews.
Hello.
I'm sure you're getting some briefing in terms of the elections today of the NPP. What kind of briefing have you received so far, Madam?
Well, so far, the briefing has been fairly good and the elections have gone on smoothly. Of course, there were a few hitches where in specific areas the register didn't contain the names of, some of the delegates, particularly MPs and MMDCs, so that was worrying. because these are critical people who need to vote. But I think, we tried our best to work with the party to put things in order. And so, things smoothened out, in the course of the day. And so far, things seem to be going fairly well.
From what you would say and the kind of briefing you're getting, you say that this particular election has been incident-free, you'd say?
Largely. And I think that's a good sign that, so far from the briefing that we've picked up, we haven't witnessed, violence or pockets of unrest and so on. So it's been fairly smooth.
In terms of engagement between polling agents, party officials, and the Electoral Commission's officials as well, what would be your report or your whole in terms of summary for what you've received?
I think they've been very cooperative from the very start. I know that we presented the party with our guidelines if they wanted us to supervise. With the EC has certain standards and guidelines that they had to abide by, and they also had their own guidelines to govern their elections. So right from the start there were several conversations and discussions, and we reached agreement. And so far from the regional directors from the field, it seems that there's been cooperation. So it's worked very well.
If you were to rate the NPP in terms of your collaboration with your men, what would you say it would be?
Let's wait till we come to the end, and then I'll give you that.
We have 9 results so far from the 17 regions, 17 including the NPP's headquarters, making the 17. In your estimation, what are we looking at in terms of how much time more we have to go for us to get all the other results?
Well, we are hoping that in the next hour. We are hoping that in the next hour, results should have come in. We've asked our staff to take their time to collate it diligently and not to rush and not to be rushed. I think it's important that, the results that come in are accurate and reflect exactly what took place, on the ground. So we've spoken to them. We ourselves had trainings with them, and we've asked them to take their time. Of course, it's important that they are efficient and professional, but they need to be diligent with recording the figures and so on to ensure that there are no errors.
While this is going on, though, we know that the voter exhibition exercise is also underway. Day 1, we're told, was pretty slow. But what kind of information are you getting, and what's your expectation going forward for the rest of the exercise?
Yes, usually, the exhibition exercises are pretty slow, although it's a very important aspect of the electoral process. The participation usually is not as high as registration. But the good news is that, a lot of people are using the SMS system to check their status and their details and so on. And so that has been encouraging. Although not many people have gone to the field to physically check, what the statistics that we are receiving from our IT officers indicate that more people are checking using the SMS system.
We'll let you go. Thank you so much. But from the results you're seeing so far from the NPP's presidential race, are you surprised at the results you're seeing so far? Anything intriguing about the results?
Well, I don't really get into the results of the parties, and, anything can happen. And of course, I'm not in the field, I'm not engaged in, in the NPP, the nitty-gritty of it. So, we have risen above board. I think ours is to ensure that we are very professional, very efficient in the conduct of the elections. And so far, from the results, the reports that we've received from the field, our officers have distinguished themselves creditably. And so, we are pleased with what we've seen so far coming from our officers and the way they've conducted these elections.
Madam Jean Mensah, we are grateful. We hope to have an extensive one soon to come. We are grateful. That's Madam Jean Mensah, and they're giving us some updates in terms of what has had transpired so far with the NPP presidential poll. So, Kojo, you heard for her, the NPP may have, executed creditably for her from the briefing that she's getting from her men on the ground. I'll take you to the screen, the giant screen here at the election headquarters. I'll interact with some agents. I see the agents also doing their own collation from here. Maybe we do a brief interaction with them, if you may. Then we can get onto the screen as we speak to you. We have 10 results that has just come in. So I see that we have Western, we have Upper West, we have the Central Regional results, we have the Western North results, the Bono East results, Savannah, OT, Northeast, NPP headquarters, and then also the Ahafo results as well. So maybe because of time, let me just take you to the screen, then we can come to the agent and interact with them. So from what I'm seeing on the screen, just for for us to have a broader picture of what is going on and how everything is transpiring here at the NPP headquarters. So I'll start with the Western region. I'm sure you've seen some of the results and what we've been streaming to you from the regions. So this is the Western region, and we have Kennedy Ohenia Japong with 4,899, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia with 7,465, Owusre Friyakoto 91, Francis Adenimo 43. We have from the Central region, I have 10,828, 6,159 for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Owusre Friye 47, Francis Adenimo 38. That's for the Central region. So we go down, the EC officials will go down for us, and then we go on to other regions. So we get to Western North region, Kojo. We have 2,354 for Kennedy Ohenia Japong, Mahmoud Baumia, Doctor. We have 3,386, Owusre Friyakoto 29, Francis Adenimo 8. That's how it looks like for the Western North region. We go on to Ahafo. We have 1,040 for Kennedy Ohenia Japong. We have Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 2,985. Owusu Efriye Akoto, we have 12. Francis Adenimo, we have 9. That's how it looks like for the Ahafo region. We go down a bit more. We go to the Bono. We don't have Bono results just yet. Bono East result. We have 1,548 for Kennedy Ohenia Japong. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, we have 5,434. Dr. Owusre Friyakoto 92. Francis Adenimo 45. Then I take you to the Oti regional results here at the Electoral Commission's headquarters. We have 1,311 for Kennedy Ohenia Japong. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has 3,591. Owusre Friyakoto, we have 36, and Francis Adenimo 27. We go down further to get the other results. For Savannah region, we have 1,028 for Kennedy Ohenia Japong. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia polled 2,603. Owusre Friyakoto 65. Francis Adenimo 39. We go on to the Upper West region. We have 1,084 for Kennedy Ohenia Japong. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has 4,878. Owusre Friyakoto has 176. Francis Adenimo has 77. That's how it looks like for the Upper West region. For the Northeast region, Kennedy Ohenia Japong has 23. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has 3,444. Owusre Friyakoto has 5. Francis Adenimo has 2. So these are the results we have. We'll go down further and see if we have any more results. That's for the NPP headquarters, which makes it the 17th region. We have Kennedy Ohenia Japong polling 133, Mahmoud Baumia 254, Owusre Friyakoto 2, Francis Adenimo 4, and that's out of the total valid votes cast for 393. So far, the totals as we have from 10 regions here at the EC headquarters, Kennedy Ohenia Japong, 24,248. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, maybe I take that again for Kennedy Ohenia Japong, 10 regions out of 17. 24,248. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has 40,199. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 40,199. Owusre Friyakoto 555. Owusre Friyakoto 555. Francis Adenimo 292. Francis Adenimo 292. Out of the total valid votes is 65,294. Rejected votes 330. Total valid votes cast 65,624. Total valid votes cast for 10 regions 65,624. So that's how it looks like in terms of the 10 regions: Western, Upper West, Central, Western North, Bono East, Savannah, Oti, Northeast, and NPP headquarters and Ahafo region. So we have 10 out of 17 regions so far in terms of the results from the Electoral Commission's headquarters. I must add also that we are getting information from the Dr. Baumia camp that indeed Dr. Owusre Friyakoto has already called to congratulate him We also heard that Kojo Poku, who is also a contender in the Super Delegates Conference, has also called to congratulate Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. We've also heard about Dr. Kofi Kunedua Preku, who also contested previously, has also called to congratulate Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So that's by way of information we are gathering from the NPP headquarters, and of course also from the EC headquarters and the Dr. Bawumia camp. Maybe we can have a brief interaction with the party delegates who've also gathered here at the EC headquarters. Maybe first I'll interact with you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us here on the JoyNews channel. You are delegating someone else to interact with me. Okay, your name, sir?
I suppose to talk. My name is Kweku Tebiamponsa.
Okay, let me.
Yes.
Okay, what's been your impression so far?
I think so far so good. We expected a higher percentage, but we thank God Doc is winning. And we believe that after today, we are one party, and both ends will come together and we'll move forward to bring the 8th next year.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Agent who is currently on the phone, but these all agents represented clearly here. We have Evans Nemako also here, so maybe we'll just cross over to the studios, and once we do the changeover later on when we come back to the election headquarters, we'll get to interact with the Director of Electoral Services and of course Evans Nemako, who is also the Director of Elections for the NPP, also right here at the EC headquarters. From here we know all the action will take us to the Ohenijan Sports Stadium where the final declarations will be done. But before then, your election headquarters will definitely let you know who makes it to the NPP's presidential race in terms of who actually will lead the NPP. Like they said, will be riding on the back of the elephant to either make way or bring the NPP back to power and actually break the 8. We'll get to know right here on your election headquarters. From the EC's headquarters for now, I am MFR Powell. Back to you in the studios.
Thank you very much, MFR, and certainly giving us a full 360-degree view there of what's happening at the epicenter of EC's operation. This presidential primaries for the NPP. The end is in sight. Finish line is right ahead, and taking us across that line will be my colleagues Evans Mensah and Winston Amwa, who are taking over right after this break. But I have to say a big thank you to these two marathon runners who have helped us do analysis for hours and hours and hours, Peter McMenu and Dr. Owusu Mensah. Can't thank you enough for your time with us. God bless you both.
Appreciate it.
Indeed. And God bless you for watching. Stay exactly where you are. This is your election headquarters, brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol, always a delightful experience. And the fearsome 3, HEPA Plus, Pavi, and Plasmox. Power to the people. Stay here on Joy. We will be live bringing you the final announcement and the results of who will indeed, as MFA says, ride on the back of the elephant into 2024. My name is Kojo Yankson. What a pleasure it's been. We'll do it again soon. Have a good evening.
Customer.
Nada bena minka me trap papa.
What you saying?
Me try 10 Ghana.
10 Ghana.
10 Ghana cedis.
Na no dia, say na obenya.
10 Ghana cedis no. Me dia. Me 54,000 Ghana cedis.
54,000.
540 million.
Here. Ya o de wanu na me ka me di ehun skasa
ke. Yeah. Ene na giga kika ade tina we. Tina wa boki. Draw no na asase no e. Mami mi volume no.
Customer. What is? One of our daily lucky winners. Dial *946# to play now. Or you can also play online at www.gamepackgames.com. Game Park is regulated by the National Lottery Authority.
dance, let's go, say.
Hello, with everybody for you. Body just shake bello. But in someone tell
Your favorite TV game show, Step Up, is back with another amazing season. This time, we are stepping up with Syntax Tank. Step Up with Syntax Tank will see contestants answer questions of their choice and win over 6,000 Ghana cedis cash prize weekly and other products from our sponsors. This season, viewers at home should watch out for the Syntax Tank question of the week. Be the first to answer correctly via WhatsApp or send SMS to 050-833-8888 and win incredible prizes. The person who answers most of the weekly questions correctly and fastest gets a 65-inch Samsung TV at the end of the season. Step Up with Syntax Tank, showing on Joy Prime every Sunday, 7:30 p.m. Sponsored by Bell Eyes, MTN Momo, Angel Cola. Powered by Syntax Tank. Joy Prime, your ultimate experience.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, premium petrol from Petrosol is always the way I go. And when I get it to my baby, I can go, sir.
Yeah. Because you can't be mixing Petrosol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Petrosol oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change intervals, and cleaner environment. In KE, I'm finding the car and the Petrosol Jubilation. That's a sheet of a day.
Why? Premium products, clean fuel in full quantity, long lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Petrosol, a delightful experience.
Prepare for an exhilarating experience at the main fair of the 2023 EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. Join us at the Accra International Conference Center from Thursday, November 23rd to Sunday, November 26th, 2023. Doors will be open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day to welcome you. This year, we are diving into the theme of home ownership, exploring the nuances between affordability, comfort, and luxury. Whether you're embarking on your home ownership journey or looking for upgrades, this fair is your destination for all things housing. Encounter a comprehensive assembly of stakeholders from Ghana's housing and construction sectors. Engage the experts across the spectrum of home creation and enhancement. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Planned City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. Rent to own. And sponsored by Elegant Homes and General Constructions Limited, where quality meets value. Global Lighting, your solution to quality lighting. Syntax Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough. Springfield Estates, where dreams are built. Virtual Security, complete security solution. DBS, your roof experts. Virtual Infosec Africa, security solutions by design. Saint Gobain, making the world a better plan. Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments. The Kissington Heights, Airport City, Kumasi, by HDG Homes Limited.
Why? For my premium fuel at an affordable price, premium petrol from Petrosol is always the way I go. And when I get it to my baby, I can go, sir.
Yeah. Because you can't be mixing Petrosol fuel with any nyama oil. Quality goes with quality. Petrosol oil ensures long engine life, longer oil change intervals, and cleaner environment. In KE, I'm finding the car and the Petrosol Jubilation. That's a sheet of a day.
Why? Premium products, clean fuel in full quantity, long lasting, and above all, peace of mind. Petrosol, a delightful experience.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm in rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. the top life regardless.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
1, 2, give me the dance. Let's go. Say
Hello, with everybody for you. Body just shake belly.
Your favorite TV game show, Step Up, is back with another amazing season. This time, we are stepping up with Syntax Tank. Step Up with Syntax Tank will see contestants answer questions of their choice and win over 6,000 Ghana Cedis cash prize weekly and other products from our sponsors. This season, viewers at home should watch out for the Syntax Tank question of the week. Be the first to answer correctly via WhatsApp or send SMS to 050-833-8888 and win incredible prizes. The person who answers most of the weekly questions correctly and fastest gets a 65-inch Samsung TV at the end of the season. Step Up with Syntax Tank, showing on Joy Prime every Sunday, 7:30 p.m. Sponsored by Bell Ice, MTN Momo, Angel Cola. Powered by Syntax Tank. Joy Prime, your ultimate experience.
This is your election headquarters. We are continuing our coverage of the NPP presidential elections, and the results are coming in thick and fast, as you can see on your screens there. Before I even tell you the very latest, I want to take you to the Ashanti region, the stronghold of the party. The EC regional office there is declaring the results.
Here are the votes obtained by each of the candidates. Ken Ohini Ejapon had 11,390 votes, and this constitutes 33.7% of the votes cast, or the valid vote cast. Mahamadou Bawumia had 22,205 votes, which constitute 65.6% of the votes cast. Owusu Afriya Koto had 167 votes. 167 votes, which constitute 0.5% of the votes cast. And Francis Adenimo had 74 votes, which also constitutes 0.2%. So, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your support. This is the results for the Ashanti region. Thank you very much.
So the EC in the Ashanti region, led by Benjamin Bano Bill, moments ago, gave out the results for the Ashanti region. He just gave us a dead declaration for the Ashanti region. So we'll be taking some reaction from some of the agents of the various candidates in here. We have the brother of Kennedy Ohene Ejapon, Ralph Ejapon, and in here he was Kennedy Ejapon's agent. He has agreed to speak to us, but at the moment the EC is calling them out to come in here and sign or consent to the results that have been declared so far. So from the figures that have been given out, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia won the Ashanti region. He was able to attain 22,205 votes, followed by Kennedy Ohene Ejapon, who had 11,390 votes. Francis Adenimo had 74 votes, and he was last among the four. And Owusu Efriakoto, former Minister for Agriculture, also had 167. Presently, the information that I have, or what is happening in here, is that the various agents are confirming these results from their respective collation centers, and immediately it is accepted by their collation or tallies with what they have. They will go there and sign. One of them, or some of them, are still with the EC, going through the figures again before they consent to the figures. Dr. Akoto's agent just did. He has signed, and the EC is also going through what he has given to ensure that the process is followed. I don't know if Dr. Akoto's representative will speak to us briefly. Dr. Akoto's, we have Dr. Akoto's representative here, Mr. Thomas Osei Kufo. Sir, your candidate attained 167 votes. Does that tally with what you have at your collation center?
Well, apparently there is a difference of 3 votes. We had 170, and the EC has us at 167. So there is a difference of 3, which we would investigate, and if there's an error, inform the EC about it.
But have you consented to what the EC has?
Yes, I have consented, because the difference is only 3. If to us it doesn't make much of a difference, but we would work on it to correct the record if it needs to be corrected.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Raphael Ejapon, the agent for Mr. Kennedy Ejapon, is here with me. And briefly, Mr. Ejapon, your candidate attained 11,390 votes. Does that tally with what you have from your collation?
Respectfully so. I think we had about 33.7%. And it's it tallies with what we have per our records. So,
are you surprised by the number of votes you were able to attain in the Ashanti region?
We were expecting to go above this figure, but at least it's an indication of the fact that the super delegates is not a true reflection of what happens at the regular delegate voting, as it has shown today. So it's an indication. So all those who were talking about, the vice president was going to go with 80% or so, I think they should wait. You see, the figures from Greater Accra, if you are watching, we are leading in Greater Accra, we are leading in Volta region, Central and Western region. And I bet you, I am of the firm opinion that it is possible there may be a runoff.
So the battle is not lost yet?
No. But you have witnessed the figures from Central, Greater Accra, Western, and then I believe Volta region. We are leading in all those regions. And to gain 33% in Ashanti region tells a lot, because the more we gain in the other regions, it will reduce the vice president's 66%, and then it is possible there will be a runoff.
So it's now Mr. Japon's turn to sign the EC's document. As you can see, Mr. Kenneth Owusu, who is the representative for Mr. Adenimo here in the collation center, has gone to take a copy of the results, and it looks like some of them are not too happy with the votes that their candidates were able to attain here. Nana Bwache,
All right, so Nana, just as you said, today has really been an interesting day here in the Ashanti region as Kennedy Japan has been polling some surprises today. Looking at Fomena, the vote he garnered in the Fomena constituency looks quite surprising because some people did not expect him to garner that particular vote. In fact, he won ahead of the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. But then let's go through the results again as declared by the Ashanti Regional EC boss Benjamin Bano Bill. The Honorable Kennedy Japan, Member of Parliament for Asin Central, the lawmaker, had 11,390 votes, representing some 33.7%. Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia also garnered some 22,205 votes, and then also Efriye Akuto, the former Agric Minister, also garnered 167 votes, representing 0.5%. And then Francis Adenimo, the two-term Member of Parliament for Mampong constituency, also garnered some 74 votes, representing 0.2% votes. So, Nanayao, indeed, it has been an interesting day in the Ashanti region. We spoke to the majority leader, who doubles as the Member of Parliament for the Summit.
And he's surprised at the figures.
Exactly, at the figures that Dr. Honorable Kennedy Japan has been polling in the Ashanti region, especially in his own constituency, where he went quite close to the Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Vice President had 511 votes, and then the Honorable Kennedy Japan, lawmaker for Asin Central, also pulled some 389 votes, quite similar. This is what drove the majority leader to some shock.
And also in the Bantama constituency, a lot of the people in the Ashanti region are very surprised at the results that have turned in today. Mr. Kennedy Japan did so well in the Bantama constituency. You were there to observe proceedings. Take us through it.
So in the Bantama constituency, earlier on, you know, that constituency is largely known to be the constituency of Francis Asokwa, who is the Member of Parliament for that area
and a staunch supporter of
Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Yes. There's no two ways about that. When we engaged him earlier, he made his point quite clear. He says that Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia is winning the Ashanti region and then winning the Bantama constituency. But then, unfortunately, at the end of poll, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia did win Bantama constituency, but it was very, very close. Kennedy Japan had 404 votes. Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia pulled 422 votes. Efriye Akuto 1, Adenimo 2, 1 rejected ballot, and then a total turnout of 830. So you could see that clearly there was a close margin between Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia and then the Asin Central lawmaker, Honorable Kennedy Japan.
So reports we've been picking from other parts of the Ashanti region is that there's a lot of excitement on the street. For instance, we understand that places within the Asokwa constituency, which is one of the places that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia won largely, there's so much excitement within the area, and we understand that the team have also secured portion of the Babaya Sports Stadium, and they'll be throwing a victory party this evening. So it looks like the Ashanti region will have a lot of excitement within the region, especially after Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia won the region with a huge margin.
Okay, so Nana, we must not look away from the fact that the team from the Ashanti region supporting the Honorable Kennedy Japan says there will definitely be a runoff. When you engage to Mr. Japan, the agent for the Honorable Kennedy Japan, he says that there's going to be a runoff. But then your election headquarters, we've got you covered. Anything that goes up and down will bring you up to speed details on that. But then we must say that the Ashanti region has been largely won by Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia.
So from here, we join the excitement in town. We move to the Babaya Sports Stadium, and that's once a constituency to gauge the mood there. Stay tuned to the election headquarters as we bring you more in the Ashanti region.
I promise this party that I'm going to do a diligent job and make sure we win 2024 election. And I want Ghanaians to give me opportunity and challenge me, but I will make sure I turn the fortunes of this country around.
The Zongos are saying they don't believe the NPP will elect Dr. Bawumia, but that is because of propaganda. What they are saying is that if the NPP elects Dr. Bawumia, they will vote for Dr. Bawumia on December 2024. This is why the NDC is afraid, because they know that when you elect me on Saturday, I'm going to give them a showdown. Showdown.
Yeah, mommy. Yeah, mommy. Yeah, mommy. Yeah, papa. You face in here. You face in here.
For the party, I have outlined about 3 points. One, to always ensure that there is greater unity in the party. I will ensure that all constituency parties will have offices in the country owned by the party, not in rented premises. We should be able to develop our own standardized party offices across all the 275 or 276 constituencies nationwide. And that one, I will commit myself to doing.
Today marks a landmark in my journey to bear the flag of the new patriotic party. And with that, to lead this country into our future prosperity. I'm appealing to you that when the time comes, vote for Owusu Afriyie-Akoto. He will make this party great again, and will also turn things around to ensure that this country becomes prosperous. Thank you very
And thank you very much for staying with us here on your election headquarters. It's brought to you by Petrosol, also by the New Force. And as you see behind me, the numbers are now beginning to take shape for all the aspirants indeed. And as we have it, 227 out of the 275 constituencies coming in right now from the EC headquarters confirmed across the country. We are talking about 54,354 for candidate Japan, representing some 36.72%. And we have, of course, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia at 91,919. That is 62.09%. And as we speak currently, the two of the aspirants we know have called him to congratulate him. They've considered defeat. So, of course, as we said, he was going to win this. The key question is the margin, and we're going to be analyzing that for you pretty quickly. And then, of course, as you see, the last two, we've been calling it the last two, and of course, indeed pan out exactly as we've said, and that is Dr. Owusu Afriyie-Akoto with a 1,135, 0.77%. Francis Dainimo, it's at 623, that is 0.42%. Now, we're waiting for us. One of the bellwether regions, Greater Accra is key. We're waiting for that. But of course, we just heard from the Ashanti region, which is very important. Let's run through the Ashanti regional numbers, and then we'll begin our analysis from there.
Had 11,390, representing some 33%. Dr. Bawumia had 22,205, That's some 65% of the votes. Dr. Usufia had 167, and Francis Adainimo with 74 votes.
Okay, and so that's the results from the Ashanti region. We're waiting for the Greater Accra region, the two regions with the most delegates there, and so that's very, very important. Joining me in the studio, apart from wasting, is Raymond Akwa and Dr. H.C. Kanku. But guess who is sandwiched between them? It is the Chieftaincy Minister, Asamoah Boateng, who has agreed to join us. How are you feeling, sir, tonight?
I'm happy. We've had the election today, peaceful, and so far everything has gone according to the way the party structured this to be. Quiet, peaceful, happy mood. I'm in a very happy mood. We seem to have a flag bearer.
A flag bearer, indeed. Almost. And that flag bearer will be adored pretty soon and will be adored at the Ohenijan Sports Stadium. And I want to take you there right now. I want to take you to my colleague, Samuel Mbura, who is there for us to give us a sense of what is happening on the ground and the mood there. And from what I saw before I came on, it is a pretty charged atmosphere. Mbura, confirm that.
You put me on. Joy here at the Ohenijan Sports Stadium. And then it is actually a charged atmosphere where the party supporters have thronged the Ohenijan Sports Stadium in patience, waiting for the baton of leadership to be handed over after the declaration of the results by the EC. So far, we understand, per the provisional results, the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has made some errors, and he is the one kindly leading the race per what the provisional results is giving us. So they are now waiting for the final declaration. But behind me is the stage where all the dignitaries, those who matter in the NPP, are coming to take their seats. In a minute, in some 30 minutes, we'll have Dr. Friya Koto, who has already called Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to congratulate him coming to join them. Kennedy Ajapon, I understand, is also on his way coming here. So it's actually a charged atmosphere here. As you can see, some of the supporters of the NPP massing up here at the Ohenijan Sports Stadium to catch a glimpse of what is happening ahead of the declaration. So this is one of the NPP members. Maybe I can just hear from him what he makes of the electoral results. You are live on JoyNews. Can you tell us what you make of the electoral process so far?
Oh, it's so peaceful and all what we are expecting. That's what we just have. So everything is okay.
Who was your candidate?
Who's that?
Who was your candidate?
Bawumia, of course.
Bawumia. Are you happy about the percentage so far?
200%. I'm okay. Yes. I'm okay, 200%.
So as supporters of the party, what do you think? What does this signal give to your political opponents ahead of 2024 elections?
Oh, you see, we are taking everything step by step. You understand? We are here now. The other, we don't have a new strategy. Everything will go on well. So don't worry about that one. Okay? Yeah.
Thank you very much. You are joining us on the JoyNews channel. Which constituency do you belong to?
I'm from East Ayawaso.
East Ayawaso?
Yes.
What do you make of the electoral process? Did you cast your ballot? Are you a delegate?
Yes, I'm a delegate. I cast my vote.
Who did you vote for?
I vote for Dr. Bawumia.
Why did you vote for him?
I just vote for Bawumia. I know now this is time because we have it's a generation time. When I look at everybody was saying it's possible, I think it's his time. So it's a generation. So I just voted for him, and I know he can do something to the youth. That's why it's my candidate for him to vote for him.
The reason my cameraman cannot come down is because there's a media stance for all of them, and that's where he is and taking this shot. But let me find out from him. Good evening, sir. You are live on the JoyNews channel. Kindly face my camera and tell me what you make of the electoral results so far as today's Congress is concerned.
There in the beginning, let me thank all the electorates across the country and also congratulate the flag bearer elect, His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, and also congratulate the three others, that's Ken, Adainimo, and also Afiri. They've really done well, and that is the spirit of the New Patriotic Party.
The NPP prides itself with democracy and the belief in the rule of law.
Yeah.
Do you think that you have exhibited that today in the Congress?
Precisely, across the country, you can see it. The spirit of the New Patriotic Party is back again, and this is the time we're going to demonstrate to the whole world that we are ready to take on the campaign. And the campaign for 2024 starts today with the election of our new flag bearer. And then I'm so hopeful. We are all expecting all the candidates to be here tonight to show their support to the flag bearer elect. And I believe all Ghanaians are ready to support Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. I mean, it's fantastic, and we have really shown that we are the party to rule this country going into the future.
Right. So where's your constituency?
I'm the government spokesperson on social services, and my constituency is Ayawas North. That is where I supervise the election, and I pulled 80% of the vote for His Excellency.
Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. My brother, good evening. Where are you coming from? Which constituency do you belong to? Did you cast your ballot?
Yeah, I'm coming from Ayawaso Central. I'm the constituency of the regional minister. And as the aide to the regional minister, we have to work to lead, and then we were able to get the results that we are looking for. Because he's a regional minister, and so we're determined to go the extra mile to get the needed results for the party.
So the general feeling from the voters here is that the exercise has been smooth. The exercise has been conducted without any chaos, and they think that as a party that prides or associates itself with the rule of law and democratic governance, they have really exhibited such. So on the podium now, we have a host of the national executives there. Right now, Salam Mustafa, the national youth organizer, is the one addressing the mammoth crowd here at Ohinijan Sports Stadium. We also have the national organizer also there, Nana Boachi Yadom, popularly known as Nana B. The general secretary, Justin Frimpong Kodia, is also seated, and they are waiting for a host of them. And I must say, security here is really an overdose, as indicated by the IGP Dr. Akufu Dampare. Before you enter here, they have to conduct a thorough search on you to be sure you don't carry any weapon before you get in here. So, security-wise, they have deployed adequate men to man security, and where we have been so far, we have not witnessed any chaos where the police will have to come in. So the situation is not different from the Ohinijan Sports Stadium. What they are waiting for now is for the EC to do the official declaration, and then right here, they will have the conceding speeches from the aspirants who will not make it, and then we'll get a statement from the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who will be handing over the baton as the leader of the party to the one who will be finally declared the winner of this Congress. We know that Dr. Fiya Koto has already called to congratulate Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Kojo Poku, and other aspirants, Mesa Konedua Preku, and most of the aspirants who contested in the Super Delegates Congress have actually called to congratulate Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. At the moment, he is at his residence preparing with his team to come here. At his campaign office at Reach, they've also mounted a giant screen monitoring and collating the results. So the EC in the next 40 minutes is expected to declare the results, and then the official handing over will be done here. But we'll have speeches from all those who matter in the party before the handing over will be done. So at the moment, the speeches have not started. What we have is the National Youth Organizer coming to charge the atmosphere here. But my colleague, Kweku Asante, with the political desk is with me here. Kweku, over to you.
Well, it's an incredible sight and scenes here. It's almost like a carnival. Almost all those who matter in the New Patriotic Party are here. We are just awaiting the arrival of the 4 candidates in this election, as well as the president. Then this will happen. We are also expecting that very soon. The information we are getting from the strong group of the EC is that they've done a collation for almost all the constituencies, and that in the coming hours, the Electoral Commission will formally declare Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as the winner of this primaries of the New Patriotic Party. We expect that Dr. Bawumia will come here himself, Kennedy Japan, and all the other candidates who contested in this election. What the NPP want to do here is to show unity, is to show that despite the rancorous nature of the election, the New Patriotic Party has come together and they are ready to go into the 2024 election as a force. Already, Salam Mustafa has been harping on that. And so that is exactly what we expected to see here today. We are going to see President Akufo-Addo raise the hand of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. In the last 16 years, since 2007, the de facto and the jury leader of the NPP has been Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And for the first time in 16 years, we are going to have a change in that. We are going to see a new face lead the new patriotic party in the person of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Of course,
that'll be the interesting bit, Kweku, because I know if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is declared finally handed over the baton to lead the party ahead of 2024 election, then it will go to break that myth that the NPP is an account party.
Yeah.
And also the claims by the former president John Mahama, who's the leader of the NDC, that Bawumia will not be given the nod. You know, just his last rally, he said that he was going to give him a showdown, and then the delegates will prove him wrong. However, we know that some of the Council of Elders that I spoke to, they said they were fully in support of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and some national executives. I was at the national headquarters where the election was conducted. 463 came to cast their ballot. Out of these 463, Bawumia had 244, Kennedy Japan 133. Some people saw it as surprising.
Yes, in fact, if I look at the result that came from the headquarters, it was quite surprising. But going back to the early point that you made on, this is the new patriotic party really sending a message out there that the new patriotic party is not an account party as the NDC have made it to be. John Dramani Mahama had said that Dr. Bawumia will just be used by the NPP and they will not give him the opportunity to lead. But we've seen that Dr. Bawumia, per the results we are seeing, could get between 55% and 60%. It could even be more from the results we've seen so far. So that is a testament. And if you look at the results that came in from the northern regions, the 5 northern regions, it clearly showed that they had the intention to actually break that myth that has surrounded the new patriotic party for some time now. So they went there in their numbers. There are some constituencies where Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia gets all the votes. There's no other candidate that gets even a single vote. So that myth has been broken today. The new patriotic party, of course, is not an account-based party. We have a candidate in the person of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is not just only a non-account, but also a Muslim. So he's coming in as someone from the northern part of the country and also a Muslim. This will be the first time that a Northerner and a Muslim candidate, I should say, will be on a candidate as the presidential candidate of a political party in the country since 1992. So that's incredible.
To the NPP.
Definitely, and the new patriotic party is going to use that in the 2024 election to say that this is the political party that cuts across. This is the only political party that has handed Asante. We've had a Muslim vice president. They will say now they have a Muslim candidate at the top of the ticket, and that would be Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
The interesting bit I'm looking out for is the one who partner the eventual winner, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He's the provisional winner now. We are waiting for the EC. But the interesting part will be the one who will help him secure that victory for them if they go into 2024 election. Now the dynamics play. You look at is it going to be from the eastern region, Ashanti region? Some people are pointing towards the Ashanti region, obviously, because it is the World Bank of the electoral votes of the new patriotic party.
I think that it is clear that the new patriotic party is going to pick a candidate from the Ashanti region. Is either going to be one of Honorable Opoku Prempeh, the energy minister, the education minister, first deputy speaker. There are a number of NPP MPs who are on the list. Of course, Dr. Bawumia is keeping that card close to his chest. He's not specifically stating where he's going to put that. But I strongly believe that if you look at how the dynamics of the party is now, the new patriotic party will be better served if they have a representative, the vice presidential candidate coming in from the Ashanti region. And that is the kind of information we are getting.
So let's hand over back to the studio, and then we'll definitely take you to stage immediately they start delivering the speeches. So we'll hand it over back to you in the studio for you to continue the rest of the discussions, and then we'll cross back when the speeches and the dignitaries, those who matter for tonight's program, so far as this Congress of the NPP is concerned, begin to deliver their speeches. So Kojo, you can take it over from us from the Villager Sports Stadium here in Accra. Solid.
And we are going to be staying with my colleagues there at the Ohenidan Sports Stadium, my colleague Elting and MFA Pao. Once we know the final results from the EC headquarters, we'll join them, because this is where the party will need to show to its rank and file across the country that they are united tonight, even after these results. Results that, of course, we've been talking about that was very, very possible, but it has now become very obvious and is a reality now. The key question is, can they get Kennedy Japan to the stadium and give a concession speech whilst Bawumia is standing there, both of them finished, and then show to the rank and file that they are united going forward? We'll be getting some information from Sibina Samabatin pretty shortly on that. But very quickly, the northern region is now in.
Yes, Evans, and in the northern region, Kennedy Japan had 1,995, Dr. Bawumia 9,238, and then Owusu Efiri-Akoto 172, and Francis Adenimo 77. In the central region, Kennedy Japan 10,828, Dr. Bawumia 6,159, Dr. Owusu Efiri-Akoto had 47, and Francis Adenimo 38.
Okay, so both gentlemen won in your home region.
Exactly.
Okay, I mean, and that is important. We've been saying that from the beginning. But of course, the margin, 1,900 in the northern region for Kennedy Japan, and 9,000 for Bawumia. So the gap is quite significant there. Central region, he wins it at 10,000, 6,000.
6,000, yeah.
So let me come back to Sibina Samabatin right now. First question, if you look at where we are tonight with 245 of the constituencies out from the Electoral Commission, we're left with 275. And as we speak currently, it is the Greater Accra regional results that we are waiting now to come in, and then that will close it. Is this what you expected?
Evans, it's been an interesting day. Started off very bright day at the party headquarters. I went to vote there. The euphoria, the excitement was there. An interesting aspect, let me just go back before I come to my expectation, is that when I went for the super delegates vote that day, the police numbers outnumbered the party people. This time around when I went, it was the journalists who outnumbered everybody, and the police were not there. And immediately the signal was that this is a good sign. It's a family event, and everybody understands this is going to be smooth and peaceful. And across the country, we've heard everybody happy and the results. For me, the expectation was that Dr. Bawumia would get over 70%. To be frank, I was on record to say 75. But I'm also aware, and I speak to the Kennedy camp a lot, and also the Koto's people. I knew Dr. Koto was not coming up as I expected it, so it went to Kennedy. So I was always in constant touch. And I knew Kennedy would pull some votes. I wasn't too sure how many, but you get 30-something%, isn't it?
Yes,
35%.
35%.
Very impressive.
As we speak.
But Kennedy is a politician. He's a down-to-earth politician. He understands where to press the buttons. His strategy worked in a way. He was in a difficult election for him. Here he is, the government that he has been part. Sometimes he takes himself out as if he's a board chairman of one of the key institutions of state. But I can understand his positioning of himself in this contest. So he was in a dilemma. Even if he wins, how is he going to sell the party's achievement? Yet he couldn't disown the party as well. So he was in a fix. Bawumia was clear out and out. He had to defend the government. He had to defend his record. And so it's expected. I mean, I expected Dr. Bawumia to win. 61%, it's a respectable figure. And don't forget, Evans, this is his first attempt for the flag bearership position. First attempt. If you go back to our history of the party, I'm not sure anyone, first attempt has won. You go, Dubois initially, I think he took it, but then Kufuor.
He won in 92 and Kufuor beat him in 96.
Yes,
96, yeah.
Kufuor came in, even if the first time Kufuor came third, if you remember. Then 98, Kufuor, 96, then Kufuor won, and then he went for the 90 election.
Kufuor was in second.
Kufuor didn't win. Kufuor had to go back. And that's the pattern. And for Dr. Bawumia, it's a very good attempt, and it's very good results for him. But don't forget, he carried himself very well. The first time I met him was in President Kufuor's house, and he just come into the country like me. I had also come to the country from UK. He was so sober, and I said, Mr. Papa, I said, oh, he's a nice guy. He's coming to help us with the Bank of Ghana. I He's a smart guy. And I kept an eye on him, saying, this is a star in the party.
I see.
He's a star in the party, because the party had always been the Akan-tagged party for a long time. And I admit, I mean, we all have our inside discussions, and we know that outside there's like, if you're not an Akan, you don't come in. Even when I stood an election in Infantiman, at some point the Akan was even dropped, and they said I was an Ashanti. I'm Ashanti by name, Asamoah Boate. My mom is a Fanti. And so I had to convince them that hey, that's my mom, I go with matrilineal. And so you see the differences inside. So we needed to have some way of bridging that kind of tag and getting together as a party that shares away those tags. And we're lucky to have a candidate of his caliber, and he cuts across. When he came into the party as a running mate to Nana Akufo-Addo in the 2008 election, when he was elected, I think at Alisa, I was a council of national council member. It was a tough decision. I mean, the party was just come in, relaxed. There are people ahead of him, but Akufo-Addo stuck with him. And it took a while, and he built his character through that. And against a lot of heavyweights in the party. And he's come along. His humility, his approach to people, he cuts across everybody. Youth, he's a young man, don't forget, he's a young man. And he reaches to some of us who have been in the party for donkeys. Don't forget, I've come a long way. And so I knew this is a star coming in. And he's conducted himself so well. And especially, if you look at even the government programs, and everywhere government has succeeded in touching like fundamental changes in our economy, his name comes across there. The digitization of most of our services, he's in there. Everywhere, Dr. Bawumia will be there. And so far, I haven't had any complaint about him. So we are lucky to have him around. But having said that, Kennedy is a crowd puller. Kennedy is a crowd puller. There's no election that I would say Kennedy doesn't come in. He will come in. We need Kennedy in an election. He sits on the platform. He just get the
question as we analyze tonight will be, so what do you do with Ken now? Now, with all the votes he's got, what do you do with him? Raymond, I'm staying with you on the question of the expectation.
Yes.
He's confessed. He was expecting 75%. So this clearly isn't what he was expecting.
Clearly. But he was not alone. We all know that, I mean, as if it was a refrain or some data had been shared around to be... Samuel Oku said it. A lot of the people who campaigned for Dr. Bawumia said, in fact, they even said at least 70%. The clarity, remember, it was our conversation over the Global Info Analytics data. That's where Sami said he would dismiss it immediately because it doesn't put Dr. Bawumia within the 70s. And anything below 70, in fact, it was even pushing up to 80. And some said, well, it's a done deal, but the percentage will show what's important here. Two things would happen. Our expectation was that he was going to put up a fight. And we mentioned that if you have gleaned the polls, they were suggesting Dr. Bawumia's figures were still rising in the north, but not in the south of the country, which was a bit problematic because the higher numbers were in the south. So you do not need to win so many regions to actually make the inroads that Ken is making. If you, of course, the regions don't matter in this election, unless for analysis, because it's a unitary state, so it doesn't matter. But if you break it down, Ken is, as we know now, winning like 2 or 3 regions, Central, Volta, then maybe another one if he adds up to it. You think about it, he's making over 30% with just 2 regions and getting some of the lowest figures in the north of the country. But those figures don't matter because of the numbers involved here. And that's something that he was hoping to ride on. And he was also successful in doing something, pitching candidates who were for, as in parliamentary candidates and parliamentary MPs, who were for what they call Dr. Bawumia against the ordinary people. Regional chairman, constituency chairman. He made it so clear that they were not for their interest, that they were taking big money and the people on the ground were not getting anything. So you needed to make your voice heard differently. So you could see some of the reaction on the ground reflecting that kind of opinion. Ultimately, if he doesn't get the impression that still an establishment candidate was favored over me, then he'll play ball. But of course, people know him to also be a businessman. And the thing with businessmen in politics is that ultimately, he will do the plus 1 minus 2, and it comes down to, well, what will be my interest in going forward? Already, I've heard people within the NPP saying that he just bumped up to number 2 on the list of a possible future for the NPP. That you can no longer dismiss or see Kennedy Japan, who in less than 1 year, and let's not get it wrong,
And you make a very important
in less than 1 year, has made so much inroads that people have done God knows how long, since 2008, they have not been able to do similar action on the ground. He appears to have gotten a certain support, grassroots, for a political party that is seen to be elitist in nature. It is one of the reasons they can never ignore him today, because you would need him to still get to the grounds. There's a conversation happening within the NPP today about whether or not Dr. Bawumia is identified with by the ordinary person, even within the party. And if we remove all the other hangers on the support, would he still be able to make the kind of heroes that Kennedy Japan did in this case? So that is how important the man has moved from a financier, somebody who was saying things nobody liked in this country, somebody who was condemned by virtually everybody, right from international institutions and all of that, to now one of the most important people within the NPP.
And you can't
I've even heard the conversation that all of the 16 or so Asante potential vice presidential candidates do not have anything close to what he has in the party.
And you cannot ignore him now. You make the point about he's placed second. What does it mean for him going forward? The party's history shows in primaries, those who place second tend to rise to the top. It's the reason why.
I'll make a claim.
Make a claim for it. And I was going to make the claim bit because you have Alan Chamanting, who had placed second over the period, believing and run with the slogan "Edru Miso," because he believed at the point that it was his time, right? And then you have Ken, who is now placed second. Of course, there are more races coming up in the next few years.
Yes.
In 1998, when they did the primary, the current president was second. Eventually, he came forward and believed that, of course, it was his turn. And we were told that in the party, they have these arrangements that you eventually get to a place where you rise to the top. What will be Ken's thinking around that going forward? Would he get to a place where he believes, and I want to bring in here, Echesi Kanku, that because of what he secured now, looking at the party's history over time, he is next in line, possibly. He has a right to lead the party going into post-2024, for example. The party will have to manage that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Evans. I don't even know whether to take your second question or the first one about expectations, but I still want to stab on that. I think...
No, go for the expectation, because it's still within that realm.
I think we're overstating everything over here. Listen, Kennedy Japan has been a mainstay of the political trajectory of this country for a long time. I don't have the exact year, but he's been an MP, and Honorable is here.
20 years.
20 years?
Since 2000.
2000.
Years.
Since 2000.
2 decades. That is not a short time in politics. And in order to build your constituency as a politician or somebody who wants to aspire for the presidency, getting your hold on a parliamentary constituency is very important. In fact, some have stated that one of the reasons why Alan Chamanting has not done as well in the presidentials or in his political career is because he does not have a constituency he can call his own. And I heard an elder within the party saying that he advised him that go stand for parliament and get that political experience. Honorable Kennedy has been there. He has the political experience. He has the political capital. So let's not overstate what has happened today. Yes, it is an impressive showing based on the expectations game, and politics sometimes has an internal forced expectation games that are played, that is being played. I've heard all those things, and so that is influencing what we are saying. But then when you strip it off, those games of expectations, and you look at the bare essentials, you look at the existing context within which this has happened, my goodness, it is watershed, it is momentous, and I think we are losing that. This is a party which, since its formation it started participating in political elections in 1992, has had an Akan-oriented leader ever since, or even just an Akan leader ever since it was formed. It became so difficult for anybody outside that Akan region to pierce their way and to best that veneer glass to get into the top, to become the political candidate. In fact, it became the clarion cry of a lot of people that, hey, no way a Northerner is going to be, they are ethnocentric, they are tribalistic. Very huge argument. For the first time, we do have a Northerner becoming the leader of a major political party in this country. The Skion or the Dombo tradition, the former Baumia tradition. I mean, Aliyu Mahama. You know, that memory has all come into play right now, and Baumia has carried that fire and become the first northern leader of the party and the first Muslim leader of the party in a Christian-dominated country, and going at it for the first time and not even been plucked from the hallowed halls of Bank of Ghana as a professional, an economic professional, and then this first stab as VP. He has done it. This is a historical moment. And we shouldn't let the expectations game cloud or help let us recognize the importance of what has happened today, not just for the New Patriotic Party, but for our democracy in Ghana. A lot of people will look at this and say that me too can become presidential candidate one day, irrespective of my tribe, irrespective of my religion, irrespective of if I don't even belong to a long history of politics. And it will be an inspiring moment. So for me, that is my first point in terms of is this what I expected? Is this what I didn't expect? I think that what has happened is momentums for what it is, and we should recognize it for what it is. Honorable Ken has done great from the context too. I mean, his pronouncements, his rhetoric, and where he's come from. I mean, nobody expected him to get here. He even said himself that he does not, I mean, I don't want to be president. He said it sometime. He never thought.
As you said in the morning, no, they are grown at 5.
Thank you. He never thought he was getting here. So it's impressive. It's impressive. And he has carried a certain voice within the NPP. Let's not lose sight of that as well. People have done the whole Donald Trump comparison. Very fair one, because the rise of populism, if you put this in a global context, the rise of populism across global democracies. In Brazil, Lula da Silva was back. In Pakistan, they elected a former cricket player who eventually became PM. You go to the United States, Donald Trump became president. You look at France, and there's Emmanuel Macron, who didn't even have a political machinery. He had to form one from the scratch to become president. So the rise of populism and the voices of the grassroots is a very important feature of democracy today, right now. They want to show the establishment that our voices count. And Kennedy carried those voices within the party. People who were tired of lawyers, tired of economists, and just wanted a very practical oriented person to lead them. He represents that voice. And looking at the short time with which he started a technical campaign, hey, kudos to him.
I guess the point that makes the expectation around Kennedy Japan such a significant one is that everybody expected Baumia to win anyway. I mean, it wasn't in doubt from the beginning that he was going to win this. The question was the margin, right? So the issues that you raised, very, very fair, that this is the first time in a long, long time that a party is beginning to show real evidence that they can transform from this entrenched party to one that also allows people like Dr. Baumia into the fold to lead it. So that is very significant, except that we all expected that to be the outcome today, and this is the outcome. Except that when you look at the Kennedy Japan's performance, then it raises his own profile in the party. It becomes an individual that you can no longer ignore. In fact, Baumia was hoping, and history shows it, with Nana Addo Dankwa himself, to give the party a certain resounding victory, to leave no doubt that this is my party, right? And that would have been great for him. And then, of course, the Kennedy Japan factor would have faded a bit. And then he can focus on 2024. But now you have Kennedy Japan performing the way he did. And then that definitely throws in a bit of a challenge now in terms of what do you do with him? Because now you can't ignore him anymore, right? So that's why I guess that has become such a big deal. Yes, and I'll come back to you for your own thoughts on this.
Yeah, but sorry, no one wished Kennedy away. Kennedy has always been in the party.
That's
at the center of it. Always at the center of it. He's a crowd puller, I mentioned. We never ignore Ken when we are in any rally. Even if he comes in late, you have a slot. I'm telling you. So and there was this impression or this allegation of establishment candidate but it's not true. I'm telling you, because he was a vice president, people are, we all go in there. Me, nobody has pulled me and told me we're going here. No, before. I told you about this account tag. Me personally, I said that even my own contested in Fancy Man, Even the Akan group, within the Akan group, I was labeled as an Ashanti. And I said, no, I'm from here. So we had to break it up.
But I said not defeat the and you see, I mean, it's so old, but even for you made the point. People presume that merely because, let's say, my father is from Mankesim and my mother is from Jaben, there is some unity among some Akan group anywhere. You know it's not true.
Not.
So this presumption that there is a certain Akan grouping working together, protecting its own, projecting a certain front, is a mirage. And it's been proven. Let me read to you what this guy wrote in AKD Frimpong way back. This is in the 90s. He said the weird mix of ethnicity with regionalism has allowed elements in NPP and NDC to equivocate to suit their purposes. For instance, an individual to be considered an Akan or an Asante or a Fanti under varying scenarios. Similarly, the expression Northerners is often used as if the people in the Northern, Upper East, Upper West are one people. But we all know that some of them are not even intelligible in the languages that the others have. So the presumption and the blockades issues political divide for good. But it cannot be pirated and be used as defense in some of these cases. I hope you get my point.
No, but the fact of the matter, though, is that the evidence, as far as the flag bearers over the historical trajectory,
has been account.
Yes, that's
the party
point.
has been.
Yes, that's the point.
The party has been. Yes. I mean, and the point you made cannot be overemphasized. The fact that that is what really defines this as a very important moment for the party.
Right.
That you have this confirmed now. Yes. That the Dankwa, Buzia, now Dombo. Yeah. And they were expecting that this to happen. Remember when James Amusu got into trouble by making the point that the party needs to make that shift and give Baumia. The party today has said, we believe indeed we need to move beyond that Akan tag.
That's a major point.
It's also interesting the reference is made to Dombo and not Mumuni Baumia.
That's it. But the point is that the party...
But Mumuni Baumia left and joined the CPP.
Yeah, but you see this...
So that's where the reference cannot be made.
Let me come in here, please. I know the political history for a while.
It's both.
Let's move. The party has never said that we are a Dankwa, Busia. It's a tag we've taken as normal. But the party is a principal party on freedom of expression, the liberty of the individual, and democracy. And so if you believe in that, wherever you come from, we don't mind. But the question was that we have been tagged with the Asante Akan too much.
Exactly.
And we thought, no, this party is a principal party. Got nothing to do with where you're coming from. So unfortunately, because we've picked them as our running mates, everybody thought, oh, they are second fiddle. They are not. So let's break this thing. And I said, look, it's a time that we've got this star in this party. Let's project. It gets the general public to know that this party doesn't matter where you come from, doesn't matter the principal host, that you perform well. And Baumia has stopped. It's performed well. No, it's not got nothing to do with his northern the origin at all.
He's earned this.
No, he's earned it.
Let me make a point.
And then come back and then end on Kennedy. As I said, Kennedy is my brother. He comes to my house to eat. I talk to his campaign team almost every week. Even today I talked to them, and I told him he's going to the Ohinijan Stadium. I mean, Evans, you and I were talking.
Yes. So we'll come to that because that's important.
But the point is that Kennedy has always been in there, but we've never ignored him. And I'm happy his performance. It shows that this party is not one way that establishment say we go here, we go here. We built, Kennedy is coming as he's always been. Now he's got votes behind him, not just an MP at the level of presidential Kennedy. Now you have a seat already there, but your seat has been enhanced. Now come back. Let's get this together and move.
Look, Evans, this is my disagreement with the Asabi. The establishment is just what you have said. The establishment is what you, all of you, decide that now, let us go this way. Look, irrespective of the star you talk about, one of the things that has really worked for Dr. Baumia is where he comes from. And it is because the NPP, having fallen for the NDC propaganda, decided that now is the time to actually select a candidate from the north. And you would agree, all of you when you meet, a lot of the NPP MPs and ministers when they meet, the discussion is that I feel the Yamfa Northern and Kwebe Hadrinu. So I feel the Yamfa Northern and Kwebe Hadrinu. So sometimes, for instance, 1 minute, when you say censorship, when you say censorship,
an NDC propaganda. It's my own example.
I would explain why I say it's an NDC propaganda. Because when I say you're falling for the NDC propaganda, because consistently, you within the NPP would not remind yourself that we're an Akan party, somebody doesn't tell you.
Yeah.
Because it is the NDC that consistently said the NPP was an Akan party. And look, I grew up in the Volta region, and so I know this for a fact. Whenever the NDCs come to campaign in the Volta, they've made that point. You know this, HSC Kanku. They've made that point that NPP is an Akan party. So they had, so maybe, I mean, yes. Yes, and so consistently, that thing had been sung, and the NPP, at the point in time, started falling for it. In fact, in 2012, when Mahama was going to campaign in the North, he said, I sympathize with my brother Mahmudu, because they will use him and dump him. If they want your votes, they should bring Mahmudu not as running mate, but as flag bearer. In 2023, when I spoke to a lot of NPP ministers and MPs, and they all say one thing. As for this time, we are going to take Bawumia, also because of where he comes from. Whether he wins or loses, we have done that. Whether he wins 2024 or loses 2024, they've taken him there. So for me, that's the most important thing. But you made a point about Kennedy Japan, placing second and, look at it this way. In all the times that people who have placed second and have emerged and have become flag bearer, when Eduba won, he was older than J.A. Kufuor. Okay? When Kufuor won, he was older than, even Alan Akufo-Addo. When Akufo-Addo won, he was older than Chairman Ting, but Alan Chairman Ting did not automatically become the successor. And the point I want to make is that in politics, people emerge at different times. Look, somebody could be there waiting for his time, and then you have an emergence of somebody out of the blue. Because who would have imagined that, Dr. Bawumia in 2008, by 2011, the party, people were springing up, positioning themselves to become running mates, including even Adamu Sakande at the time, wanting to become running mate to Akufo-Addo. Then, by 2013, you got the feeling that the NPP was preparing Dr. Bawumia, and many people identified him as the next person. And so,
Dr. Bawumia versus Hajia.
Yes.
Hajia Alima Mahama.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is
the point that everybody felt that Akufo-Addo's best bet was...
Well, it's not. Like that. Honorable Malik Al-Hassan came in.
Yes.
It was an array of... so don't know.
But his choice was Hajia Alima.
But he chose Hajia Alima. And by the way... He chose Hajia Alima Mahama.
And by the way...
He came with a list and Hajia came in.
I want to close... Ended up winning. I want to close on this and then I get off because we have to go to the EC headquarters and bring in MFR Pau. I mean, don't we run the risk of overemphasizing this Akan northern divide and attributing his emergence necessarily to that when he's actually earned this, and that his current election as a leader of course, going into the next year's election is fundamental because of the sacrifices he's made.
And that's what I said.
And then among the field, he was the best. And this is the man who, after 2024, when he really emerged. People forget the kind of Bawumia we had in 2008. The man who people doubted his political news and whether he could actually do it and take on this very, very divided country and be a politician and stand in his own right. And then he emerged after 2008, going into the 2012 elections as a formidable force. And he really came for me, he made the point for me when he went into the election petition.
In the box.
In the box. That is when, for me, Bawumia came out of his shell. In fact, Akufo-Addo owes his victory largely in 2016 to Bawumia's ability to become the shield. He took the blows. The NDC forgot that the person on the ballot was actually Nana Addo.
Yeah.
And they started fighting him. Remember his lectures. My point is, this is just the MPP. This is just the MPP rewarding sacrifice, rewarding competence, rewarding an ability to show. And again, when the government was in crisis, right? We did a state of play, remember, and we said Bawumia must come out and speak.
Yes.
He did that. Everybody else was running away. Nobody wanted to face this problem. What are you going to say to the people? And then he held an event, I think in the central region, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
Gomafete. And took on the issues. Even though we criticized him, even though he turned for all the wrong reasons, he put his face on it when everybody else didn't want to do it. So, aren't we running the race where we say, oh, it's Domo and the party has given him the no because of yours? They wanted to break this account. I get the point. But which of these two is the most predominant reason why Bawumia is there today?
The predominant reason is that he's there on his own merit.
I believe that's the case.
And you see, yes, we had always discussed this account tag already. Yeah. And I've said it. We discussed it. But this time round, Bawumia has actually emerged within the political, economic center of the government and in the party and in the country. That he is his own person, he can run the show by himself. And every good thing the government has done, his name is stamped on it. Is stamped on it. We are talking about somebody who has made a government look the way it should be run properly. It's the vice president. If you look at it, President Akufo-Addo owes a lot to Bawumia's putting his face up.
Yeah, I mean, especially in 2016.
When people were just running away sometimes. I mean, people were just, are you sure you're going for this? And Bawumia stood up. And he does that with some humility, and a lot of honesty. That you see that this man is genuine. He's somebody we can trust. And that is what's paid up. Yeah. He had his reward. So it's not something that we can use that account tag. It's there, but it's a combination of factors.
But is a predominant factor.
I tell you one thing. Nobody.
Forgive me, the final results are in now. Okay. Final results are in. The Greater Accra results are in, and we're waiting for that because that then will give us a sense of the national picture. And as you can see there on your screen, and Kennedy Pond, this is the Greater Kennedy Pond, has 17,282 votes in Greater Accra. Bawumia had 19,002. Yeah. 19,002 votes. Efria Koto had one. Yes. You have 155 for Efria Koto, and then you have Adai Nemo's 95. How much are you reading to this, the Greater Accra results?
Well, I mean, 17,000, 19,000.
Is it 1919?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 17,000 and 19,000.
2,000 difference.
Yes. 2,000 difference. Interesting. I mean, and you see, when we started, I mean, before Honorable Asamabu, I had done the analysis and I'd shown you that in a lot of the areas, if you're able to get, say, 20,000, 25,000, it will be good news for the Bawumia team. While they may not have hit the 20,000s in the Greater Accra region, as they did in the Ashanti region, I think the Kennedy Japan performance in the Greater Accra region, for me, is surprising to me. Mm-hmm. He really performed well in the Greater Accra region. Because look, this is a region that has a lot of the ministers here. I mean, of course, even though they come from different parts of the country, you've had, the Eslo Usu-Ekufu, you've had the Foreign Affairs Minister, all of them declaring their support for Dr. Bawumia. So you would expect that in the Greater Accra region, he would give you the kind of performance he's probably giving you in the Ashanti region and even in parts of the northern region where he's coming from. But if Kennedy Japan is able to pull 17,000 votes in the Greater Accra region, I say that in this election, because of the targets that the Bawumia team set for themselves, because of the targets they set for themselves, it is the reason we're having this conversation today, and it's the reason you want to say congratulations to Kennedy Japan, who, as Raymond has said, has emerged victorious out of this. He's not the winner, he's not going to be the flag bearer, but his performance is worth commending.
Comment on give me your reaction to the Greater Accra results. Again, this is not what you expected, I assume. From the look on your face. This is I see surprise.
I am surprised a bit, but I'm also not surprised because this party, you can never predict us. It's a party of people who believe in themselves. It's not controlled by one person or a group of people. And so when Alan left the scene, the momentum swung to Kennedy. It swung to him immediately. And I always said to people that it could be very tight. But then coming along yesterday, I had a sense that he would go over 75. But when I finished voting and I called the country, what we call the exit polls, as to how people were voting, because I somehow didn't disclose where I voted, although I gave an indication. But then when I had the exit poll, I was thought this is going to be close. Because then you could see the gap was closing. And I thought, Ken has done well. But the winner, as I said, is both the party. The party has won. Ken has done well, but Bawumia first time has pulled us and won the flag bearership against the odds of an account tag, and also people were not sure, first timer. So for me, the party has done well, and congratulations to all of us. It is time to get together. It is time for Ken, who has always been a center, to come and have a bigger stake at the party, at the table. And then we can say, okay, let's move together. And that is good news for me as a party person, that going forward, we go united. And the NDC should be careful because we're there to beat them.
No, it's not interesting, right? Let's break it down. There are areas that you could identify specific Japan people who really are grassroots people. For example, in the Adenta area, we know that the presiding member, and many people knew him very well in that constituency, was the coordinator for Kennedy Japan. There are a lot of people who also felt that, listen, the man, I owe him a favor. He's done a lot of things to so many people, including my very self, in this region. And that if we as party people had gone to him every morning, there's no way he would disappoint us. And on so many occasions, he had delivered to us things that government people could not do to us. So what else was required of us to show some loyalty to him? So the grouping are clear. If you see specifically the constituencies that he won, you see the people who are behind it.
The impact is made on the ground. Yes,
the impact is very clear, and he could listen.
He's a down-to-earth person.
Yesterday, I was doing some of the listing for you. The things that the man says, okay, no, we are not talking about who has done what, but I can tell you from constituency to constituency, not only to the members of parliament, to their campaign in the previous election, but what I have done in each one of them, and even challenge the vice president to also state the same thing. That how many of them have you bought? In fact, the last one he listed was that me, when there was problems with power crisis in 2015 or 2016, I'm the one who bought for the Tamale Teaching Hospital a generator. Where was the vice president and all the people claiming that they own or they are actually supposed to originally be owners of the northern region and that they're supposed to have some loyalty to them? Where were they when I was doing those things? He listed them to make the claim that I have done a lot more than them, even with the power that they have at their disposal. And that is the kind of campaign that got a lot more people. And see, these campaigns do not affect ministers. It actually affects people at the grassroots because they are the ones who become beneficiaries of it.
But you see, and I know Ken, as I said, I know Bawumia, but Ken's support that he offers also is a result of what he benefited from the party and the government. I'm telling you today. So Ken is not like an isolated human being sitting somewhere who's made his money for private.
More recently, this claim.
But the party,
but it's not the only beneficiary of government.
Let me bring in Dr. Jessica.
Mostly he did. So it is expected. I mean, I also have a party, but I don't come trumpeting. I'm not a businessman, so I don't give as much as he does. But I do also support.
So let me bring Dr. Sikanku in at this point, because Honorable Asamawati makes the point that when Alan left, and look at the constituencies that Kenny Japan wins in the Greater Accra region. Adenta, does it ring a bell? Medina, does it ring a bell? He wins in Dom Kwabinya.
Vacuum.
What do you get from there? Does it, if you go to Okaikwe Central, he does very well.
And even the areas he puts out very spirited fight.
I mean, talking about the Greater Accra region. Does it actually tell you that the exit of Alan Tremanting may have helped Kennedy Japan to put up that kind of performance in the Greater Accra region in other parts of the country?
Right. I mean, you definitely cannot take away the fact that Alan led the party, and so all the people who were still not willing to vote for an establishment candidate had no choice than to vote for.
There was nothing like an establishment
for Kennedy Japan. I mean, the fact of the matter is that the vice president is the incumbent vice president. So, I mean, he has the benefit of the party. I mean, has been part of the current government, and that makes him establishment. I mean, that's established. So Alan leaving the party, definitely for people who were not willing for somebody who was part of the government to continue in such a high position like the vice president, all those people would have put their weight behind Kennedy.
I won't say all. I mean,
most
there
of
are no
them.
absolutes in politics.
Most of them would have put their weight behind them, because you see, the thing about this thing is that after 8 years, a lot of people really get tired of a government, and there is incumbency fatigue. We are not saying it's impossible.
But these are delegates of the party.
No, I'm trickling it down. Okay. So the delegates look at what is happening, and they know that if we're going to be able to break the 8, it's going to be a very tough argument to make if we are going with somebody who is that much associated with the incumbent government. And so for those who think that way, they are looking for the next person who is not as much an embodiment of the incumbent, and then Kennedy Japan.
This is where the difference will
into
come
that
in.
role.
I don't stop you there, but you see, this tag of two term, it's because people have accepted it. But this time round, the difference is that there's a government which has done well above what everybody expects. Except that we are not even, people are not seeing it. But if you take the figures one by one, but not.
I mean, that's okay. That argument is
and we'll come to that.
But not yet.
We'll come to that.
We want to analyze the results. No, we'll come to that. Once the declaration is done and we are looking forward,
but let me
look at the performance of the government.
So he may have benefited from that. But let's also not forget that at the base of it, Greater Accra is a bellwether state, it's a swing constituency. I mean, the middle class, it has just too many dynamics. A lot of people moving in from other places to come and settle here. Look at the makeup of a constituency like Medina, the thing between the coastal constituencies in Greater Accra and those which are really not the new ones. That just too many dynamics. And so Greater Accra, we all know, is the capital of the country. And so the complexity of the demographic characteristic of the Greater Accra region is so difficult to predict. And so, I mean, that also may have played. I mean, if you were going into this election, if you asked me which regions were going to be some of the most tightest or very difficult to predict, I'm sure I'm going to say Greater Accra. But, I mean, let's also not take that from Kennedy. I mean, for him to do that, I think it's a signal also to the government that it's going to be even tighter getting into the general election.
And another point that we analyze, which we need to bring back about when we're analyzing how he gets his votes, the sheer numbers we began to see in the polls, both the Global Info Analytics poll and the other poll, the social
CSADI
poll, started picking up delegates who will not disclose, but were also undecided. And we're making the point when we put it together that if you look at it really,
predominantly,
these were people who don't want to publicly identify with Kennedy Pond, but silently they want to vote for him. And I had isolated what happened in the party's headquarters in the super delegates elections, where he got 32 votes from people that you think, of course, are the elites of the party, who will not publicly say, I endorse him, but silently, quietly would go to vote for him. So this silent force had come out to vote for him, as we were analyzing. But that is where the danger is. What it means is, if you project this to the bigger population of voters, right, they're telling you, possibly, and this is the party's own internal folks, they're telling you possibly that we are tired of
the establishment.
And this is the confirmation of this 8-year cycle thing that we are seeing even within their own party, right? That is a big fear.
Why I want the argument to come through. So
no, I know you will go to the government bit, but we are analyzing the outcome, right? How much should we read into that, in what he's managed to get from those people who don't want to identify with him publicly? They will endorse him because they will be seen as, why are you endorsing this man? But silently, they're going to vote for him. Going into the next year's elections, now he is the party's flag bearer. What signal does it send to the bigger picture when it comes down to voting next year, when a bigger population will be voting also? But of course, it's going to come up against John Mahama, who also has a record.
We'll talk about that, but you see, this is the point. Now, the NPP today, and you've seen it, but before that, I want to say something briefly, that the NPP today, and I'm sure the NPP by 1996 had realized that tag of an elitist party should be shelved. Okay?
Yeah.
So the tag of an elitist party is gone.
Because nobody wins elections with that tag.
It's not there anymore. So
that's
the whole thing about it. It is not. Go and check. I mean, and you've seen it. So let's put that one aside. Now, this sends you a very clear signal. Because if we were to tag the votes Ken got as a protest against the establishment, then that is huge.
Mm-hmm.
If 37% of your voters are unhappy with you, that is huge. But of course, that is the problem the NPP faces today. You can argue all you want against it, but the reality is that if you go down to the people, the grassroots, as they call them, the president is one of the most unpopular people within his own party. That's a fact. Go down there today. And I think that Dr. Bawumia may have carried some of the baggage of Nana Akufo-Addo. And so now that he is flag bearer, he has to now show the people that this is who I am. This is me.
You need to create a distance between himself and Nanado somewhat.
Let me finish. Yes. As difficult as it is, the reality on the ground today is that the Ghanaians, and Dr. Bawumia is known to have said one thing that I agree with him, When the NPP was campaigning in 2000, they said, "She was sitting him not to Aba." Look at your conditions. You can make all the excuses you want to make, but when I check my situation, I will look at it and say, I am worse off, and that's how I'm going to judge you. He said, no matter how much you talk, the economy is what you feel.
But I have a question though.
So
But for delegates, what were they protesting agast?
No, this is the whole argument.
But so what were they protesting? Can we try and address that?
Let me answer that. Let me answer that before you go. Let me answer that
quickly, yeah, because all of you need that question. What were they protesting
against? The delegates were protesting against neglect by the party. The delegates were protesting against that. And you see, it is what actually worked for Ken Japan. When he started going around and saying that they have gone for 100,000, 150,000, and they are bringing you 2,000. On today, we saw that they were sharing 400. But Kennedy Japan had told all of us that
you also shared. I mean,
hold on,
the secret audio.
Yes. 350. But he had told all of us that Bawumia and Co has sent 2,000 to the delegates. We're going to pay them 2,000. So Ken had been able to convince the people that you are worse off because others are eating and they are not minding you. Yeah. And so show them that you're against that by voting against them.
Is that true? Is that true?
Ken has been made by the party and government of the NPP. Kennedy Japan is not the businessman of the Kwesi Chumis and the Kwame Despites, and he's been made because of the NPP government and the party. And he acknowledges that openly. So don't let us take him as if he's not part of us. He is. And he's never a board member of the Ghana Gas. He's a board member. So he's a government executive.
Board chairman.
A board chairman. Board chairman. He's executive of the government. He's an executive of the country. But he tends not to play that.
Yeah.
And he tends to quieten that and then project is against us. He's not against us. And he's everywhere Ken's business interests is. Nobody attacks it. But the point I'm making...
But he has said the opposite of that. You remember the coastal engagement?
He loses
remember, he openly comes out to say that he's been attacked by GRA and eventually...
He loses some to contracts. But that's the general public. Why should we give it to one person? But the point I'm making is that Ken has been one of us, and he's always been one of us. The fact that he's got a vote doesn't mean he's against us, and people wanted him to vote for him to show that they are against us. Look, NPP is a solid team. We are faced with an NDC ahead of us. Who can beat them better? And so they looked at Bawumia's character, his humility, his honesty, his name stamped on almost every good thing that government has done. The economy, when you're talking about the economy, it's not as bad as we think. Yeah. 3 years ago, we were not talking to each other. I couldn't come to the
we're
not moving.
But because of delegates.
People have forgotten. And if you look at the figures, I'm coming back to the figures.
Yeah, the figures.
Before 2000 election, the economy was performing better. GDP was 6 point something.
No, but the reason why the reason I want us to wait before we do the national implications is because we are talking about delegates. That's why I asked the question.
But
who are they protesting against?
People. Delegates always listen to the
neglect.
Are you
neglect?
Yeah, but when you bring in the national economy, etc., are you saying the delegates, the NPP delegates, were also thinking about the economy in deciding in voting?
They do. I mean, I need them.
But if that's the case, it's a very serious point you're making. That the NPP delegate goes into the booth. And it's also looking at the economic, the way the government had handled the economy in deciding whether to protest against Bawumia in giving the votes.
They never voted against Bawumia. Bawumia has won the thing.
No, he's won. I'm talking about the votes that Ken got.
Forget about what Ken has got. Ken has always been an established person. He's been in the party. He's not somebody who has just been thrown in. So don't take that. And he's always benefited from the party.
Yeah, but Honorable, what he's trying to say is that the delegates are also thinking about the fortunes of their own political party.
I can tell you some of the delegates
are by doing that.
I mean,
why?
Thank you.
Why?
Because look, we are a two-term government. Somebody thinks that he has never benefited from us. Okay. Somebody thinking that once you are in government, I must also benefit. But you have to project yourself. You have to also perform. You have to also catch the eye of the appointed. Not only that, you can also benefit from the country's general economic improvement.
How dominant is that factor?
It is there, and I know the grassroots are not happy with the top. And that one, I know that for a fact. And we're talking to them. But the question is, you are here, the NDC is there. Do you want to fight amongst yourself and lose an election with an NDC, whom we are better than managing this economy than them? So you see Mahama, you want Mahama to come in. When they are faced with that, then they look at the quality that we are bringing in Bawumia. They look at the quality of his performance. They look at the NDC fear him. Why do they attack him? And he himself admitted. When even the Kufuor is the president, they go for Bawumia. So we have a very solid leader that can go and beat the NDC for us. So yes, the party may grassroots, some of them may not be happy, but first with the NDC, we'll come together.
Okay,
we'll come together.
And I compare him to Donald Trump. Donald Trump had always stated that he supported what they call it, the pro-gay movement. But when he was contesting an election, he made it quite clear that that movement is not something he wanted to be identified with. So many of the things Kennedy Japan did today were marked different from what he used to be in times past. Let's get it clear. Kennedy Japan sat on radio just a couple of weeks ago and said invading a radio studio is a terrible thing. No party members should ever engage in the act. But we know that this is a member of parliament who had actually called for journalists to be beaten. So he switched and he used the campaigning properly. But ultimately, he positioned himself as somebody who was with the ordinary person.
That's why he had a difficult campaign to run.
Understood them better, and that the elites in the NPP were not in their interest. He proceeded even to say on some platforms, and it was quite interesting, that, see, this party has to go back to a certain stage where the people at the grassroots determine the future of the party, not a few people. A few people who just all of a sudden got into positions and have forgotten about you. They don't pick up your calls. When you come to me at Medina, I make time to see you. I make time to solve your problems. And he keeps on listing the things that he has done consistently into the minds of the people. Kennedy Japan took on the economy of the Republic of Ghana, showing how some of his businesses have even suffered. And he says that clearly. So he didn't position himself as somebody who was with government and was actually integral to
the clever move.
Yes.
But the clever move, we would tell him that you are one of us, always been there.
Yes, so,
but in campaigning,
and I see it was,
he took a stand.
He isolated himself, but to the extent that
he's a party person.
It got him support.
Of course, he wanted to win by saying whatever he needs to
the
win.
extent that there are some people today who said, when I listen to Ken, he is the kind of person that I want to be president because he understands how interest rates are running. The economists in government, they are not decreasing interest rates. They're actually making us suffer rather. He understands how inflation works better because he runs a similar business. He understands the taxes that are affecting businesses. Listen to even those who are not so, who are in the informal sector and doing business. They felt that this is the gentleman who can connect with us on this level. As to whether that's the reality on the ground is not, is a different thing altogether. But he succeeded in doing something. Connecting
he had
more.
a script. He had a good script of how to stand on this side, and at the same time he's inside but hitting the inside. That's how you play this game.
Feelings that are formed by emotions cannot be dislodged by mere reason. And the fact that in every election people would want to vote for persons that they identify with, persons that best represents their interest. 37.4% voted for Kennedy Japan. Who was preaching neglect? Who was preaching time for the party? Honorable Asamoah Boateng, who's wanted to be chairman and flag bearer before, would know that when they go around and they campaign, one of the things they tell the people is that when we come, you will get this, you will get that, you will get that. And you know, in 2014 when you were campaigning, one of the things all of you were saying is that, when I come, a women organizer, school feeding coordinator, youth organizer, you become, YE. It's another. That's true. Great.
Yes.
Great, you understand. So if you have said all of these things and people begin to think otherwise, wouldn't it be fair to assume, to infer that this is a form of a protest against the disappointments that these delegates have felt within their own party?
Yes, no, Winston, that's totally true. And I think Honorable has spoken about that. The Honorable Minister has spoken about that. Raymond has also spoken about that. The fact that some people even said that there are some people in the NPP who are opposition in government. We all know those things, So the thing is that there are some who felt neglected. They felt that the cake was just at the top and it was concentrated around just a few people, and that at least you've come, you've had it, it's enough. Go, let another set also come. So there were some, even within the NPP, who were feeling that way, who were feeling neglected. And so they thought that we've all campaigned, we won the elections, and now it's just a few people. So, and we are feeling neglected. So this is the time for us to also come in. And Kennedy definitely represented those people. But let's also not lose sight of the fact that the delegates are also Ghanaians. And so they also do feel whatever is going on in the country. And we all agree, including the government, that we are in very difficult times. The cost of living and other rates that we've mentioned, it's quite difficult. So the delegates might be looking at that and say that the major argument against Dr. Bawumia has also been the fact that he's an economist. He was touted as the economic messiah, and he was billed as somebody who was coming to solve it, but then he's part of the government who is, where there are still some challenges. So they look at it and they say, no, it's going to be difficult for us to go with such a person. Why don't we look for someone who is not as much associated with
Whilst I understand the point, but it's a short-term analysis of most people. The economy is bouncing back. You see, and don't forget that 2020 was a dead year. Yeah. Basically, we couldn't talk. You and I couldn't meet each other.
I think what you're not getting, I'm not even arguing on the substance of
in terms of short-term.
No, I get you. I'm not even arguing on the substance.
Bawumia has not performed. Who said?
Yeah.
Look at what is happening. Look at even before COVID.
So I'm not even talking about the substance of the economy.
And I got the figures here.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about the substance of the economy. I'm just, like Winston said, we are just sticking to the 37.41 and then the result of the primary election. And then we'll get there. So we are just, so it's still within the MPP we're talking about. Just those who may have voted for Ken, that's all. We're not even going to the broader economic argument.
What was the conclusion? Okay. So those who voted for Ken, why did they vote for him?
That they
was there a protest?
Two things. Yeah, two things. We've said that it might be the internal dynamics. They felt everything was concentrated at the top, and so
which Asabi confirmed.
Yeah, which you confirmed. Yeah. And then the second thing was also that they are part of. They are Ghanaians anyway.
Okay, so they also feel the pinch.
They also feel the pinch.
But that's what I said earlier. That if that's the case, it's a very, very serious indictment.
You see, this is what put the pressure on us as a government. And we know, as a government, we are the best communicators ourselves, especially ministers who have portfolios, who understand it. Who should go and communicate better than you? We know that the economy hit the ground. We know. 3 years ago, we couldn't move. We couldn't talk. You and I couldn't meet. We were in our homes. And when you go, you are arrested by the police. Suddenly, 3 years, everybody wants the economy to be back to track when it was. But if you look at the indicators, that when inflation was 54% in December, now it's 38. In fact, the projection is that it will be 15 or 12 by next July. So we are on a trajectory. The GDP growth, which we know before inflation, before COVID, was about 6.9. It went to zero.
I guess
almost
the point I'm making is that
now it's 3.1.
Yes.
So yes.
But for your own delegates to be punishing
I know. So because it looks like we haven't communicated with our own people.
Which means that they don't even believe.
No, they do. But you see, we need to reach out. We need to connect. But the point is, after 2 terms, somebody who has not benefited from you or not, he will just be like you.
But you see how.
So we have to reconnect, and that's what the minister.
But let's see, the point is, if you can't convince your own delegates,
it's not easy. Look, your own delegates are the ones who hit you hard.
Wow.
Even with any party. They'll look at you and say, but you and I, when you're in a position, you were like this. Now. So they are the West.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I can tell you something quickly. We have a major announcement to make. And this is your election headquarters, and we can now confirm the final results of the NPP Presidential Primary. And you see that on your screen right now. We can now say authoritatively that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has won the NPP Presidential Primary and has won it with 61.43%. In real numbers, he had 118,210 votes. And you have Kennedy Japan with 37.41%. He secured 71,996 votes. You have in third place Dr. Owusu-Efria-Koto with 1,449 votes. That represents 0.75%. And then you have Francis Adainimo in fourth place with 781, and that is 0.41%. And so if you're just joining us on Joy 99.7 FM, here on the JoyNews channel, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, is and should right now be on his way to the forecourt of the Ohinijan Sports Stadium, where we can now confirm he will be outdoored as the NPP's presidential candidate for the 2024 elections, and he secures 118,210 votes, 61.43%. Kennedy Pond, as was expected, came in second with 71,996, 37.41%. So that's what we are. That's what we are right now with official figures.
Good lot of votes, which we expected, because once Alan left the scene, it was almost certain that most of those votes would shift to him, and I knew that, except that we had thought that Dr. Bawumia had done well, gone to the grassroots. But hey, that's the party. That party, nobody controls this party. You can never be sure. Sometimes I call it the rebel party. We're a rebel group. When you are thinking this way, the rest go this way. So Ken has pulled a good number of votes, and percentage-wise, he's always been with us now. Ken, he knows that he's much more in a position that he can.
Let me ask you now. With the final results now known, the party needs to show that you are united.
Yes, please.
Right? The first opportunity for this to happen is tonight at the forecourt of the Ohinijan Sports Stadium. Will Kennedy Pond be there, and will he give a concession speech?
Before we came on air, I spoken to some of his people, and he will be there. I wouldn't know what he would say, but obviously once he's there, as a party person, he would have to concede, and he would have to congratulate his brother, who is now the presidential candidate. And indeed, we go in as a team, and I'm assured that he will be there. And that's this party. We are, when it comes to the contest, we have the rough edges. As he rightly said, Ken had a strategy to be part, but not to be part. It was a difficult position here he put himself in. I was surprised when he declared he wanted to contest this, because I knew Ken. He never thought about it. If he even thought about it, he could have done so. He could have started about 10 years back, getting things right, putting things in the right position, and he would have been a formidable force. He never thought about it.
But what happened? Give it the insider knowledge, insider filler here. What happened? At what point did he decide, I want to get into this?
I don't know. I think it was like a joke. Oh. And look, I'm telling you, like joke.
But you know.
Well, I knew he had thought about it, but Ken was like, he always thought about even 2012, he thought about it. He thought he could, because he was popular. Yes. Ken is popular on the ground. He's an ordinary man like me. But he has a knack to connect to people, especially on financial terms. And people obviously are attracted by financials. So he had both. He had the character, who is an ordinary man, and he also had the money to go with it. But I never thought he had the serious position that, hey, next year I'm going. So we all were surprised when he declared he was. And at one point, I thought he was even joining Bawumia's campaign team. Then he just decided, I'm going this way.
But he has stated categorically that when he had decided that he wanted to join the Chematin team, the kind of opposition he got from people he thought knew better, the kind of attack he got, even on his business, those are part of the factors that fueled him and said, well, I can also be president. He has stated that categorically. And people like him know that.
That's lately. It's about a year and 2 years ago.
Yes, just a year recently.
But I know Ken years back, and he never thought about this.
We agree.
But when he's saying 2012, he probably contemplated
2012, after the court verdict, when
in 2013,
2013. Indeed, even candidate Akufo-Addo almost gave up. It was very depressive time. We thought we had won, but the court decided against us. Everybody went, we all went down. But you see, the silver lining in the whole judgment thing was Bawumia. The way he stood up, the way he defended us when we all thought, Charlie, who is going forward? Then when he came up, he made us all become aware that, hey, there's something called the pink sheet. We ignored it. We're not even collecting it. Sometimes, even my own constituency, we finish election, somebody takes the pink sheet and go and sleep with it. And then you're looking for, you can find him. Then we thought, that's where to win the election. So Bawumia made us all concentrate on where to win the election. And so from there, I think we had some hope that, look, we can tackle 2016 coming up. And that's when Kennedy also, I had a chat with him. He's come to my house, we eat him before. So Kennedy thought, Because he was popular. When you go to Parliament, people come, they want to see Kennedy. And I say his demeanor also endears him to people, and he's got the cash to go with it. And so that combination is good. And so he thought about it, but he wasn't too confident. He thought, maybe let's wait. But when, as I said, coming towards here, I think he flirted with the Bawumia group for a while. Oh, I picked a signal. He flirted with them for a while.
And he flirted with Alan.
Oh, I flirted. I heard, but
he said his decision to support Alan. Yeah. And the attacks
that is when I think
was why he decided to be president.
That's right. Then he went to the island and then he let it out. Then I hear people talking about Ken is a normal person. He's not somebody you cannot approach. He's not a difficult person. And I know Kennedy loves the party. He loves the party to the hill. And he has been made by the party. He has been made by the government, NPP. So Ken would always be with us. He's got a stake now at the table. He always did in the center. But now with the votes he's got and the percentage, who can ignore him? Me, I want him there at the table. And then he can, because he will articulate the view of those who would think, and I believe those who are angry with us at the base. Some of them are not happy with some of us, and they want to express it. So you are right. The election votes have given us some indication to go down, do more work. But we have a candidate who can bring us together, humility-wise, honesty, credential. Okay. We'll win this election.
Let's see if let me go right now to the EC headquarters where my colleague Mefa Power is standing by because the EC is about to move to the forecourt of the Hinidan Sports Stadium. Mefa, what can you report? We're waiting to get that feed in. We'll get that to you very quickly. Okay, let's get there now.
Of 17 regions have been collated, and as we speak, the entire electoral commissioners are heading to the Ohene Sports Stadium to declare the final results. But from what we have so far, we have Ken Ohene Japong 71,996, like you've been saying. For Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 118,210, Owuswe Fiye 1,459, Francis Adenimo 781, and the total valid vote 192,446. Rejected votes 900, total vote in the box 193,346. And Dr. Srebo Kweku and the other electoral commissioners are on their way to the Ohene Sports Stadium for the final declaration. But thankfully, we have the director of elections for the NPP, Evans Nemako, also here in the EC strong room. Well, your own assessment of the elections that you organized this year.
Well, thank you very much. I think for the New Patriotic Party has done the yeoman job. The support we've gotten from the media, the participation of the presidential candidates, the Electoral Commission, and the Ghana Police Service. It tells a lot that the New Patriotic Party is a law-abiding party. We've observed really the guidelines that we put together by the Presidential Elections Committee that had the buy-in of all stakeholders. Once again, the New Patriotic Party has done it. The party has elected for itself our presidential candidate. This victory is a victory for the party, not for any individual. But I think also that this sends a strong signal to the opposition NDC. I remember very well when Mr. Mahama once said that there's no way the New Patriotic Party is going to give the leadership of the party to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I think now he must be revising his notes to realize that not as he thought. The New Patriotic Party is a democratic party. We are not a tribal party. We believe in democratic principles. And so in future, if he intends to come out with some of these statements, he must look at it very well. It must be competent. It must be based on facts and figures. So what the New Patriotic Party has communicated today is that we are focused. It is clear in the minds of the party that it will have to be this candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to lead the party to elections 2024, and victory will be that of the New Patriotic Party. I must also add that if you look at the efforts put in by our candidates, i.e. Dr. Koto, Adainimo, Ken Ohene Japong, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, it tells you that the New Patriotic Party is formidable. And I must say that they've all accepted the conduct of this exercise to have been free, fair, and transparent. So,
the word on the streets, Mr. Nemako, briefly before we let you go, is that it's surprising that the NPP will give the amount of vote that Kennedy Ohene Ejapong got to him. It's more like an endorsement of everything that we've seen him do over the period.
it is an endorsement of the New Patriotic Party's philosophy, democracy.
Endorsement of his character as a person.
Endorsement of the New Patriotic Party's attitude, posture, nature, scope, that we believe in participation and views of our rank and file, that we do not impose our opinions on people. People must have the free will to express themselves. But at the end of the day, the party has spoken that our presidential candidate is Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
But the party, more like there are those who say that it doesn't look like the speaking, or like you say the party has spoken, is not as convincing as people were expecting in terms of the percentages that Dr. Bawumia got.
Those people wouldn't get it right.
Why not?
Because the party has spoken.
I told you are getting convincing, overwhelming victory for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. 61.43%. Is that an overwhelming, convincing win for him, you'd say?
No presidential candidate has won 61% in a presidential election.
We got John Mahama getting 98.6%. The man you are comparing Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to.
They had no elections. That was an imposition of Mr. Mahama. So I'm telling you that as competitive as this election was, the presidential candidates have accepted that for where we came from, they have all been on board with the program of the Presidential Elections Committee chaired by Professor Michael Kwe. And today, all of them have accepted the outcome of our internal elections. And those who express their opinions are entitled to it. But I'm telling you that the victory is that of the New Patriotic Parties.
So your own rating of the elections that you organized, 1 out of 10, what would it be in terms of the presidential primaries, an election that you oversaw?
So far, so good. The New Patriotic Party is happy. Democracy has won. The New Patriotic Party has won.
What's going to happen from here? We are currently at the EC headquarters. I know we are going to the Ohene Sports Stadium. What exactly is the procedure? What are we going to see when we go to the Ohene Sports Stadium?
The program of the party is that we are going to have the final declaration by the EC, and then we will reveal the candidate, and then they'll be handing over from the president to the new presidential candidate. And that ceremony, I will leave it for all to see when we get to the forecourt of the Accra Sports Stadium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's Mr. Evans Nimako. Of course, if the declaration takes a bit longer, it's because of our interview with him, leading the convoy all the way to the Ohene Sports Stadium for the declaration. As we speak, you could see that the EC commissioners are still here. Dr. Sribo Kweku, they are all making their way shortly now that the election headquarters is done speaking to those who matter when it comes to this entire election. They are making their way now to the Ohene Sports Stadium for the final declaration of the results. And your election headquarters has already been bringing you the final results, 17 out of 17 regions, the 17th region being the NPP headquarters. Evans and the team, we're heading to the Ohene Sports Stadium now for the final declaration, unless you have anything else you want clarity to.
By the way, a short while ago, when we got the final confirmation of the results, the EC officers were telling us that they would have to get there and declare. Clearly, there's an understanding between the EC and the party that do not disclose yet. But of course, you were there, you saw it all. You saw it all happen. And that's how we got in the position where we can authoritatively call the elections while we wait for the declaration. I bet that has been sorted out now.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, but you have to wait a bit more for the final one, since you already have the full results, I should say.
Thank you very much. LMFI will be leading the team on the ground pretty shortly. She's migrating, but as you can see there, my colleagues are already on standby at the Ohene Sports Stadium. You can see the shot there right now. We can actually listen to a bit of what is happening, because I believe it is the national organizer who is currently addressing the crowd.
Kennedy Japan of the New Patriotic Party, one of the aspirants just arriving here at the Accra Sports Stadium, where the NPP is set to declare Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as the winner of the election. He's here in the company of his son, Mr. Japan, as well as the Deputy Majority Leader, Alexander Afenyo-Markin.
Hello, Sarah.
Hello, Sarah. Hello, Sarah.
Vice President, Electoral Commission.
Not the Vice President of the Republic. Mahmoud Bawumia Soeba, the DMP. Sydney, are you ready? Sydney, are you ready? Yes.
After the final declaration,
So the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is expected to be here any moment from now. We've just heard the platform party announce that Kennedy Japan has arrived, and you've seen him there in your shot. Already the police have made significant arrangements for the arrival of the President, Dr. Mahmoud the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. They are expected to be here any moment from now. Our understanding is also that the Electoral Commission and their officials are headed here where they are expected to declare the results formally and announce Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as flag bearer-elect of the governing New Patriotic Party. He is expected to lead the governing party into the 2024 election. As of now, all who matter within the New Patriotic Party are here at the Accra Sports Stadium, but the President and his Vice, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, they are the only two persons who are not here. Almost all government ministers are here. The Chief of Staff at the Office of the President, Fremont Paris, is here. A number of New Patriotic Party MPs are also here. So the New Patriotic Party really ready to, as it were, start the battle towards the 2024 election. Just a little under a year, over a year to happen on the 7th of December. But just on the podium, they've announced musician Sydney, who is about to perform. What this has been is that it's not just about the political contest, it is also a carnival of a sort. It's a carnival where so many New Patriotic Party supporters are here in their numbers, kind of enjoying the moment and also signaling their readiness for the 2024 election. So you see the musician Sydney on the podium there. But the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is expected to be here any moment from now to officially be crowned the New Patriotic Party's leader going into the 2024 elections. Of course, it means that he would have to share the spotlight with the president, because the president of the Republic is also the head of the New Patriotic Party. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is also going to lead the party into 2024, and if he wins the 2024 election, assumes the office as president and also becomes the head of the New Patriotic Party. But as of now, the results have trickled in so far. We understand that almost all the persons who were in the race, Dr. Usu Afriakoto, who is here, Francis Adainimo, who is here, have all called the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to concede defeat. We cannot confirm if Kennedy Japan has done so, but he being here and having been introduced clearly tells you that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has been acknowledged as the New Patriotic Party's flag bearer-elect. And finally, in the next few minutes, in the next few hours, we expect that he will officially be crowned as the party's leader going into the 2024 elections. Already, his advanced team, a number of vehicles have already come in there, awaiting the arrival of the Vice President. So that is the situation here at the Accra Sports Stadium, where so many NPP supporters have massed up here at the frontage of the sports stadium, enjoying the moment, savoring this victory of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It was a close contest, of course, as you have seen now. The Vice President's campaign, led by Samia Okua, told JoyNews they expect nothing less than 70%. In fact, some of the polling that had been done by certain international agencies had also predicted more than 70%. But from the data we have so far, the Vice President is just hovering around 60%, a little over 60%. That is what he's winning with. But the New Patriotic Party supporters here say, well, this shows that the New Patriotic Party is strong. They are going to count on Kennedy Japan to go to the base of the New Patriotic Party, reinvigorate the base that have been said to be disillusioned, to ensure that they can match the NDC boot for boot in 2024. And today has been such an interesting day for the New Patriotic Party, where so many of their delegates, more than 190,000, turned up out of the 204,000 that was expected to vote to actually now elect the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. At any moment from now, we expect that he, in the company of President Nana Dankwa and their spouses, Samira Bawumia and the First Lady, will all arrive here at the Accra Sports Stadium to officially declare that the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has won the election. And that is what is happening now. We have some musical performance now. And if you see the podium, we have musician Sydney, who is playing some of his music, some of the NPP anthem, and a number of the key things that have happened. And so that is the situation here at the Accra Sports Stadium. And as you take over at the studio, let me say that we expect again in the next few minutes for the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to arrive. The information we have been picking is that he will arrive in the company of President Nana Dankwa to officially hand the baton over to him to officially lead the New Patriotic Party into the 2024 election.
And that there is my colleague Kweku Asante, live from the Ohene Sports Stadium. We're going to stay with this. We're going to have this in the background for you, because as we know, Kennedy Japan has arrived and Dr. Bawumia has arrived also. I guess you're waiting for the president himself to also arrive, and then this will be underway. And how important, and I'm coming to you, Dr. Chiskanko, how important is this in terms of the signal sense of the rest of the party into the country, that Kennedy Japan is there? We saw the body language, and this is what you do. He walks in, he's shaking hands, he's waving at the crowd. The body language between himself and Bawumia looks very cordial. The night when many feared that he wouldn't show up there, until we heard from Stephen Asomabati, who called and made sure that he can tell us that he was coming. But you've watched it. You've watched the way he walked in. You watched the way the crowd responded to him. You watched the way he interacted with Bawumia. That body language. What are you reading to this? And how significant is what we've just seen?
Very, very significant, because we've seen elections where after the primary elections, they go into the general elections, and there are some people who are still bitter about the primary election. there are some people who are still holding on to the grudges of the primary election, and it takes away from the candidate in the general election. And so for us to see, I mean, look at the global picture. When Barack Obama won the election, he did the same thing. He had to bring in Hillary Clinton and bring in some of the losing candidates so that they come together. In the same way, it is very significant for us to see Kennedy Agyapong walk there, because don't forget, this was a very, for all that we say, it was a very bitter election. It was a very close election.
Accusations.
Yes, and so for us to see that happening, not even in the most developed democracies have we seen the losing candidate or the second candidate come on the same platform. The best they'll do is to just pick a phone and call, and then that's that. And then after that, sometimes they have to make overtures to get them on board. But this is Ghana, an emerging democracy, and on the same stage, on the same platform, on the day he lost the election, maybe one of the saddest days of his life that you've lost. It's not easy to lose an election, remember? It's a very emotional roller coaster for all that you see him walking on the stage doing that.
And wasting too.
Right.
I have support. And you too, yes. And that's what I'm
It's a crazy thing. So for us, no, let's not downplay it. And so we need to give him that credit. Let's not downplay that. To see him come on that same platform, waving to people, started to indicate his willingness to patch the bridge or to come together. I think that it's not just only for the NPP or Kennedy Agyapong, but also for our democracy. It shows it's an example. I mean, look at that image.
It was beautiful.
Yes, it's an export to the rest of the world in terms of our democracy. And kudos to Kennedy himself. For doing that. I think that he's beginning to win a lot of capital for himself as far as the NPP is concerned moving forward by just that act that he's done. Of course, he's going to be a very important figure even for the Bawumia campaign.
And hold that thought, because we're going to ask him that question right after this. So, yes, your thoughts on this?
I told you he's coming, and Ken has shown maturity.
And you were right when you told us that.
Yeah. People and said, Ken is
and that's why we're happy to have you here. And so you give us that sort of information that none of us can get. Insider information, yes.
Ken is a brother to me. I've encountered him severally, and he's come to my house. I go to him, and he's a politician. He's a grassroots person. He understands there's a connection with the people, ordinary people. Sometimes we those of us born in a village, we do have that, because it's something we pick when we're growing up. And he's money that also with the little money that little in terms of he's got money.
Relatively, yeah, comparatively, yes, I know what you mean.
So that combination is good for Ken. And Ken is always an NPP person. I say he's an NPP-made businessman, and he can never forgo that. And I'm glad he's there. Ken, if you're listening to me, thank you for coming over, and your concession speech must be solid, and you know what we're expecting from you. But going forward, we now have a candidate. Dr. Bawumia has done extremely well, as I said, against the odds, first timer, and he's helped us shape this government in a way, and he's still our shining star. I don't know when we will come to the economy, and I would have...
We'll come right after the declaration is done. We'll talk about
this idea that because he was the economic management team head, he couldn't... It's not...
We'll come to that. We'll come to
that and I'll explain. But the point going forward is that we have a solid candidate, Bawumia, whose humility and honesty and his digitization, and also the stamp of his name on almost every good thing that we've done helps us going forward. The NDC fears him, they fear him. They ignore everybody and attack him. Even when it's President Akufo-Addo's fault, in a way, they just ignore him. They say, hit this man. But you see, now he's going to pitch with Mahama, and the Northern votes is going to be interesting coming 2024.
We'll talk about that.
Don't also forget that Bawumia has also encroached and basically has a base in the South. Look at even the figures.
Yeah, I don't want you to expand on that thought too much, because we'll come to that.
I'm a happy person.
I know. I want us to do the analysis on the soft side of what we see. Yes, please go on.
Evans, before you go, and
I'll come to you to also give me your thoughts.
This will make him happy, because I've tangled a lot with, but maybe this will make him happy, because somebody is sending me this, and he's saying, if you look at the trajectory, 1992, Edu Buahi won with 56.6%, 1996, J. Kufuor won with 51.9%, 2007, Nana Akufo-Addo won with 47.97%. And so for a first timer to come in with 62%, it gives a lot of context to what is done. And I think that is what Honorable has been trying to say. So let's give that.
Oh, but the person omitted all the times they expanded the what they call it.
So I think he's trying to talk about the pre-expansion.
And this is a subject we touched on before about the significance of the number and etc.
And the NPP expanding before the NDC joined us in expanding the base. It's interesting. We are here at the studio. Look at the excitement in the air today. It's the politics of it is expanded to a grassroots base, not a small group voting.
That's important.
It's important.
I mean, that's without doubt.
Just a half.
Hopefully next time every Cadbury member of the party will vote.
Yeah, we're going there.
Raymond, still staying with the scenes we saw there. Dr. Chisikanku has said a lot about it. For yourself, what are you reading into that?
So, in the run-up to the election, the man has said categorically that if you make a mistake and deploy the tactics that he was unhappy about in the super delegates election, he is not like Chematin. He is not the kind of person that Chematin is. So he's not going to take it like the way Chematin took it. And that he's really going to react in ways that people will not be happy with. That signal he sent like 3 times in interviews and in one of his, what they call it, rallies. Now, that really got a lot of people worried. Because I know that in this election, many people were working on eggshells because this is Japan. If you make a mistake and attack you and he feels that, he will come at you. He's not going to be reserved. He's going to, he's going to respond to you. And his last response to the wife of the vice president, I mean, even saying that I'll not respond, had its own difficulty. So there was fear in the air that we need to manage this properly or else we'll be in some difficulty with him. Luckily, and we've seen today, and we cannot dismiss the fact that the elections went well, largely across the country. You can talk about the other things, people attempting to give money, but, well, he also paid, so that's not really an issue. But the very things that he complained about in the previous super delegates did not happen now. So it pretty much was clear that if things don't go wrong, I'm staying and I'll play my role. But then again, I think people have spoken to Kennedy Japan. And in the last few days of the election, it was so clear to him that maybe I underestimated my own role in this party and the things I could do going forward. You could see that if the man knew that this is a path he wanted to take, he would have channeled it differently. So this show today was an extension of that. He's, by appearing there, told everybody that I am not the divisive person that you thought I could be.
He's never been.
Yes, I'm the kind of guy who's going to play ball, and I'm the kind of guy you can see as the future of the party.
Pause for me. I believe we may be receiving the president now to the Ohenidan Sports Stadium. Okay. Let's get the feeding so we can just listen to the sights and sounds exactly.
The vice president has arrived. The vice president has arrived here at the Accra Sports Stadium, and any moment from now we are just going to see the vice president walk out there and go to the podium. The vice president and his team, a number of Benz, the first lady's vehicle. The president of the republic is also expected to be here. So any moment from now we are going to see the first lady herself has just gone in there, and so we expect that the president himself, the vice president, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, just there declaring and throwing his hand in support and actually sending a message out there to all the delegates and the new Patriotic Party supporters who have arrived here that he is here. The vice president has just what the education minister, I see him there. He is also here and he's going to climb up on the podium, and that is going to happen. The president is also expected to be here any moment from now. His Excellency Bawumia has arrived here. We expect that any moment from now, the President of the Republic will come. This program will get away any moment from now. The Vice President, His Excellency Mahmoud Bawumia, exchanging pleasantry with members of the podium, together with Second Lady Samira Bawumia. And any moment from now, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, will be here. This program is going to get underway any moment from now. The Vice President, as we know now, is the winner of the NPP's flag bearership election.
he will be declared formally and officially here. He's here in the company of his wife, wearing a smock, NPP colored smock, exchanging pleasantries with all who matters in the party. And any moment from now, we will know officially that the vice president is going to lead the New Patriotic Party into the 2024 election. This has been a long, drawn battle. The vice president has gone through this electoral process so far. Make sure that this process is unraveling itself. And any moment from now, what we want to see is the vice president deliver a speech to the teaming NPP supporters who are here today. So it is all excitement here at the Accra Sports Stadium, the frontage, where the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has just arrived in the company of his security detail. There is really heightened security here, as we expect that the Vice President will take his seat shortly, and then President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo will also arrive here. That will usher this program in for it to start. Professor Michael Quay and the Electoral Commission will also arrive here any moment from now. They will officially declare Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as winner of this primaries. The Vice President is exchanging pleasantries with a number of people here. Very soon he will get back to Kennedy Japan, and he has just passed Kennedy Japan after they had exchanged some pleasantries, and now he is coming up on the podium. The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Vice President in the company of Mrs. Samira Bawumia, the second lady. So Evans and the team back in the studio. Is real excitement here at the Accra Sports Stadium, where the Vice President has just taken his seat. The Vice President has just taken his seat. The information I'm getting is that any moment from now, the President himself is coming. His seat has now been unraveled. The presidency, the presidential seat, the Mike talked about presidential seat, has been unraveled. The sheet that was covering the seat has been taken off, and the information is that any moment from now, Nana Danko Akufo-Addo is going to arrive. And quite an interesting seating arrangement if you look at the podium. The Vice President is seated right next to Kennedy Japan and Anthony Akoto-Efrie, Dr. Akoto-Efrie Owusu, as well as Engineer Francis Adanimo. These are the team who are here currently at the Accra Sports Stadium, awaiting the arrival of the President, His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, for this program to commence. Almost every single minister has arrived here at the Accra Sports Stadium, and it's a lot of excitement here, and it's a lot of supporters enjoying this moment, dancing to music and really enjoying the moment. Any moment from now, the Electoral Commission, led by Dr. Srebo Kweku, as well as the Electoral Committee of the New Patriotic Party, will arrive here at the Accra Sports Stadium, where we expect the official results to be declared. That will declare the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, as winner of the NPP primaries that has just concluded. So many people on stage and blocking the view. We are unable to see the Vice President now, but the indication, as we have told you, the President is expected to arrive here shortly, and it's a number of key government ministers, members of parliament, all here. We expect that more of them are going to come, especially those who are coming from very far and near, the regions, making sure that they arrive here so that this program will continue. But the only thing that is stopping this program from commencing is the arrival of the President, and the President has arrived. His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo is coming. I've just seen his convoy started coming in, and any moment from now, His Excellency the President is going to walk in to ensure that this program is going to commence. His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo has arrived here at the Accra Sports Stadium, and he is the one that this process has been waiting for all this while. And once the president has arrived now, the program is just about to commence. His Excellency the President's Advance Party has just arrived. The motorcade of the President, His Excellency, is just arriving here. At any moment from now, he is going to climb onto the podium. The expectation is that he is just going to park his car here. He's going to climb up and wave at the crowd so that this program can finally Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is just arriving here at the Accra Sports Stadium, where His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is expected to be outdoored as the presidential candidate of the governing New Patriotic Party to go into the 2024 election. And I just see the presidential Benz, the vehicle that has the president just arriving right in front of me. His Excellency the President will just get down. The car is moving on there, and very soon all the persons who matter in this is the presidential guards have all now arrived and are moving towards the podium where the president is expected to climb up. So the president has arrived here, Evans Mensah and the team. And for all those of you who are watching this on JoyNews, His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has arrived here at the Accra Stadium. The program is just about to start. Any moment from now, His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will be declared officially as the winner of this election. His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo making his way up to the podium to exchange pleasantries with the platform party.
That's right, the beautiful Rebecca. That's right, beautiful Rebecca. That's right.
His Excellency the President of the Republic is just arriving here at the Accra Sports Stadium. And any moment from now, this program is going to get officially underway. We will have the Electoral Commission officials as well as the Electoral Committee of the New Patriotic Party to come in here and officially and formally announce the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, as the winner of this New Patriotic Party, the presidential primaries that has just concluded. So it's a lot of enjoyment, it's a lot of excitement here at the Accra Sports Stadium, where the President, His Excellency, has just arrived. And any moment from now, he will take his seat. This program is just going to get underway. Professor Michael Kwe, the former Speaker of Parliament, who is leading the New Patriotic Party's Presidential Electoral Committee, is also here together with the Electoral Commission. And this program will just get underway straight up with the official declaration of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, as the one to succeed the Vice President. Is expected to be the one to succeed the President, Nana Akufo-Addo, to lead the New Patriotic Party. So you can see the excitement building up here. So many supporters of the New Patriotic Party who are here in their numbers, enjoying the moment, and also actually clamoring for this new moment where they will get a new leader who is going to lead them into the 2024 election. I can tell you, Evans, every person who matters within the New Patriotic Party is here at the Accra Sports Stadium. The President, the Vice President, Kennedy Japan, Francis Adainimo, Dr. Owusu Akoto say these four persons who went into the race together with the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, have all taken their seat and they are all sitting together. If you look at the sitting arrangement from the podium, you have the Vice President, you have Kennedy Japan, you have Dr. Anthony Akoto say they are all seated together as a queue to signal the New Patriotic Party's unity and their resolve to win the 2024 elections. Already the signals have been clear that breaking the 8 is going to be an arduous task since the 1992 election. No political party has won more than 2 elections successively. The NDC did try 2000, they were booted out of power. The NPP came in between 2000 and 2008. They lost the 2008 election. The NDC came in from 2009 to 2016, and they also lost the election. And then 2017 to 2024 will be the New Patriotic Party in office. And we expected that the New Patriotic Party's resolve to break the eight is going to start from now as the President of the Republic greets the teaming supporters of the New Patriotic Party who have all come in here in their numbers. And so any moment from now, this program will get underway here at the Accra Sports Stadium, Evans.
The beautiful Rebecca. We are live. I want to be taken.
We are live. Do I have, you have sound? Sound, or I have to send it?
I promise this party that I'm going to do a diligent job and make sure we win 2024 election. And I want Ghanaians to give me opportunity and challenge me, but I will make sure I turn the fortunes of this country around.
The NPP will elect Dr. Bawumia, but that is because of propaganda. What they are saying is that if the NPP elects Dr. Bawumia, they will vote for Dr. Bawumia on December 2024.
We are live. Kukudu. Kukudu.
And that's it there. Earlier, I actually thought Dr. Bawumia was there, but he wasn't. And as we just seen, he just arrived properly. But this is exactly what we've been talking about, Wing. I have not had your take on this and what it means for the party. Yes, this is, in essence, the party showing that they are united, right? Is it papering over the cracks? Is this real, or this is all, created to let us believe that they are actually united? I mean, what you've seen it. Just give me your comment.
Well, I mean, one of the things that Ken succeeded in doing was to get, in the Super Delegates conference, there were some issues about, fairness and transparency here and there. What he succeeded in doing with his showdown comments and the fact that he wasn't like Alan was to get the party to organize a very free and fair election. And so today, if you are Ken Ejapong, what other excuse do you have to leave the party or to say you've been cheated? And so it's good that he's gone there because, look, let me be very honest here, and I have said it before that Ken Ejapong is like the young man who wants to fight all the time, and you hold him and he's struggling, he wants to fight. And when you leave him, he's looking behind him to see if the guy's coming to fight him. What he has done is to get the NPP to have this election free, fair, and so he has no choice because, as Raymond makes the point, you don't know what happens tomorrow. You can actually prepare yourself. You're still 63 years. And in Ghana, 63 years, Akufo-Addo has shown you can be president at 72. So at 63 years, you don't know what will happen in 2024 and what could happen in 2028. You don't even know whether you stand a chance of becoming a running mate. So all you have to do is at this moment, show that you're indeed a party person. And for the NPP, they'll be particularly happy that Ken Ejapong is shown up at the Accra Sports Stadium. Look, no matter how you look at it, you can say, oh, maybe they're trying to hide the cracks and everything. But for the cameras, it's a nice thing that Ken Ejapong, contrary to expectation and what he himself had said, shows up. And let's wait. If he gives a concession speech, what will he say?
Yeah, and myself and you, Dr. Sitanku, were glued to our screens because we wanted to see the body language. We wanted to see the unspoken, word, which is what are they doing to each other? earlier when Kennedy walked in, I honestly thought I'd seen Bawumia also there because they were shaking hands and very cordial. But then when Bawumia actually arrived, what did you observe in when he finally reached Kennedy's position and the exchange of pleasantries? What did you observe there?
It was a very cordial one. It wasn't always going to be easy. The beginning would be a bit awkward, but I think they did settle into a very comfortable situation. The thing is, remember when the NDC lost previously, people said that it was because of voter suppression in some places. They didn't want to come out and vote for themselves and vote for the NDC. So this is very critical, looking at that body language between the two of them, because, I mean, people might have been pressed on Kennedy to be there, he might have been pressured to be there, so you want to look beyond what he says to his own feelings and to his own non-verbal communication.
Because those non-verbal communicators, they don't lie.
Yes.
He may actually utter words that do not match. And in communication, they teach us all the time. When there's a difference, there is a conflict between what is said and the non-verbal cues. It's the non-verbal cues that you go with.
Yes.
Because they invariably will tell you the truth.
Exactly. And I think from today, we've seen that, I mean, they shook hands. They even gave each other a high five. They smiled, shared a joke. Compared some...
You see Bawumia appearing to show him his speech.
Exactly.
I'm saying appearing because we don't know what he was holding, but he was holding his speech, appeared to show it to him, Ken looks at it, passes a comment, and gives it back to him.
Exactly. So you look at that, and that started from when they were supposed to sign that agreement that if I don't win out, I'm not going to stay. I mean, you saw the pictures that came out of that as well. I mean, at the end of the day, they all came together and they were laughing, and you could see that. You could then read from there that, you know what, maybe Ken has already begun strategically, I mean, in the back room to accept the fact that, you know, I might not be able to win this, but what can we do moving forward? So the seeds for that were already planted. And then now they come here. And so you can see that moving forward, at least the NPP will not have to worry, at least for now.
I need to go back to the Accra Sports Stadium now, the forecourt of the Hinijan Sports Stadium now, because as I see Dr. Sribo Kwaku, who is the Director of Electoral Services at the Electoral Commission, has grabbed the microphone now, and we expect that he will be announcing the results and declaring the winner. And we're going to be getting that for you right now as we see him approach the edge of that particular stage. Listen to Dr. Sribo Kwaku, the Director of Electoral Services at the EC.
Hello. Two. His Excellency the President, His Excellency the Vice President, my uncle, Prof. Michael Kwe, who was the chairman of the Presidential Election Committee, respect to all members of the election committee, good evening, Chief of Staff, ministers here, every protocol observed. Good evening to everybody. Before I'll talk about the declaration, I want to entreat all of you that we are exhibiting the 2020 register and the 2023 supplementary register. Please and please, we want to entreat all of you to go and check on your name. The purpose is for you to know your polling station, effect corrections if it be. If there's any inclusion, you request for it. If you know anybody who has passed away after registration, please help us to clean the register. We have also introduced the short code *713*81#. That without even going to the polling station, you can check on your details. But in case you key in that short code and there's anything that you want to effect, you will have to go to the district office where you are a voter to effect the necessary changes. This is the greeting from the Electoral Commission. On behalf of the chairperson and the entire commission, we want to congratulate you for the support you gave us in the supervision of your work. Without much ado, I will go straight to the business. As you are aware, 4 people contested, and these are the results. Candidate number 1, Ken Onhinen Ejapong. He had 71,996. Mahmoud Baumia, 118,210. Owusu Afriye Akoto, 1,459. Francis Aden Nimo, 781. Total valid votes, 192,446. Total rejected ballots, 900. Total vote cast, 193,346. By your constitution, for somebody to be declared a winner, the person should have 50% plus. And by our computation, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had 91.47%. Sorry, 61.47%. 61.47%. So Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is duly elected as your flag bearer going to 2024. Thank you very much.
Come like a kite. Me come to them like some kite.
The EC will hand the official results to the national chairman.
Forever and ever, I'll be your leader. Forever and ever, I'll be your teacher.
Thank you very much, the Electoral Commission. Very wonderful job executed by the Electoral Commission.
Yes.
Excellent job executed by the Electoral Commission.
Very excellent.
Electoral Commission, Bomabaso, Ghana Police. The Bomabaso, Maya dear pa. Maya dear.
Oma Bojuma.
Straight into action.
Oma Bojuma.
The party at the Juma as a presidential elections committee, sir. Now, we shall call on the chairman, Committee na Juma pa. And this is the Presidential Elections Committee, led by the very respected former Speaker of Parliament, the very respected Professor Mike Okwe, to deliver brief. We kakrabi enya kasabebre be kasaka krabi adi ache munya dede ema presidential elections committee the presidential elections committee
all the security agencies munina mayadi police soldier munina yaboma baso regional police commander hello Kukudu. Eshi. Kukudu. Awususu. Kukudu. Eshi Rado.
President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Baumia. Chairman of the NPP and your executive, honorable ministers, honorable members of parliament, council of elders, patrons and trustees, fellow crocodiles, we have come to the end of a very exciting journey, all in search of a flag bearer for our party for election 2024, for which we welcome and congratulate all the honorable contestants of the process. On behalf of the election committee, I wish to congratulate our worthy contestants who have all acquitted themselves most credibly as great gladiators in the electoral arena. This evening, we wish to remind that there is no victor nor vanquished. The NPP is the winner of the entire process. However, one thing is demanded of the victor, in particular in every battle. The vanquished is finished and has little to offer. It is up to the winner to show magnanimity and embrace every loser in order to fight together for the ultimate victory in Operation 2024. This is the way to break the eight. The committee is grateful for the opportunity to serve our great party. We thank all aspirants for cooperating with us. We look forward to incorporating all the rules we introduced this year, which include the intra-party advisory committee in one publication for future processes to strengthen the deepening of democracy in our party and in our nation. We are grateful for the Inspector General of Police, the police administration, and their able police officers for ensuring an incident-free process. Our appreciation also goes to the EC chairperson and her lieutenants for conducting a successful election. We further praise God for a very good weather across the country. Long live the NPP. Long live Ghana. Indeed, we also appreciate the media extensively. We, the New Patriotic Party, the elephant is our winning symbol. We are glad to serve. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the President. Led by Professor Michael Kwe, Honorable Afenyo Ken, a member. Afia Nsuya member, great. And then you have the former treasurer, Mr. Bankwaya Bua, member. You have Madame Talata Asobayire, Yema Menso, a member. And then you have William Yamwa, member. Choboy, yeah, Choboy, yeah. Kukudu, she, Kukudu, she, Kukudu, she. The General Secretary, the Chief Spokesperson of the party.
Yeah, that's right.
Your General Secretary.
My General
My General Secretary.
Yes.
Our General Secretary.
Yes.
Akoranyame.
Yes.
Onona Jumadie.
Yeah.
Ne modi mo.
The JFK.
Ama Jumadie nyina no akobo. Yemfo dede yo. Yentunsa. Enfre. The General Secretary of the party. Lawyer. Justin. Kodia,
the Esquire, hey, the Esquire, that's right.
Thank you. We don't have time. Your Excellency, the President of our dear republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency, the Vice President of our dear republic, Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia, our revered Chief of Staff, the National Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Stephen Ayesu in team, national officers of our party, Chairman of the Presidential Elections Committee, Professor Michael Ironkwe, our dear aspirants, all other protocol observed. Indeed, today is a great day for the New Patriotic Party. It is a great day for the New Patriotic Party. The party has made history today. Since 1992, we have had 3 great personalities who have led this party. In 1992, we had Professor Edubwayin from Eastern and Ashanti region. He passed on the mantle to our revered former President J.A. Kufuor,
Yes.
from Ashanti region.
Yes.
He passed on the baton to His Excellency, our current President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from Eastern region.
Adodi.
And not long ago, in this country, someone made a statement.
Yes.
When it comes to NPP, there is no way a person from the north can ever become the flag bearer of our party.
Yeah.
But today, what has happened?
General Secretary.
Today, what has happened?
History. It has happened.
Today, what has happened?
History.
Today, what has happened?
History.
Today, what has happened?
History.
In our history, the New Patriotic Party is no more and can never be tagged as an account party. Because today, we have the flag bearer who come from the northern part of the country.
That's right.
That shows the national character of the New Patriotic Party. We are waiting to see the day that Yanom will also elect an Akan presidential candidate. As we have gathered here today, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I want to use this opportunity to thank national officers for the immense sacrifice, for the immense commitment that they showed from day one that we decided to conduct the presidential primaries. As a party and as human institution, we are not perfect. But as all of you can attest today, this has been one of the most peaceful, transparent, and well-organized internal elections in this country. The election is over. We don't have aspirant A or aspirant B. We have a presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party. On this note, I shall call on Mr. or Honorable Adenimo to make a short statement to all of us. Honorable Adenimo.
Honorable Adenimo, Mumba de Muya de Mumba Musem.
Yadede manu, yadede manu.
Mumba Musem.
The signal is unity.
Yes, sir.
And we are showing it today.
DJ, hold on.
Kukurudu.
Eshi.
Kukurudu.
Eshi.
Kukurudu.
Eshi Rado.
The President of the Republic, H.E. Nana Akufo-Addo, and his wife, the Vice President of the Republic and flag bearer elect of the new Patriotic Party.
That's right. That's right.
H.E. Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and his wife, the Chief of Staff, the National Chairman of the party, the Chairman and members of the Presidential Elections Committee. I do recognize all other protocols. Tonight is also another great day in the history of the new Patriotic Party. We have made history, and this history will remain in this party. We want to thank first and foremost the Creator of the universe for giving us this day, that we are gathered here to adore our newly elected flag bearer and leader of the new Patriotic Party. Let me take the opportunity formally to congratulate H.E., the Vice President and flag bearer-elect. Earlier on, I placed a telephone conversation with him, and then I considered to him and congratulated him for the marvelous work that he has done to achieve this history. The task is over. The battle ahead is to secure the victory of 2024. And so I also want to thank the rank and file of the party and all delegates for making the presidential primaries today a successful one. Together, we have to prosecute this agenda. And I can assure you that, Francis Adainimo, I am committed to the cause of the party and for history to be made in 2024 by the party breaking the 8 to stay in government for 12 years and for 16 years and beyond.
It is possible.
Of course, the victory has been delivered to the man. It is possible. And 2024, we are looking forward to seeing the victory being delivered to the new Patriotic Party under the "It is possible" slogan. I want to urge all members of the party, let us bury our differences. Let us pursue peace and unity amongst ourselves. It is better that we stay in government than to go out of government. And I know our president is going to work hard together with everybody and the flag bearer that this victory shall be secured next year. On this note, once again, I congratulate you, H.E., flag bearer-elect, and I congratulate all of us as members of the party. May God bless the new Patriotic Party. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and I pledge myself in supporting the work of the flag bearer. Thank you very much, and God bless
Thank you, Honorable Adenimo. At this venture, I will invite Dr. Ousu Efiye Akoto to also have a short message for us.
Muya dede. Concludo. Esi. Concludo. Esi. Concludo. Esi.
Excellency, the President of the Republic, the First Lady,
let me take this opportunity to stand on the protocols so well laid down by Honorable Adenimo to make a few remarks. All of us here tonight are witnesses to a very historic event. For 16 good years, the face of our president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has represented the image of the new patriotic party. The time has come to change the baton, and the party has made a firm decision to bring in the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It is a very incisive decision that has been taken today. So from today, we are going to see a new face. I'm very confident that having worked with the Vice President on all the major institutions of the government for 6 years, that he will lead us to victory come next year, 2024.
Dada!
I would entreat everyone who has taken a hit in the heat of the campaign. Let's bury all those and pretend that they never happened. And let's get together as one in unity so we can defeat the NDC. Come 7 December 2024. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, cute team.
Thank you. Hey! The next on the list. The next on the list. The next on the list.
The showdown
is the member of parliament for Asokwa Central.
The showdown.
Popularly known as the showdown. Honorable Kennedy Akomprako Etapao.
The showdown. Showdown. Kennedy Diasa, Honorable Diasa, Honorable Diasa, Honorable Diasa, Honorable Diasa, Diasa, Honorable Diasa. Hey, 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 hey. Kennedy Japan, the master. Master. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you.
Choboy! Choboy! MPP will say yeah! Yeah! MPP will say yeah! Yeah! MPP yeah! MPP Mr. President, the First Lady, the Vice President, the Second Lady, Chief of Staff, National Chairman, Council of Elders Chairman, Election Committee's Chairman, my colleagues, aspirants, all protocol observed. Indeed, it's a great day today. I believe the party has been fair and transparent.
Yes!
That is the only thing I've always been preaching. And I must admit, this election is fair. and my grassroots have spoken. And therefore, I accept the results in good faith.
DJ Sky Lolo.
I pledge my support that we're going to work tirelessly to break the 8. So, party members that we are here, we should put everything behind us and let's unite this party. With unity, I believe we can break the 8. And that is all I've been preaching for. So I congratulate the Elections Committee, the Police Department, Electoral Commission, and the party members for the commitment you've shown for peace. And I want to assure you, in 2024, the showdown is being translated to NDC. We have to come together and give NDC a showdown. Showdown! So, once again, I want to say thank you to my team for working hard, my wife for the support she gave me, and the party faithfuls who believe in me and voted for me. I say a big thank you to you, and I'll never forget you. So let's come together, and success will be ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
The showdown.
DJ,
the
we
showdown.
are the new patriotic party.
Thank you.
By Sydney, make it ready, make it ready. We are the new patriotic party by Sydney, make it ready.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kennedy Akompreko, Japan. As a political party, we do have a sister party in the United Kingdom, the Conservative Party, and we have Laura Sanders and Rem Adi representing them to give us the solidarity message from the Conservative Party.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you so much for inviting us to take part in the presidential primaries and in today's rally. It's an honor to be here in Accra at such an historic event. I'd like to start by acknowledging the protocols. First of all, Your Excellency the President, Your Excellency Vice President, Honourable Party Chairman, Honorary Secretary General and other NPP Secretariat. I'd like to take this opportunity to offer our congratulations to the newly elected flag bearer. Okay. This is not only a great achievement.
And of course, we are still live with you from the Ohene Sports Stadium, the forecourt. And as you just heard, that the Conservative Party of UK is here to solidarize with the NPP. Simona Samabwate will take leave of us. Before you go, you've watched your party. You've listened to Kennedy Japan. Give me your reaction.
Evans, the most happiest person this evening, listening to the candidates who didn't win. Adainimo, Freya Koto, and Kennedy Japan. And that's the spirit of the contest of the party that we've all built. It's unity, it's getting together and defeating our opponent. And not just defeating the opponent, and be able to get together and run the country to the satisfaction of our Ghanaians. And we are the better managers of the economy. Just as a point I was making that if it wasn't the COVID which knocked us off. All the figures, if you can see it, inflation was in single digits. The GDP was 6.9%. Interest rate was around 28%, if you remember. And everything was going well. Then we all knocked off. Of course, we didn't plan it. Even America didn't even expect it. Then we had to come back and start building again. And Akufo-Addo said something. The president said, he couldn't bring you to life if you don't cover your nose and die. But if the economy collapses, we can build it up again. And now we are doing so. Inflation, as I speak to you now, as I said, last December was 54%. It's now 38%. And we are projecting 15 to 12% by July next year. If you look at the growth strategy we put in place, which is spearheaded by our Greek, the Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2, where we are concentrating on mechanized agriculture with the youth, and we're giving a stretch of land basically for free by the traditional authorities, and the monies for the inputs are available. So I myself, I'm already into agri, but I'm going into large-scale coconut farming. And it's available. Young people don't stay there and say the economy is hard. We have to start with something. Feed yourself. Feed the materials for the industries. And so this is something that we're looking at. And then infrastructure. We know everybody's crying for roads. We can't finish all the roads in a go, but at least we tackle the major ones and the ones that bring the foodstuffs to the market center, and also distributing the foodstuffs and all that. So the economy is coming back. The people who are running the economy, we have confidence in them. Let's all rally together as a party and win the election. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, congratulations. He's done a good job. He's come into the party a bit late, as most people would say, and it's true. But it is his moment. He's shined, he's disciplined, he's humble.
And now that you have Kennedy Upon declaring his support for him.
It's fantastic. And
that, I guess, closes.
And that connection with Kennedy, who, as I said earlier on, has this knack with the grassroots and with the financial muscle he has. And the vice president who has run the show and everybody has confidence he can run the economy. The two of them getting together and going to the grassroots and working together. 2024.
On that, I know you have to leave. Final question before you leave. Kennedy Upon, running mate?
I don't know. I cannot decide here. I cannot think about it myself. I have to, obviously, the party has to think through it.
Should it be in the pool?
I would say he would have a seat at the table, and we would discuss all the possibilities. The party must stay together, first of all. We know what happens. If we go and we don't stay together, the party sets in like 208, we will lose out. So with the example of 208, we have to stick together and come out in our numbers to vote. As to the role Kennedy Japan will play, the flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and the team and the party will get together on this. And we are confident that we will be the NDC.
Okay.
I'm in the cabinet. I know what we're doing. And we will focus, we would be determined, and we will work our socks off.
Okay.
I can tell you, ministers of state have been told, and I'm telling them, and my colleagues, you are the best communicators we have. You are holding a portfolio. You understand your brief. I mean, go out there.
You're going to launch a communications onslaught.
We have to go on and come to you. And so, somebody was telling me, Joy is an opposition. I said, no, Joy is not opposition. If you watch the way they attack NDC when they were in government, you're just shocked. They're doing their job. Go there and explain your point. Don't run away from media houses. Go there, explain. Even if they don't like you, go. They give you a platform. Go and explain. People are listening, and they are the voters. So I'm glad you invited me. I'm grateful, Evans, and your team here. I'm grateful, and the party is grateful. NPP would be victorious 2024. I have to leave, unfortunately. I've been out the whole day. I went to Obuchuchu, and congratulations to my people in Anglo. It was fantastic. Yana was there, fantastic gathering. Brilliant.
Yeah.
On that note, I will leave. But let me also say condolence to Madam Oboshi Saikofi.
What happened?
She's lost her mother. Professor Sai was like a father to me. He passed away somewhere, and the mother just passed away. Oboshi Saikofi, condolences, and we'll be with you. We sympathize with you.
Stephen Asamoah-Boateng, thank you very much. And he's the chief.
And all my chiefs, I'm working with, I'm here to serve you. Please, let's all live in peace. Those who are fighting and giving me wahala, please, let's all lower the temperature, and then we get our communities to have peace, and then development takes place. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is Stephen Asamoah-Boateng. I'm going to be taking you I'm going to be taking you to the headquarters there of the party pretty shortly, and we'll be getting you a sense of what is happening there at the Ohenidan Sports Stadium as the Chieftaincy Minister takes leave of us, and is left now with myself, Raymond, and of course Dr. H.S. Kanku. We'll be analysing a bit of this for you. We'll be crossing over pretty shortly. We just lost the feed for a second. Please stay with us, because we're going to be re-establishing a connection with our team on the ground. This is your election headquarters. It is brought to you by Petrosol, also by the New Force. And if you're just joining us tonight, as you know, Dr. Bawumia has been elected the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. And a short while ago, we saw Kennedy Dupont deliver his concession speech. And it's very important, some of the things he said. He said, now the battle is over. The party should put its unity behind it. Should be put behind them, and they should focus on uniting the party going forward. He says the showdown is now going to be between the NPP and the NDC, and he's declaring his full support for Dr. Bawumia, and many were wondering whether he would say that tonight, and he said so tonight. And Raymond Akwa is with me whilst we still re-establish connection to the Accra Sports Stadium, the Ohenidan Sports Stadium. Give me your quick reaction to what we heard from Kennedy Dupont.
Well, that the people that really supported him, let's not be... See, from the beginning, the man said, I've seen you members of parliament who are not supporting me and actually causing displeasure for me. And all that's affection, I'll pay you back. I'll make sure that all the things I've done for you, I take him back and take more than just that. That was the beginning of his conversation before we went into this election. During this election, what he has done is also retrace some of those ones and go from region to region. In fact, in the northern region, in the northeast region, he specifically mentioned the MPs who were operating against him. In the Ashanti region, he mentioned the Bantama MP and other people, and was quite categorical that if you've ever benefited from my help in times past and you are treating me this way, I'll pay you back. To hear him now say that I'm throwing my full support behind the vice president and we are directing our energies towards the NPP winning the next election.
I want to go to the Ohenidan Sports. We have the feed now. The president is speaking now.
Executives, regional executives, national executives, councils of elders, elections committee, all members of this party, that today you have shown that indeed Ghanaian democracy is safe in your hands. You have shown the commitment of our party and tradition to democratic values and conduct. And I want to really thank you. Say me damn was papa. Say ne. Much man for Ghana for nyina sampa kana mi ke bia mamuo NPP for etiase epa. So everything went very well today, very transparent and very, very peaceful. Onyakopon eni edana say. Second message is a very simple one. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Flag Bearer, Mr. Vice President Flag Bearer. "16 years of work for the party in opposition and in government has been rewarded by the party with this leadership that has been conferred upon you. I'm confident that Mamadou Bawumia will be able to unite this party with the assistance of Kennedy Ohene at the board, the assistance of Owusu-Efiri Akoto, Adenimo, and all the other contestants, and provide us the strong leadership that will take on the NDC in 2024 and inflict a third successive defeat on John Dramani Mahama. Yamani Trinkwa, Na menim sɛ obetumi aka yɛn nyinaa bom ya ba bɛyɛ dɔm baako a 2024 no ebetumi ni NDC foɔ no akɔ akan mo ne ate asɛ sɛ ɔsoro kokoko no ɛba gegem 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 gegem. Now, the third message. Today, I am passing on the flag bearer position of our party to a new leader. I want to thank every single NPP person here. Now, for the last 16 years, 2007, 2010, 2014, 2020, you have conferred your confidence in me to lead this great party. You have honored me, an honor I can never, ever, ever forget. And have allowed me to serve the party, and through the party to serve the people of Ghana. I've done my best, but I still have one more task to do. And that is, with all my strength, all my energy, to help the new flag bearer, to help Mamadou Bawumia win the election of 2024. Ghana cannot afford the return of the NDC, especially under the leadership of John Dramani Mahama. So, let's all pull together. We have to go and campaign hard and easy. Election here by any easy my head. Nanso, the war resistable can see. Se bako ye wo ye mu na kokodro na ehia no so wo ye mu a Onyankopon be pay kwan amaye amankunimdie so abayafa on 27th January 7th December 2024. Timi bae masem kakra basem me ba be dam wasepa enyonyam kese a mo aseme 16 years ni and therefore na minim say odo a mo yi akere me no musumo ahu say this me domo pa musume domo papa yeah me dama say so enti me baba frɛ national chairman and a new flag bearer, my vice president Kwame Brana Yenye Amanielo away. So it is my great privilege to hand over the flag of the new patriotic party to you, Mahamadou Bawumia. There you are.
Everybody all hands up! Raise your hands up! Raise your hands up! Raise your hands up! That's right! NPP also! Yeah! 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 NPP also! Yeah! 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 NPP oh! Yeah! NPP oh! Obianso on the phone light. Obianso on the phone light. Obianso on the phone light. Boya.
Now we will hear from His Excellency, the Vice President, the newly elected presidential candidate.
It's
of
possible.
New Patriotic Party.
It's
His
possible.
Excellency the Vice President.
It's possible.
Dr. Mamadou Bawumia.
Thank you very much. Kukurudu.
See.
Kukurudu. Kukurudu. Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic. Your Excellency, the former President J. Kufuor, who I know is watching from home. Our National Chairman, Stephen Intim, the General Secretary, Lawyer Justin Kodia, the Chairman of the Council of Elders, Honorable Hakman Oswajiman, the National Council members of the National Executive Committee, Chairman and members of the Presidential Elections Committee, Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, Constituency Chairman and Executives, Electoral Area Coordinators, and Polling Station Executives, members of our great party, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Moments ago, the Electoral Commission of Ghana declared the outcome of the 2023 NPP Presidential Primary. From the certified result, I was pronounced the winner with 61% of the valid votes cast. I therefore stand here with profound gratitude and humility, having received the greatest honor of my life. The victory is not mine, but ours. From Bogoso to Bolgatanga, from Axim to Zarantinga, as the party has united and chosen a path to walk in unison. As a wise man once said, a leader without any followers is just a man going for a walk. And I can proudly say that I feel the support from each and every one of our members today, as the poll results show that these are the highest percentage numbers for any first-time presidential candidate in the history of our party. We said it was possible. I thank the Almighty God for making this victory possible and for his unending blessings on me, the MPP, and Ghana. It is a victory for the rank and file of our great party, particularly to you, our hard-working grassroots members at the constituency, electoral area, and polling station levels. You enthusiastically came out in your numbers when I visited you throughout the country, and you rallied support for me amongst yourselves at your respective electoral areas. I am immensely grateful to you. The significance of this victory is not lost on me. I am humbled and overwhelmed. I attended Sakasaka Primary School in Tamale, Tamale Secondary School, Buckingham University in the UK, Oxford University, and Simon Fraser University in Canada. However, it has not been an easy journey. My work experience includes a stint as a farm by-day worker with my good friend Dr. Abbas Awolu, who is now in the civil service, during holidays in my secondary school days, to driving a mini cab which is a taxi in London, and cleaning dormitories in Canada with friends like Richard Opong, who is in Vancouver, as I studied for my PhD to make ends meet. God has brought me this far. I have always worked very hard as a student, a lecturer, a deputy governor, a running mate, and a vice president. And on this historic day, I have been elected as presidential candidate and leader of the great new patriotic party. This is just surreal. I thank God for how far He has brought me. I've always believed that with hard work, honesty, discipline, and faith in God, one can fulfill one's potential. It is possible. I congratulate the Electoral Commission of Ghana and the Presidential Election Committee of the NPP, chaired by the Venerable Professor Mike Eronokwe, for an excellent job done. I also thank and congratulate the security services for an excellent job as well. I also congratulate my fellow aspirants for participating in the process and deepening the democratic credentials of the NPP. Their energies, time, engagements, and resources have contributed to energizing the base of the party and has prepared us all for the crucial battle of 2024. Now let us join together. I am determined to work with all of them and all our supporters to achieve the party's ambition of breaking the 8. That ambition requires the participation of all the aspirants, including my good friend, Honorable Kennedy Ohene Ejapong, who really wanted to give me a showdown today. Well done. Dr. Akotoa Friye Planting, as I call him, Boachi Ajako, Kwabena J. Ajapong, Honorable Joe Ganti, Dr. Kofi Konedu Apreku, Adai Nimo, and Kojo Poku. There are those who would say that we are divided as a party, but I am here to tell them that it couldn't be less true. The NPP is a thriving democracy where leaders are elected, not anointed. And I salute my fellow competitors in this race for partaking in this crucial process. While our plans may differ at times, our visions are aligned. We share a passion for Ghana and a firm conviction that the NPP is the only party that can transform Ghana. The new patriotic party will enter 2024 united and energized. We are ready to make a strong and convincing case for another term in office with a fresh mandate and a new leader. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey towards today has been exciting and at the same time fraught with challenges. I remember the auspicious day on the 14th of August 2008, when through the visionary leadership of candidate Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, as he was then, and the NPP, I was outdoored onto the uncertain political terrain of our nation. I owe endless gratitude to President Akufo-Addo for his decision in 2008 and his undying confidence in me in the periods 2012, 2016, and 2020. That singular, consistent decision has birthed this historic moment we are witnessing tonight. I thank you, Mr. President, for believing in me. When I left Takoradi in 2008, that fateful day, after my outdooring as running mate, to commence my journey in politics, I had the difficult task of convincing a large part of our country to accept the inclusive and truly national character of the new patriotic party. I faced challenges in communities that accepted the decades of propaganda that the NPP was unwelcoming to them. I persevered. I kept going back to those communities, election after election, and with the same message that the NPP is inclusive and ready to work with every Ghanaian, irrespective of tribe or religion. By election 2020, we made significant inroads into the north, taking the majority of seats. Actually, we have equal seats in the old northern region. We also saw increased support throughout the Zongos in the country. In the Volta region, we continued to grow our numbers. It has been a remarkable but difficult journey of preaching the inclusive nature of the new patriotic party to those who have always viewed our great party with suspicion. The doubt regarding the inclusive character of the NPP dominated the discussion when I took the bold decision on 16th of June this year to file my nomination papers at the NPP headquarters to contest to be elected as the presidential candidate of the party. Some analysts were skeptical about my chances, and others confidently dismissed the possibility of the NPP electing a candidate from the northern part of the country. They clearly misconstrued the party's conservatism to mean tribalism or regionalism. I was certain that they misunderstood this great party and its values, because I knew our values of rewarding hard work and dedication would triumph. I knew it was possible. Today's clear decision by over 200,000 delegates of the NPP, the grassroots of the party, reaffirms my knowledge and belief that the NPP is truly an inclusive national party. For a boy born in the heartland of Tamale with a hometown in Walewale to be elected as a presidential candidate of Ghana's largest political party speaks to the character of the party. The NPP is a party that is all-embracing, a party that rewards hard work, loyalty, and commitment to its values. The delegates, by today's decision, have resoundingly dismissed any doubt that the NPP is not inclusive and does not reward hard work. From virtually every constituency in the country, the message has been the same. In the NPP, we do not care about where you come from. We are tolerant of Ghana's religious diversity. We elect those deserving of leadership, those who are capable of governing, and those with proven traits of integrity, incorruptibility, and hard work. With this resounding victory, the NPP is sending an invitation to the men and women in Gamashi to join me in this journey of possibilities. The NPP has a place for you. To our men and women in the Zongos scattered across the 16 regions, I say to you that in the NPP, it is possible to rise to the top. I invite you to join us in this journey of possibilities. The NPP has a place for you. To the people of the Volta and OT regions who may have long doubted if you will have a place in the NPP, you have been answered today. I invite you to join us in this journey of possibilities. The NPP has a place for you. To the people of the North, we have often been told that the NPP is not our political home. Today, the delegates have demonstrated absolute confidence in us. I invite you to join us in this journey of possibilities. The NPP has a place for you. In the Ashanti region, the citadel of NPP politics, I have been shown unbelievable love and support. In the Eastern region, a fortress of our party, the support has been remarkable. In the Greater Accra, Western North, as well as Bono, the three Bono, Afu, and Bono East regions, I have received tremendous support and love from the rank and file of the NPP. In the Volta region, where our party's fortunes continue to grow considerably, I am very encouraged that we will do even better in 2024. In the 5 northern regions, Northern Savannah, Northeast, Upper East, and Upper West, as they have always done in past elections, join the rest of the country to emphatically vote for the winning candidate. I have won convincingly in 14 out of 16 regions, and this clearly demonstrates an energized party with absolute confidence in me. With absolute confidence.
Dr. Bawumia delivering his acceptance speech there. Unfortunately, we have a slight technical hitch. We're going to be connecting back to him. That's it. Dr. Bawumia delivering that acceptance speech.
For the political class, they needed more opportunities for work. They needed improved living conditions, and they wanted improved public services. These are legitimate demands, and we cannot ignore them. We will continue to work hard for the people of Ghana. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have spent the last 7 years assisting the President to deliver on many of these demands, to create more opportunities for the youth, improve the well-being of our people, create inclusive access to secondary education and healthcare, develop and expand the road infrastructure of our country, create great convenience in accessing public services wherever one finds himself or herself, and to leverage technology to fast-track development through digitalization. Notwithstanding these achievements, the unforeseen global economic downturn of the past 3 years, which derailed the significant economic gains and impact we made between 2017 and 2021, has had a devastating effect on our economy in the past 2 years, just as it has on many other economies around the world. This has affected many, including government itself, the private sector, and our households. The cost of living has increased dramatically, and Ghanaians are feeling the pinch. I have seen the sacrifices Ghanaians are making, and the hardships many Ghanaians are going through. And I am as concerned as my fellow countrymen and women. By the grace of God Almighty, together with the remarkable sacrifices, patience, and optimism of Ghanaians, the work of economic recovery is underway. GDP growth has picked up. Consumer price inflation is on the decline. Exchange rate depreciation has dramatically slowed down since February this year, and the budget deficit as a percentage of GDP is also on the decline. I will continue to support the President to sustain these gains. As a party, we must loudly and consistently tell the public about our achievements, as well as our ongoing efforts. We are all communicators, each one of us an NPP ambassador, and we should be telling the NPP story in our daily lives as well as the public stage at every opportunity we get. I am convinced that the NPP is the best option for the progress and prosperity of the Ghanaian people. My own core values, integrity, honesty, discipline, hard work, and inclusivity, my can-do attitude, my rejection of the tag of impossibility, my passion to unleash the creative energies of the youth, my compassion for the poor and vulnerable. All of these align perfectly with the values with which our forebears created this political tradition. So, to the NPP rank and file, I wish to say to you, today you have placed your trust in me. I shall not disappoint you. Ghana has given me everything, every opportunity and grace. I have dedicated my life to give back and to serve this wonderful country to the best of my ability with every breath in my body. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have my own vision and my own priorities. Given the opportunity by you, the people of Ghana, to lead, I shall govern as my own man with guidance from God Almighty. My vision is to build an inclusive, food self-sufficient, data-driven, and systems-based nation that will fully participate in the global digital revolution to resolve our problems and also to usher in a golden age of benefits from our natural resources. I want to lead a nation that improves and unleashes the talents of our youth and offers good jobs with good pay and sustainable growth with macroeconomic discipline. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the presidential candidate of the NPP, it would be my commitment to the youth of Ghana. The talent of our youth in various sectors, such as information technology, robotics, entrepreneurship, the creative arts, sports, and so on, is just amazing. When we bring the talents of the youth together, we will surely build a mighty nation. Together, we can transform this nation and do even more in many areas. I therefore invite the youth, particularly the Gen Zs, to join me in this journey of great possibilities. We have a place for you. As a technocrat, it was doubted if I would gain space in politics, long dominated by career politicians. This victory is an invitation to technocrats and professionals to join me in this journey of possibilities. The NPP has a place for you. With open arms, I invite everyone listening to me tonight to join us in this journey of possibilities. Together, we can build this nation. I am encouraged by the ingenuity and the can-do spirit of the youth, the tireless efforts of our farmers, the bravery of our fishermen and women, the business acumen of our mothers and sisters in the markets, the passion of our drivers, the dedication of our security personnel, the sacrifices of our teachers, as well as the commitment of our doctors and nurses and other healthcare workers. I am encouraged by the entrepreneurial spirit of our men and women who step out on a daily basis looking for genuine support to create opportunities for themselves and many others. I am encouraged by the literate society we are creating through our free access to secondary education and expanded support for tertiary education. Our country's future is really bright with a highly educated and skilled youthful population, leveraging technology for our economic transformation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am encouraged by the beautiful diversity of our country, our peaceful coexistence, which respects each other's faith, which unites us and brings all of us together for a common goal of seeing a transformed Ghana. We stand here today in celebration, but the real work starts now, and I have no intention of slowing down. I will get right back to work, sit down with Ghanaians from all walks of life, from civil society and student organizations to young professionals, stakeholders in the business community and religious leadership. The position I seek needs to be earned, and I intend to show every single voter, from the farmer to the financial head, that I am the right man for the job. I will listen to your concerns and answer your questions, because we are partners in this process, and any worthwhile gain comes from communal investment. We speak about breaking the 8, but it's important to remember that that's more than just a slogan. By breaking the 8, we break with the culture of complacency. We reject the tacit agreement that power is handed over every 8 years, thereby relinquishing responsibility for the growth of this nation. This 8-year cycle stands in the way of a long-term vision for Ghana. Therefore, breaking it is not about NPP bragging rights. It is about being able to successfully implement long-term visions and policies under a consistent leadership. Breaking the 8 is not about partisanship, but about patriotism and knowing that Ghana deserves consistency, focus, and follow through, not political bickering and division. We will break the 8 in unity, and we will govern in unity, because regardless of the margin of our victory, we govern for and in the interest of 100% of Ghanaians. We have 2 tasks ahead, ladies and gentlemen. First is to lead the new patriotic party to victory in 2024. And secondly, to steward this nation from recovery to prosperity. Given the chance, I am determined to serve as a leader for a united Ghana, for all Ghanaians, regardless of background, circumstance, or socioeconomic status. Ghana is a haven of peace and coexistence, and one of the many strengths of our nation is that while we may differ and debate, come together in unity for the good of Mother Ghana. We will come together in unity. I have felt the hope and unity as I have traveled across the country over these past months, and I feel it here today as we prepare to build back better for us all. So we celebrate today, but tomorrow we get back to work for you, for Ghana, and for all of us. I cannot end my speech without my deepest appreciation to certain personalities in our party and country. As a believer and practitioner of the liberal democratic values and principles of the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition, like all of you here, I have been inspired throughout my life by the thinking, deeds, sacrifices, and accomplishments of such great political icons of our country and party, such as Dr. J.B. Dankwa, Chief S.D. Dombo, Professor K.A. Buzia, Edward Akufo-Addo, Obechibi Lamte, Alhaji Yakubu Tali Tolona, Jato Kalio, Naba Ifakabo, S.G. Anto, Professor Albert Dubois, R. Amponsa, J.B. Darocha, J.H. Mensah, and J. Kufuor. I express my profound gratitude to the founders of our tradition, without whose sacrifices I would not be here today. I am also indebted to so many men and women who have sacrificed and continue to sacrifice for our party and country on a daily basis without outward recognition. I extend my sincere thanks to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his beautiful Rebecca, by any measure a first-class First Lady, for their support and confidence in me over the years. I am truly grateful. I thank former President Kufuor, who first allowed me to serve as Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, from where I was noticed and subsequently poached into politics. I truly appreciate his wise counsel and guidance over the years. May the beautiful soul of his departed wife, Mama Teresa, rest in peace. I also thank former Vice President Alhaji Aliyu Mahama and his wife Hajia Ramatu Aliyu Mahama for their inspiration. May the Almighty God continue to bless their souls. To my beautiful wife Samira and our children, and our children. I thank you for your sacrifices and love in the journey so far. I thank the polling station executives, the electoral area coordinators, constituency executives, regional executives, the council of elders, patrons, founding members, past officers, our external branches, and the national executives for their massive support of my bid to lead the NPP. I will not disappoint you, and I promise to work hard with all for victory in 2024 by the grace of God. I thank our distinguished members of parliament for their unflinching support for my candidature. They have been immeasurable in their support. I thank the thousands of volunteer groups who worked day and night to secure this historic victory for me and the party. I am indebted to all of you. To the energetic youth of the NPP in Ghana, I shall lead the NPP to deliver on your aspirations. I thank you for your support so far, and I pray for your continued support. I also thank my campaign team for their dedication and commitment to executing the mandate assigned them. They delivered a victory that the nation will never forget. I also thank my office staff for their hard work and commitment throughout the years. To my father, Alhaji Mumuni Baumia, and my mother, Hajia Mariama Baumia, I wish you were here to witness the dreams you had for me. I thank you for raising me to be the person I am today. May God continue to bless your beautiful souls. To my late press aide, Kwabena Buedu, I know you are excited about this victory wherever you are. We made it. Thank you, and God bless you. I thank our friends from the media for their massive coverage of the entire process. The NPP and I are grateful for your partnership. I'm also immeasurably grateful to the traditional rulers, the clergy, and the ulama for their prayers and encouragement and wise counsel over the years. I thank all of you who have gathered here and those who are listening and watching from afar. It is indeed possible. God bless you. God bless the NPP. And God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. Thank you very much. Now go day.
It's possible.
Me come to them like some kakai. Satawale come like a guy.
Of finding a gift voucher in
Yes, yeah.
More than 30 minutes long speech there read by the Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. This speech is signaling his intention to lead the governing party to victory in 2024. He says that he is going to channel the energies of everyone to ensure that this election happens. And the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has had his hand raised by Honorable Kennedy Japan and the persons who ran with him for this election. They say that 2024, the NDC should prepare for a showdown. They are coming in hard. They are going to ensure that they break the 8, and in 2024, they are going to win the 3rd successive election. So this function has just come to a close. The Vice President has been formally now acclaimed and announced as the running mate for the governing New Patriotic Party. He is now the leader of the New Patriotic Party. He is now the leader of the New Patriotic Party. The Vice President and his entourage, the President and his entourage will all now leave the scene, and there will be Thanksgiving service tomorrow as it's been announced by Henry Nana Boakye. But it's been an incredible day of election with 204,000 delegates across the country going to the polls. We have about 193,000 persons who actually cast their votes in this election, and this election has now been won by His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is now the new leader of the New Patriotic Party. The process has unraveled itself so far, and it has come to a close. The New Patriotic Party now has a leader. The New Patriotic Party now has a candidate for the 2024 election. The New Patriotic Party, with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is going to face off with former President John Dramani Mahama and a host of other political parties for that 2024 crucial election. Ghana is at a crucial place. The economy has not been in good shape over the past few years. The Vice President concedes that and says that he has been supporting the president to be able to deliver on the mandate Ghanaian gave them to be able to put the economy back on track. He also said one thing that is instructive. He says he is his own man, and if he's elected as President of the Republic, he will guide and lead this country with his own ideas. And so this function has come to a close. The New Patriotic Party formally now announcing and acclaiming Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as winner of the 2023 NPP primaries, winning 61% of the election, with candidates upon coming close with just a little over 30%. It's been an election of a showdown, and the New Patriotic Party say they have come out stronger. We expect that Ghanaians and the New Patriotic Party supporters across the country will now rally with Dr. Bawumia to win 2024. It is going to be an arduous task. Like I told you somewhere in this report, the New Patriotic Party is trying to do something that has never been done. No political party has won 3 successive elections since 1992. The closest any of them have come has been to win 2. The NDC winning from 92 to 2000, NPP taking over to 2008, and the NPP now coming in. It is the newly elected flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party now, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is now going to lead the New Patriotic Party into battle in 2024. He says he's ready. He read a speech that was about 35 minutes long, really capturing where he has come from and what he believes he's going to do, really laying the blueprint of what he is coming to do as leader of the New Patriotic Party. So Evans and team, as you take over and as we wrap up our coverage here on your election headquarters on JoyNews, on Joy FM, and all our platforms, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is the New Patriotic Party flag bearer, and big team, congratulations to all our team who were on ground, Fruits, Yusuf, and everybody who has been working tirelessly, standing on their feet since morning to bring to you this unparalleled coverage across the country. The New Patriotic Party has a new flag bearer. The New Patriotic Party has a new leader in the person of Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And my name is Kwekwa Sante, reporting from the Accra Sports Stadium. Evans and team, you can take it over.
And indeed, it has been a momentous day for the NPP. And as you see in the background there, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is the winner. He is the flag bearer. And thank you very much for the team there. Fantastic reporting from the ground. Let's come back into the studio and let's begin to now unpack what we've heard from the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. And it had been said before now that nobody, but it was General Secretary who said it on the platform, that somebody once said for the NPP, a Northerner could never become a flag bearer. It's just happened. You've just listened to the man who has made his embodiment of that now, Dr. Bawumia. Give me your impressions about what you've heard him say.
Well, Dr. Bawumia, I don't know what it is, but the energy wasn't really there. I mean, if you listen to him when he met the media yesterday or a day ago, you could feel the same thing. I think he had a cold or something. And so because of that, it looks like the tempo wasn't as high as you wanted it to be. But in terms of the substance of the speech, he wanted to accomplish certain goals. One of the goals was to distinguish himself from President Kufuor. And so he had that particular statement there that I am my own man, I also have my own vision. He also wanted to make a pivot to some of the major values and policy ideals that will govern who he is. And one of it is inclusivity. Another one was unity. Another one was digitization. And he also said he's a person of hard work, showing meritocracy, that if you work hard, you'll be able to achieve what you want to achieve. And so this is a vice president who also talked about his background. He also talked about him being a technocrat and being brought into government, and that it's a sign for people who are not in mainstream politics to also come in and work for the good of the country. So this is somebody who is very well aware of the tax that lies behind him. He's somebody who knows that he really needs to work to earn the trust of many Ghanaians, and so you saw him making sure that he was pivoting to these people to come in and to join the new campaign that's coming forward. I'm sure in the future we are going to look at how he's going to match up against his other colleagues. But for now, he's focusing on thanking those who helped him. He's focusing on distinguishing himself from President Akufo-Addo, and then he's also focusing on selling a new vision that hopefully Ghanaians will be confident on and join him.
And Raymond, to the relationship now that would have to play out between himself and Kennedy Japan. In his speech, he reserved a line for him. Actually, he says, I will need all of you to break the 8. And then he says, including my good friend, Kennedy Japan, who really wanted to give me a showdown. And he ends by saying, well done. Was that enough?
Yes, an acknowledgement that he has done a lot of work in this campaign too. And in all fairness, the likes of Kennedy Japan have always become like people you need for your elections. But sometimes you want to keep them at bay because sometimes they can hurt your big too. So on one hand, you want a new face, new set of people signaling a new NPP going into the future. And he says, and I liked how he explained his breaking the 8 thing. A departure from what we've been discussing all through, or what every other member of the party says. He says it's not about partisanship. It's about continuity. A new country where we know that there's an agenda we are pursuing, no matter who is in charge, and everything he talks about that. What he means here is that he is setting the stage for Kennedy Japan's participation in this future campaign, which we have all agreed is important. The only difficulty is that he also said the signal is the same old NPP that's in charge. Because the signals cannot be that on one hand, I want to show you that I'm a different person. And on the other hand, I also show you that it's the same machine I'm riding on, the same sort of people, the same sort of things I'm going to tell you, and the same sort of things that Kennedy Japan does to win election, that's what I'm going to use to win the next election. That signal is not so clear to me. But to Kennedy Japan, this is a very big negotiating table for him. He acknowledges, I'll need you. So what do you want me to do to come on board? Would it be continue with business engagements or for my own personal future? And I'm even beginning to get a hint here that if the vice president told or is brought to his attention that, listen, for the guy showing alone, let him be your running mate. I'm not so convinced you'll be opposed to the idea. But is he a man you will want to sit on the table very close to you as number 2? That's the conversation that will happen. But acknowledging him alone is enough. I'm just hoping that beyond the speech, a lot more engagement will prevent Kennedy Japan from now saying, I'm going after MPs. Reverting to the life that Kennedy Japan lived prior to getting into this kind of campaign and doing the very things that people are complaining about. That new dawn will certainly require new tactics and perhaps new faces. But I don't get that signal in this. Hopefully, maybe in the future, we will be getting the details.
Another key block of something Dr. Bamia touched on, which you've expanded on, and we wonder whether he will go there. He expanded on this Akan theme and make the point, and I think this is a point that we've discussed quite extensively on the show, that his election today is a signal to everybody else that the party that has been tagged as Akan is no more. And he had a whole paragraph where he started talking about the NPP has a place for you. Then he mentions those areas across the country, ethnic, regional bases that had traditionally been excluded from the fold. He says a Volta region. If you're in a Volta region, the NPP is a place for you. If you're in the northern region, the NPP is a place for you. And how much did you read into that? That he was deliberately mentioning that. And I was thinking, okay, so the NDC had pitched themselves as a more inclusive political party, have everybody else in there because they call themselves a Congress.
Yeah.
And here you have Dr. Bawumia delivering his acceptance speech and extensively mentioning various constituencies that have traditionally been excluded from the NPP and saying to them, my example tonight shows now the NPP says, welcome. there's a place for you. How powerful is that?
I mean, look, Evans, listening to Dr. Bawumia, I'm going to answer that question, but first of all, I'll make this point. Listening to him, this is what I get. He's actually telling you how he intends to run his campaign going forward. Watch this critically. When he talks about where he comes from, he starts from the young born in Tamale, from Wale Wale, the Muslim boy. And he talks about the fact that today, the NPP, over the period, has been performing well in the Zongos. And if you come from the Zongo and everything, there's a place for you. It tells you also that one of the things you would see in the 2024 election is when it comes to the issue of ethnicity, when it comes to the issue of religion, it would have a major play. Watch this critically. If you remember, in 2016, Dr. Bawumia was the person who said that Ghana had Muslim and Christian dominance, but the Flagstaff House or the Jubilee House did not represent that because you had 2 Christians in office. Now, once he makes the point, the young boy from the north, somebody from the Volta region, wherever you come from, if you're from the Zongo, the NPP has a place for you. He's telling everybody, once he begins to go around campaigning, he's going to use himself and tell people, this is the party that has a place for everybody. But having said that also, you recognize that Dr. Bawumia talks about the problem that we're facing. He admits that times are difficult. Once he admits that times are difficult, he moves further to talk about the fact that today we can see some levels of improvement. But he doesn't end there. He goes on to say, I have my own vision. And that vision includes food security, technological advancement, and digitalization. What is he telling you? He's telling you that going forward, these are some of the things that I'll be talking about. These are the things that will be shaping our campaign as we go into election 2024. And for me, as an analyst, you're looking at this and you're saying, okay, we really have a contest in 2024. Because look, one of the things the NPP has done, and Asabi was here, he admitted it, because consistently one thing had been used against them, Akan Party, Akan Party, Akan Party. And today you have Dr. Bawumia, that agenda would not work again. But it doesn't end there. The other dominance of the NDC in the Zongo areas, for instance, and you have Zongo caucus for the NDC. Today, you have a Muslim leading the NPP. So it's no longer going to be just the Northerner, but in the Zongo caucus, for instance, you have even the NDC dominance in that Zongo caucus shaking, because he's going to come there. And there's something they say in the Muslim circles: a brother is a brother. I mean, translated loosely, and you've seen it happening. You've seen it even at events that he has shown up there, for instance. And so, if you look at everything that Dr. Bawumia has said, he's giving a signal what he intends to do. He's also giving a signal, for instance, as he carries the campaign across. Now that he's won the NPP's flag bearership race, of course, he will continue. I don't think he's going to stop the things that he's been doing over the period. I mean, as to going to the churches and everything, he would go to all the churches. You have a lot of the spotlight on him when he goes to these churches. But when he goes to the mosque, when he goes to the Muslim community, a lot of the things that would happen there, you wouldn't see it as such because you would think that it is no news. But that is where if you are if you're an NDC member, you'll be asking yourself, how's that going to play?
Raymond.
Now, I mean, I think that perhaps this is an issue that is of importance to everybody. I'm referencing AKD Frimpong's Elections in Ghana, page 434. It says the ethno-regional structure of Ghana. Ghana has also benefited from its ethno-regional structure, which has not been seen as too ethnic and too regionalistic in its voting. Ghana's population is administered in 10 regions and electorally in single-member constituencies, which have grown from 200 to the other areas. Ethnically speaking, the more than 90 groups can be broadly based. And it proceeds to say, I'm fully up to this point anyway. In addition, there is rough coincidence between ethnicity and the administrative religions, who have actually been in sizable forms. While the Akan group is the largest group and half of the population, it's made up of several subgroups which have linguistic and other ties, but not always behave as a coherent group. And particularly when it comes to voting, the regional strengths of the two dominant parties have also shifted in successive elections, at least in 4 regions. The two dominant parties have also had to seek support beyond their traditional regional strongholds to stand any chance of success, the question will be then, do Ghanaians vote based on ethnicity? That question is answered in this study by, it says, is voting in Ghana ethnically based? As for example, Tom Lodge and Ricky Apra. The conclusion here is that the Ghanaian scholars often argue that ethnicity is the leading factor in shaping the electoral choice of voters in the country. And the paper sought to test the validity of these perceptions. The agreement then moved on to this point. They say their answers indicate a complicated mixture of motives which suggests that in areas believed to have been politically shaped by ethnic identities, voter choice is instrumental and rational, influenced more by bread and butter issues than ethnic loyalty.
Your conclusion is?
You cannot dismiss politics of identity, but it appears we are overplaying politics of identity. The evidence has not always supported the ethnic range or ethnic-based voting that we have consistently referenced, that we have consistently sought to play out and create candidates to react to. It might blow up in our own faces. It might become, because we are seeking as a state to be what we call a nation state, not one that's ethnic-based. It is being cemented as a reality and pushed down and being used in making virtually every single decision.
So you're making the bigger point, beyond the MPP.
Yes.
Baumia's election, the fact that he is a Muslim, is actually good for our national image and also for our democratic inclusion.
My main point here is that we cannot presume that merely because you have somebody to react to a perceived account tag is going to inure to your benefit in many ways. That presumption has not had so much validity in the voting patterns over the years.
And I just want to switch from there and then focus a bit more on something else that you touched on at the beginning, but I want to expand on that. Bawumia was careful to walk that fine line between saying, I'm thankful to you, President Akufo-Addo. He says, I'm going to continue to support the implementation of the policies that had led to the slight gains that we're currently seeing. But then later on, he says, I will govern as my own man. Did he succeed in walking that fine line? That fine line he tried to walk. He needed to show us, to the president, who after tonight has effectively become lame duck, that I'm still going to be loyal to because the president still wills some power, right? But also tell the rest of the population who will be voting next year that I'm different from him and I'm going to be my own one. Did he succeed?
It's a difficult path to walk, but then I would want to listen, if you don't mind, if you indulge me, in the first one you read before saying I'm my own.
So he says here, talking about, first of all, he goes into listing the gains they are making in the midst of the economic crisis. And then he says, I owe an endless gratitude to President Akufo-Addo. And then he says, I will continue to support the president to sustain these gains. That's how he ends it. That's a line that ended it when he listed. So in there, he is giving to the president the credit. He's giving credit to the president for these gains he's listed. And then he says, I will continue to support you. But then later on he comes and says, I'm my own man. I will govern as my own man. Right? He has to walk that. Did he succeed for you?
For me, I think he did to a large extent, because at the end of the day, he cannot be insincere to himself. I mean, whether he likes it or not, he's still part of the government. And he painted a picture of recovery. He used certain lines that we are going to move from recovery to prosperity. And so, for someone like Bawumia, the big question, it's about how, and among the general public, the big question is about how he's going to distinguish himself from the current president.
I guess my question is, tonight,
yeah,
he wanted to start that distinguishing journey.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're looking tonight alone after his speech, were you convinced he's on this path that he can achieve the objective of convincing everybody I'm different from the man?
I mean, one speech alone may not be enough to achieve that, but at least he began the process.
Was it an effective first step?
Absolutely, it was. Because, I mean, he made the key words that he used, I'm my own man, I'm going to govern on my own. And then he used the word consistency. That is very critical for him because, you know, language has certain social functions that it performs. Language and politics are, I mean, inseparable. So when somebody speaks or uses a language, it is not just the words, but it is indicative of something. And the word that he uses, consistency, you know what that means? He's trying to say that we need to make sure that we continue with the path that we've started in terms of the recovery to prosperity. So he used consistency. After that, use the words recovery, and then use the words prosperity. Recovery, admitting that we are in a hole or something, we need to come out of it, and I think we are. He uses prosperity to show that, well, we are going to get to that position eventually, but then also says that at the same time that we need consistency. So consistency, recovery, and then prosperity. Consistency to also show that, yes, even though I may have been part of this government, we need that stability, that consistency to get out there, I mean, to get those gains. And then after that, he talks about being his own man and also talks about governing. So for me, and then he also talks about his vision, what his vision will constitute of. And for Ghanaians who were looking for that, he was very he emphasized, okay, he emphasized the point, certain things. And when he talks about values, that he's always worked hard. He's somebody who believes in hard work. He talks about being driving a cab, and then a by-day worker. You see, these are not, if you listen to Bawumia consistently over time, analyze the day that he picked his nomination forms and the speech that he gave on that day. Yeah. He's a guy who genuinely believes that, yes, I've come from a family which was made up of a political father or whatever, but it hasn't been just a golden spoon. I've worked hard through my life. I mean, I'm going to Oxford or whatever. Nobody just gave it to him. He thinks genuinely that he's worked hard through his life and he's gotten what he deserves through meritocracy. And so he's going to be a president who will work hard for the nation. So that is one value he tries to signal this evening. He also talked about inclusivity. He talks consistently about consensus and unity. And he wants to show that I'm going to be that president. You know, the new patriotic party is now a party that can bring everybody together and not just Akans can be leaders of the party. So if you begin to listen, and then he talks about a can-do spirit. And it's also another consistent thing and his whole theme is premised on the idea of possibility, that we're a country that can move, that is really possible for us to do certain things, although they think